Barbarians, Chapters 1, 2, and 3, The Gathering Storm. Leandra Singh gazed up at the towering spires of the Triumvirate's capital city and did her best not to succumb to dismay. It wasn't easy, for the structure seemed to be purposely designed to humble its visitors. The blue and green alien skyscrapers were perfection brought to life, their clean, simple lines giving an almost ethereal impression to humans like herself. Even after all this time, Earth was still unable to match their architecture, and yet these same buildings were incredibly ancient. They were already old long before the first Egyptian pyramid was built, and yet they gleamed just as brightly as the day they'd been constructed. They were timeless, ageless, awe-inspiring, and the symbol of everything she had grown to hate about this alien land. Admit it, the job is getting to you, she thought to herself, especially today. Once a year, she had the unenviable task of carrying a petition to the highest leaders of the Triumvirate, and as she stepped inside the building and placed her palm against the lift panel, she wondered if this time she'd be able to keep her feelings to herself. Just how many times could you pound your head against the wall in frustration before you simply threw in the towel? The doors slid silently open, beckoning to her as she steeled her resolve and stepped inside. There was no sound as the doors closed behind her. No sense of movement, as she was carried to the very top floor of the Ministry Center. It wasn't actually called that, of course. It was merely the closest rendition humans had been able to come up with thus far. There were still subtle nuances they missed here and there, but overall the translation programs did an excellent job. If there was a center of power in the ancient Triumvirate, it was here, and the individuals waiting for her were merely the latest holders of an office that stretched back to a time when man wore animal skins and hunted woolly mammoth with flint-tipped spears, a point they made sure mankind was very aware of. The doors slid open once more as she arrived at her destination. The ministers of the Triumvirate awaited her in their chamber, as poised and perfect as ever, and as she stepped forward, she regarded each of the three individuals in turn carefully as she mentally prepared herself for her address. The Soratar minister Laswarth gazed benevolently at her, her hands folded as she watched her approach with large golden eyes. Her species had a serenity that any human monk would envy, their green pebbled skin covering a shape strongly reminiscent of the centaurs of legend. Her head was broad and ridged, and a trick of the light made it almost seem if she were smiling. Leandra knew better than to take that at face value. In fact, the unfailing politeness known to her people made it even more difficult to accept their decisions. Flanking her was the Ophiptera minister Komzoik Shah. His transparent dragonfly wings were in constant motion, while his flat, snake-like head weaved and twitched as if to music only he could hear. His green, conical eyes darted about in search of predators, returning back to her far too often to be anything resembling a hopeful sign. On a raised column between them rested the Ronin minister Sigma 121 sub-delta, as inscrutable as ever, though that was simple enough for a species that resembled a perfectly smooth mirrored sphere. The artificial race had earned its name for the loss of their creators, disappeared millennia ago in some ancient disaster. Their mechanical servants had remained, undergoing their own form of evolution in the years that followed. Leandra came to a halt a respectful distance from the waiting ministers, her head bowed as she greeted them. Ministers, I bring before you a petition from the Governor-General of Earth, a request to modify our place in Triumvirate society and government. Laswarth inclined her head, inviting her to come forward. We look forward to hearing your petition, Ambassador. Please proceed! She stepped forward, raising her head, the robes of her office swishing about her as began to speak. In the 90 years since our races first met, mankind has held a probationary status in the Triumvirate. We understood your reasons, for we are a young race compared to each of yours. Humanity knew it had much to learn from you, and over the years we have striven to meet the benchmarks for advancement you have laid out for us. With your help, we have abolished war, ended poverty, and taken the first real steps towards the future our species has long dreamed of and feared would never come. Your guidance has taught us much, though at times the lessons were difficult to accept. And now we stand before you, a race united, asking humbly for the opportunity to stand beside you, not as supplicants, but as equals. Laswarth and Komzoik Shah shared a brief glance, though it was, of course, impossible to discern the thoughts of Sigma 121 sub-delta. They'd danced this dance so many times before, and each knew the steps they were tasked to perform. Yet despite it all, there was still a small part of her that desperately hoped this time it would be different. The Ophiptera's wings buzzed as he turned back to face her. "Your people have indeed come far since we met so many years ago, and we are pleased with the progress you have made, and yet we feel that any change in your status would be premature at this time, since, as you said, you are still a young race." Any human trying to get that sentence out in a single breath would have been left gasping by the effort. But for the minister's race, it was simply the way they spoke, as yet again her hopes were dashed. "May I ask why our petition has been denied?" she asked carefully. "Have we not met every criterion you have demanded of us? What else must we do to gain acceptance among your ranks?" The Ronin minister's neutral-sounding and wholly artificial voice emanated from the column it rested on. "It is illogical to grant your race increased status, Ambassador. There are still disturbing elements to your society that would make any such alteration ill-advised. Despite our best efforts, your people still show an unhealthy attachment to violence and self-destruction." Even though she'd known it was coming, hearing those words went down hard. "Ministers, mankind has not fought a war in our living memory. Each child is screened from before birth for any genetic or biochemical markers that might signal a propensity for violence. We have made the mental health of our people every bit as important as their physical health, and we are monitored for any warning signs throughout our entire lives. So I ask you, ministers, what else must we do?" "All you say is true, Ambassador," Lasarth said gently. "Yet your kind still actively seeks out violence as entertainment. This racial trait concerns us greatly, for why would any sane sapient embrace such an obviously unhealthy form of recreation?" "The guilds," she sighed inwardly. "It always comes back to the guilds. Channeling mankind's more aggressive impulses into something peaceful had not been an easy task, and for those individuals who found traditional sports too tame for their liking, the guilds had been formed. With elements of both gaming and historical recreation, the guilds offered the masses an outlet that appealed to their baser instincts, and yet was about as dangerous as tiddlywinks. Battles were fought within the safe confines of computers, and the yearly finals drew as much, if not more, excitement as the World Cup. It was safe, it was harmless, and for the triumvirate, it was proof humans were just as bloodthirsty as they'd always been. "Minister, I submit our choices of recreation should have no bearing on our petition," Leandra replied through a clenched jaw. "There is no actual conflict, and no one is harmed. It is mere competition, nothing more. Ambassador, what you see as a harmless activity we view as a symptom of some deeper pathology, which makes it impossible for us to grant your species the license it seeks. Though you should not be disheartened by this and use our criticisms not as denunciation but as a guide for self-improvement." Komzoiha managed to get out, as she fought to keep her own temper in check, which would only prove their point for them. "Ministers," she finally managed to get out, "we are not you. It is discriminatory to judge us by these kinds of arbitrary standards written long ago, without taking into consideration our unique characteristics. If you simply give us a chance, we'd be honored to prove it to you." Even though she'd known the odds were slim of them granting Earth's petition, actually hearing the words out loud tore at her. "As you yourself stated, humanity has indeed made great strides since our first encounter," Sigma 121 Subdelta said in measured tones. "But you seek to claim a privilege you are not yet ready to wield. In time, it is our hope that you will be, but that day is not yet here." 12 times she'd personally come before this body to make this same request, and 12 times she'd been refused. Others had stood on this same spot before her, and others would come after, and all the while the triumvirate dangled a carrot in front of them, one she had long suspected they would never willingly relinquish. Despite her best efforts to remain calm, their condescending words dug into her flesh. Easy for them to call themselves evolved and mature. The Sauritars and Ophiptera were herbivores, and the Ronin were machines. There was no way mankind was ever going to meet those impossible standards. Might as well be hanged for a sheep as a lamb, she thought with a cold smile. "From the day we met, you've looked down at us," Leandra said with quiet fury. "You've sneered at our savage nature, insinuated we're little more than half-evolved apes, and every time we've done as you asked, As you demanded, you've moved the goalposts. Laswarth and Komzoisha looked at her with sudden alarm, drawing back from her anger. You sit behind your planetary shields, safe and secure, and dare to judge us for having to claw our way out of the muck. And what have you become? A sneer appeared on her face, even though in some recess of her mind she knew she was feeding their fears. It didn't matter. She'd been bottling it up for far too long, and nothing was going to stop her from letting it out now. Stagnant, static, torpid. You haven't made a scientific advancement in 1,000 years, and you haven't colonized a new world in 3,000. Your population has been slowly declining for centuries, and yet here you sit, impugning us. Leandra knew she was busily talking herself right out of a job, but she no longer cared. It felt too damn good. You built yourselves a utopia, she charged on, as the ministers seemed to be searching for a means to escape her wrath. And you've pissed it away. We would give anything to have just the smallest piece of what you've built, and yet you still deny us any technology beyond the most basic. Just how long to expect us to be your whipping boy before we finally cry enough? Her chest heaved as she finally ran out of invective to hurl, her nostrils flaring and face flushed with adrenaline. The herbivores were utterly terrified, unable to speak, but the machine suffered no such qualms. Your outburst is the most convincing proof of all that your species is not yet ready, Sigma 121 Subdelta said calmly. If you are unable to contain your emotions, how can you possibly claim equal status? Your entire argument collapses under its own weight, Ambassador. The Ronin were famous for having no emotions, but Leandra could hear the gloating in its voice. You're right, Minister, she said at last. We're not your equals. The red-hot anger that had been running through her veins only moments before had been replaced with something much colder and crueler. We're better, Leandra hissed, before turning on her heels and storming out of the chamber, leaving chaos in her wake. Acolyte Nasat knelt before the symbolic flame, his fore and hind legs tucked in close as he bowed his head in meditation. The Sorator faith was a simple one, focused on quiet contemplation, and for those that chose the ascetic life, their days were filled with seeking answers to the great truths from within. Did one choose their path, or did fate decide? Is reality something that can be measured, or is it merely an illusion? The internal debates that went to the core of their faith did not come easily to him, but he was determined to find the serenity he saw on the visages of the older monks. Is morality constant, Acolyte, or is it a reed in the wind? He heard behind him, pulling him out of his thoughts. Nasat turned to see the venerable Ishre regarding him with hooded eyes, as he struggled to answer the question. It is constant, honored venerable, he replied after a moment's reflection. A morality that bows to outside forces is not morality, but corruption. The elder monk drew himself up. Defend your position, he challenged. Nasat swallowed nervously. Morality is a doctrine that guides us, to help us choose good from evil, he said carefully. Good does not cease to be good simply because one's circumstances change, nor does evil cease to be evil. An outside force may demand otherwise, but that does not alter truth. He looked up hopefully, praying his answer was the correct one. The older monk smiled. Quite so, young acolyte. Truths are eternal and inviolable. They are the amassed wisdom of millennia, tested and proven again and again. To think otherwise based on a whim is corruption indeed. The young acolyte smiled in return, his hide rippling with the pleasure of his master's approval, when an odd thought entered his mind. Master, what if new data was found? Some new truth we had not known before? Could that alter morality? The venerable's smile disappeared instantly. And what supposed truth do you think we have not yet discovered, young Nasat? Wiser minds than yours have searched for answers since the beginning of our history, and if such truth was waiting to be found, it would have already been found. He sniffed derisively at the still prostrate male, who immediately bowed his head once more. Forgive my impertinence, honored venerable, Nasat said quickly. I ask only because we are taught to question. Does that not mean there are still truths to be learned? You are taught to question to learn those truths, Ishre said coldly, to internalize them and make them your own, not to question the collective wisdom of all those who have gone before. Or do you believe you are more enlightened than they? Nassar's head bowed even deeper. Of course not, honored venerable, he whispered. The monk glared at him, and then jerked his head towards the doorway. "Assist in preparing the evening meal," he commanded, "and while you do, reflect on your transgression." "Yes, honored venerable," Nasat replied immediately, as he lumbered to his feet and scurried away, before he incurred even more penalties. But as he made his way to the kitchens, his mind kept returning to the monk's reaction. He'd simply asked a question. Why was his reaction so severe? A soft chime announced an incoming call as Leandra looked up from the report she'd been perusing, only to blink in surprise when she spied the Governor General's official seal on her screen. She took a brief moment to tuck an errant wisp of hair behind her ear and take a calming breath before pressing the accept button on the comm. "Governor, this is indeed an honor," she said politely, as an elder male with silver hair looked back at her. "Ambassador Singh," Governor Granville nodded. "I've just received a comm from the Triumvirate Ministry. It seems your recent visit made quite the impression." He gazed at her coolly, with no hint as to his thoughts or emotional state. Leandra stifled a sigh as she nodded slowly in return. "I was just finishing my report, sir," she said quietly. "I'm afraid I let my emotions get the better of me, and for that you have my deepest apologies." Granville didn't answer immediately, letting the silence draw out as she fought the urge to fidget in her seat. "Sir," she said at last, "if you desire my resignation, you'll have it within the hour." The governor let her stew a bit longer before finally shaking his head. "That won't be necessary," he said at last. "To be honest, I've been expecting this." Her eyes widened in surprise. "You have?" "For some time now, in fact," he replied, as a ghost of a smile finally appeared on his face. "Leandra, you've lasted longer as ambassador than any of your predecessors. Did you ever wonder why?" The question caught her off guard, but as she turned it over in her mind, she found herself curious. "Not until now, sir," she answered. "I guess I'd always assumed they had simply moved on to other positions." "They did, but that wasn't the reason why they all eventually resigned," Granville said with a shrug. "Sooner or later they were all overwhelmed with the sheer futility of the post," he said apologetically. "The Triumvirate hasn't budged a centimeter in 10,000 years on any subject. Even acknowledging us was a huge change in their policy, and it wouldn't have happened at all if we hadn't literally landed on their doorstep." The exploration vessel that stumbled onto the Triumvirate had suffered a mechanical failure and was forced to divert and make repairs. Earth would have found them sooner or later. The size and location of their region of space made that inevitable. But the first meeting was a complete accident. Leandra slowly nodded in agreement. "Nothing ever changes with them. I make my petitions, and they ignore them. I guess I hadn't realized how deeply it was affecting me until this last meeting." "I understand," the Governor General replied. "They can be downright infuriating at times, and if it wasn't for the technology they've shared, we would have walked away from the table years ago." He leaned forward, looking at her. "I can offer you another post, perhaps a cabinet position on Zion." "That's a very generous offer, sir," Leandra said in something of a daze. She'd been dreading this conversation, certain she would be facing his wrath. To discover he was anything but displeased with her was quite the reprieve. "May I have some time to consider my options?" "Take all the time you need," he smiled. "I need to start screening candidates for your replacement anyway. If you have any recommendations, of course I'd be happy to entertain them." "I have a short list," she smiled. "I'll forward it to you immediately." "I look forward to reading it," he answered. "Let me know what you decide. Granville, clear." The screen went blank as he ended the transmission. Leandra leaned back in her chair and fingered her necklace. It was certainly a tempting offer. As one of Earth's older colonies, Zion would be a step up, and a nice addition to her resume. It was a shame in some ways to leave the ambassador post, but the Governor General was right. Nothing ever changed in the Triumvirate. A cold wind swept across the barren landscape as a lone warrior made his way up the small hill to the place of skulls. His path was lined with the chieftains of 1,000 clans, each bearing a torch as they waited in silence. Though their technology had advanced steadily over the long, bitter years, this place was sacred. Their distant ancestors had first landed here, little more than starving refugees on broken ships, falling to their knees and rejoicing that the fates had granted them even one more day of life. Dakik was a harsh world, demanding much from those that called it home. Only the strong survived here, and yet it had shaped his people as surely as a stone will hone a blade. A vow had been made in this place, so very long ago, and as time marched on, the people of the Konhim race prepared themselves for the day when that vow would be fulfilled. Diaksh Giaj Guyaz reached the top of the craggy tor, and slowly turned to face the waiting horde. His nostrils took in the acrid air, his jet-black eyes gazing at those surrounding him, old allies and foes alike. He bore the scars of countless battles, and as his fingers absently caressed the worn dagger at his hip, a thin smile of triumph appeared on his lips. "Countless ages ago our forebears made a pact," he intoned to the silent crowd. They were beaten, defeated, no more than the ragged remnants of a once proud race. Hounded from their lands, fleeing with nothing but the cloth on their backs, watching in sorrow as their families were torn from their grasp and left to perish. "This we remember." "We remember," the horde chanted in reply. "Those that survived the dark years passed the tale to their children and to their children's children," he continued. "They vowed that one day they would take back what was theirs, to avenge those whose lives were stolen." Giaj took a moment to let the crowd reflect, before he continued. "But the Konhim were few in number, struggling to survive, so it was up to their descendants to fulfill to vow. They charged their progeny to prepare for that sacred day, to hone their skills, and become even greater than they had once been. This we remember, the horde replied. "And in the fullness of time, fate smiled upon the Konhim," he said with pride. "Our numbers grew, our children lived and thrived, and it was good." Giaj paused once more as his features darkened. "But the people forgot their vow, turned their back on the promise of their ancestors. They became scientists and teachers and walked the path of peace. Fate saw the Konhim falter and weaken, allowing themselves to become soft and without honor. So fate intervened once again and sent to us the flaming star, the rock from the heavens. It smashed into this world and brought us pain and sorrow. This we remember." "We remember," the horde said once more. "And so we began again, but this time we did not forsake our vow. The path of peace led to our downfall, so instead we chose the path of war. Clan warred against clan, tribe against tribe, brother against brother, and each generation that followed grew stronger than the last. Our people have been to the fire, felt the smith's hammer as it shaped us, all to prepare us for the day when we would honor the vow." He searched the crowd, his gaze landing on a grizzled warrior with a single remaining eye. Giaj lifted his hand and pointed him out. "Mobhood and I have faced each other in battle countless times. I have tasted his blade, and he mine." The older man nodded in agreement, returning his unwavering look. "And yet today I call Mobhood my kinsman, for today we are all kinsmen." A hungry growl began to grow amongst the horde, as they listened eagerly. "For today, this day, we fulfill our forebears' vow. This day we mount our ships and return to our ancient lands. This day we take back what was ours." Diaksh Giaj Guyaz, the chosen leader of his people, pulled his dagger from its sheath and raised it to the sky. "This day who remind those that tried to destroy us that we have not forgotten our vow, for we remember. We remember." The horde screamed as they raised their own blades to the heavens, the howling winds carrying their promise across the land. Phi Prime She 57 sent out a mental command to one of the positron collectors in stationary orbit over the microquasar, ordering it back to the storage facility. The triumvirate had long been based on matter-antimatter annihilation as an energy source, but even for their advanced technology, creating antimatter was still a labor-intensive process with little reward. It was far simpler to simply mine for the valuable substance, and the best location to find any measurable amount was in the 2 jet streams radiating from the microquasar located on the edge of triumvirate space. There were smaller harvesting facilities elsewhere, but the Jiayam microquasar was by far their most productive site. The collector dutifully began its journey back to storage, crossing paths with its replacement. The high-energy jets were incredibly destructive, and the collectors could survive their onslaught for only very brief periods before needing to be replaced. The entire operation was completely automated, with the exception of Phi Prime She 57, though given the nature of the Ronins that could be argued either way. It was far too hazardous an environment for mere flesh and blood, so by long tradition a rotating corps of Ronin assumed responsibility for the operation. The job required lightning-fast reflexes and attention to detail, areas in which the mechanical Ronin excelled. On rare occasions, it would transfer its sphere to one of the various automatons involved with the collection process to handle operations directly, but other than that, it was a tedious and routine assignment. A proximity alarm suddenly clamored for its attention. It was far too early for its replacement to be arriving on station, so Phi Prime Xi 57 diverted some of its attention to the signal. Multitasking was also one of its racial abilities, but when it examined the source of the signal more closely, it found itself at an unheard-of loss for words. A fleet of ships had been detected in the vicinity, and on closer inspection they were of a type completely unknown to the Triumvirate's databanks. A new race, perhaps? Phi Prime Xi 57 sincerely hoped that wasn't the case. Even though it had been almost a century since they had met the humans from Earth, they were still struggling to find a way to accommodate the fledgling species. There was a rather vocal minority, one that Phi Prime Xi 57 found itself in agreement with, that believed the Triumvirate would be much better off sending the humans packing. Their technology was primitive in the extreme, and their culture even more troubling. Their history of violence made them a poor fit in its opinion, but the minority faction had been overruled. These ships were definitely not Terran or Triumvirate, so that begged the question what they were, and what its response should be. Should it attempt a greeting? Gather data unobtrusively? Sadly, the one thing it could not do was send a message by comm back to the Ministry. The microquasar's emissions played merry havoc with the Ansible faster-than-light system, but it did have another method it could use. Phi Prime Xi 57 had a number of message drones available, but they would likely be detected by the unknown ships if they were sent back home. The system updated its information, and Phi Prime Xi 57 realized with an uneasy feeling that was a moot point. A number of the ships had broken off the main body and were now heading his way, and it realized grimly just how unlikely it was they were just dropping by for a friendly visit. First contact with the humans had been with a single ship, not an armada, and with that acknowledgement the decision became a simple one. It took less than a second to upload its sensor data into the message drone, and moments later its engine was brought online and sent roaring off to Triumvirate territory. Phi Prime Xi 57 watched in disbelief as one of the ships casually destroyed the drone less than 2 minutes later, killing it with an immensely powerful energy beam. 1,000 possible scenarios raced through its electronic mind, and sadly they all ended the same way. Still, there was something else it could try. Once again it uploaded its data, but this time it sent all its drones herring away, each in a different direction. It would be all but impossible for the alien fleet to intercept each and every one of them, ensuring that at least some of them would make it back. The alien fleet reacted instantly, its ships splitting off in pursuit. They must have guessed their purpose, and were determined that no message be sent back to the Ministry. More beams slashed out, and one by one the drones blinked out of existence, until the last one disappeared from its sensors. It took Phi Prime Xi 57 several seconds to accept what its sensors were saying. After all, at least one should have gotten through. That every single one of its drones were now destroyed shook its confidence to the core, and several more minutes ticked by before it attempted one final tactic of desperation. Focusing its comm system on the nearest vessel, it beamed a message on maximum gain. Unknown ship, this is Triumvirate Space. We are not a threat to you and request a chance to speak. Please respond. 20 minutes later, Phi Prime Xi 57 received a reply, as half a dozen ships blew it into component atoms. Leandra Singh stood on the balcony of the embassy, staring up at the sky. The sun had just finished setting, and as she gazed out over the alien city, the first stars began to appear, distorted as always by the planet's shield. She'd never really gotten used to the sight, and seeing them unfiltered once more was one of the things she looked forward to when she assumed her new post on Zion. No date had been set, as the candidates for her replacement were still being vetted, but she had every confidence that Governor-General Granville would see it was handled quickly and efficiently. A polite cough behind her pulled her from her reverie, turning to spot her assistant Amadeo Rize holding a pad and wearing a polite smile. "Madam Ambassador, the latest update for Earth," he told her, indicating the tablet. She waved him over and took the device from his hands, giving it an almost cursory glance before affixing her signature and handing it back. See that it goes out immediately, she told him, as she once again turned her sights to the alien sky. Yes, ma'am, he nodded, tucking the tablet back under his arm. Will there be anything else? No, not tonight, she answered before giving him a wry look. It won't be long before you'll be breaking in a new ambassador, she said with a smirk. Reese chuckled. I'm sure we'll find a way to muddle through, ma'am, he replied before pausing. Madam Ambassador, may I be blunt? He asked in suddenly serious tones. She looked at him quizzically. Of course, Amadeo. What's on your mind? The dark-haired man took a moment to respond. Ma'am, I just wanted to say that it's been a pleasure serving with you, and that I understand why you've decided to move on. You may not want to hear this right now, but I believe you've done a lot of good during your tenure. Leandra snorted. I didn't make so much as a dent, not after 12 years, she said derisively. The Triumvirate have created their perfect little society, and absolutely nothing is allowed to rock the boat. Her features softened slightly as she regarded him. But thank you for your kind words. I beg to differ, ma'am, he said sincerely. I believe the ministers were beginning to listen to you. They simply couldn't bring themselves to accept it. He shrugged, sparing a brief moment to glance into the sky. Their entire culture, their entire history for that matter, is wrapped around the central tenet they have created the perfect society. Their minds simply weren't able to accept any data that conflicted with that. He spread his hands out in an almost Gallic gesture before cocking his head in curiosity. You know, something has always puzzled me. Oh? What's that? Leandra asked him. He pointed up at the night sky, at the odd greenish overcast at the distorted stars. Their planetary shields. Why do they even need them? Are they that fearful of meteorites? She paused for a moment before looking back up as well. You know, we've never really gotten a good answer to that, she admitted. They've been there so long, I'm not sure they even remember why they were created in the first place. Amadeo chuckled. They're hardly alone in that. Did you ever hear the story about the flower of Catherine the Great? Leandra stared at him in confusion. A flower? No, I don't think so. His grin grew wider. According to the legend, Otto von Bismarck was visiting the Tsar's summer palace in St. Petersburg, while serving as the Prussian ambassador. One day he happened to notice a guard standing watch in the middle of a meadow. Being a military officer, he knew there was no reason for a sentry to be posted in that spot, so he made inquiries, and everyone he asked said the same thing. We have always had a guard posted there. His eyes twinkled with delight as he waited for her reaction. The ambassador tried to play it off, but finally curiosity got the better of her. All right, I'll bite. Why was a guard posted in the middle of a meadow? Her assistant chuckled once again. They finally managed to track down an old pensioner, who recalled a story told to him by his father when he was a boy. It seemed that Catherine the Great was on a walk one day when she spotted a daffodil, the first one that spring. She ordered a guard posted there so no one would trample it. He paused for dramatic effect. 100 years earlier. She stared at him in disbelief before a giggle broke free. The more she tried to stifle it, the worse it got, until finally there were tears in her eyes as she staggered against the railing in fits of laughter. Amadeo laughed right along with her until she was able to get herself back under control again. Oh, that's perfect, she snickered. Do you think it's actually true? Reese grinned once more. I don't know. I hope it is. There's something about the sheer absurdity of it that appeals to my belief in the perverse nature of the universe. Leandra wiped her eyes before placing a hand on his arm. Thank you, she told him. I needed that. Any time, Madam Ambassador, he smiled, holding up the tablet. I'll send this out immediately. Amadeo gave her a brief, polite bow. Good night, ma'am. Good night, she replied as he disappeared back the way he'd came, leaving her alone with her thoughts once more. Part of her would miss this place, she was forced to admit, but she was already looking forward to the views of Zion. Diaksh Giaj Guyaz stood on the bridge of the flagship Oathkeeper, filled with pride as he looked out at the fleet. They had drawn first blood, and while the engagement had been brief, it had also been eminently satisfying. The fleet had responded quickly to the flurry of unmanned craft, quickly dispatching them before they were able to escape, allowing them to retain the advantage of surprise. They would not be able to keep their presence a secret forever, of course, but as long as they could, he had every intention of using it to maximum effect. He could sneak into the enemy's camp like a thief in the night, hitting one isolated outpost after another, but the warrior within rejected that option immediately. They hadn't fired a single weapon in retaliation, not one, and if that was true on the fringes of his territory, what awaited them if they struck at the adversary's very heart? A cold smile appeared on his face as he turned to his helmsman. "What is the distance to the nearest core world?" The helmsman took a moment to check his display. "We could be there in less than 2 days' time, Diaksh." "Then do so," he commanded, as the fleet adjusted course. "Soon," his mind whispered, "soon you will taste my blade. Soon you will know real fear." Barbarians, Chapters 4, 5, and 6, The Breaking of Peace. The crew of the Earth ship Wayfarer sat in a parking orbit high above the triumvirate planet Jatutas, waiting for authorization for resupply. Their erstwhile allies had spent 10 millennia raising the concept of bureaucracy to a high art, and seemed to take extra joy in inflicting it on the poor, backward humans. The humans, on the other hand, responded predictably. "I don't believe this," Gernot Roldan snarled, pounding the console in frustration. 12 more hours? For what? Captain Nika Hollins shook her head at her exec as she read the message on her display. "According to this, a safety and compliance inspection." She took a sip of her coffee as she eyed her officer with sympathy. They were bound for the outer quadrants, searching for new habitable planets, and it was just good sense to top off their consumables at one of the remote triumvirate worlds before heading into the deep black, despite all the hoops they were being forced to jump through. "Better we spend a few hours in orbit cooling our heels than turn back a couple months early," she reminded him. "You know how the triumvirate operates, so why are you so surprised?" "I'm not surprised, merely frustrated," Gernot growled. "I'm sick and tired of being forced to sit at the kids' table." "You can't change who they are," Neka said with equanimity. "Some things must simply be endured." Gernot snorted in disgust and started to reply, when a blinking light caught his attention. "Captain, I'm reading something funny on sensors," he said in surprise, his frustration suddenly forgotten. "Multiple point sources have just entered the system." Captain Hollins sat up straight and pulled up her own display, her eyes going wide as the data started coming in. "There's over 100 ships burning hard for Jittataz," she said in shock, "and the computer doesn't have their configuration in its memory banks." Roldan slaved his display to his captains, blinking as he zoomed in the unknown ships. If they're not ours, and they're not the triumvirates, then who are they? "I don't know, but I have a bad feeling about this," she said hoarsely, as she brought up comms. "We need to warn the planet," she told her exec, as an Ophiptera control operator appeared on the screen. "This is the UES Wayfarer," she said quickly before the alien began to speak. "We're showing over 100 unknown vessels headed straight for Jittataz. I don't know what you can do, but I'd do it fast." The Ophiptera regarded her levelly. "Our sensors have already detected the unknown ships, so your warning is unnecessary, and while we do appreciate the courtesy, I can assure you should they prove hostile, our shields are more than adequate in preventing them access, though if you wish to leave orbit, we will authorize your departure." The alien didn't appear to be perturbed in the slightest. She didn't waste a nanosecond on that decision. "We'll take you up on that." "Wayfarer out." Hollins turned to her exec. "Get us out of here now!" "Engines are hot," he answered quickly. "Breaking orbit now!" The ship began pulling away from the planet, as Gernot looked up from his console. "What's our course?" "Anywhere but here," she snapped back at him, as they turned away from the incoming fleet. Captain Hollins brought up comms once more, while keeping an eye on the display. "Earth needs to know about this," she whispered, as they ran for safety. Diaksh Jiaj Guyaz smiled as the enemy planet grew larger on his screen. "So, they cower behind their shields," he said darkly, as the glowing green sphere shimmered beneath them. "Are the breakers ready?" he asked his tactical officer. "Yes, Diaksh," the officer replied. "Awaiting your command." Jiaj rose to his feet, savoring the moment. "Our forebears are with us this day," he said proudly. "Far too long they have waited for their vengeance, but today they shall have it." His hand found the dagger at his waist, as his smile turned cold as space. "Fire!" The 12 lead ships each belched an oversized torpedo, the missiles arcing away from the armada and racing towards the planet. "Diaksh, There is a ship leaving the planet's orbit, his astrogator said suddenly, as Giage turned to her. An enemy ship? He asked her. No, Diaksh, she replied. It is a configuration unknown to us. Giage spent a few moments pondering the strange ship's fate before coming to a decision. Let it go, he said at last, as he watched the breakers reach the shield. Captain Hollins held her breath as the armada fired, though the computers quickly determined they were not the target. Heaving a sigh of relief, she kept watch as the torpedoes began altering their trajectory, spacing themselves around the planet. I don't know what they're thinking, Gernot said in disbelief. Nothing can penetrate a triumvirate shield unless they want it to. Neka said nothing in reply. She had no idea who these people were or their capabilities, and without more information, she wasn't prepared to place bets either way. The missiles were obviously synced, working in coordination with one another, and as she watched, she realized they were moving to equidistant points over the planetary shield. We're recording all this, aren't we? Yes, Captain, Gernot replied. Ever since we first detected them. Hollins nodded, her eyes still glued on the display. The missiles had reached their final trajectories and were boring in hard, and with one last burn they impacted simultaneously, detonating against the shield. There was a pregnant pause as they both watched their screens, when a sudden flash caught them both by surprise. Neka blinked rapidly, staring at the screen in shock, but it was her exec who spoke first. It's gone, he whispered. The shield, it just disappeared! The two officers stared at each other. Those poor dumb bastards, Hollins said quietly as they raced out of the system. Cheers filled the bridge of Oathkeeper as the enemy's shield vanished. The way is clear, Diaksh Giage Guyaz said with pride, beaming at his crew. Until this moment, they had been unsure whether or not the breakers would be effective, but now the proof lay before them. He punched a control on his armrest. This is the Diaksh to all ships, he announced. The great day has come and our enemy is defenseless. Attack ships away, and no mercy. The hulls seemed to reverberate with the howls of the Konhim, as the attack ships disengaged from their tenders and screamed towards the planet's surface. The pilots steered their small craft towards the major cities, searching for targets of opportunity. Power generation facilities, ports, water recycling plants, factory complexes, all would be targeted. The first kinetic projectiles were launched as the ships hit atmosphere, their hypersonic trails booming across the sky as they slammed into their targets, sending mushroom-shaped geysers of smoke and ash into the air as their objectives were obliterated, one by one. Millions died in the space of minutes, and it was only the beginning. Launch assault craft! Giage ordered as his warriors followed the attack ships to the surface. The enemy had already felt the heat of their bombs. Now, it was time for them to taste their blades. The mood in the Ministry Center was a far cry from her previous visit. Ambassador Singh deliberated as she approached the awaiting trio. Earth's embassy had been a flurry of activity as the reports started coming in, and none of her staff, least of all her, was immune to the shock they'd felt as they'd watched the images. The transmissions from Jatutas had been a horror show of death and destruction, as alien ships bombarded the planet, though what had followed had been even worse. Other craft had landed across the planet, disgorging bipedal aliens with what appeared to be 4 arms, and what they did to the helpless Ophiptera was all too familiar to the children of Earth. The winged herbivores begged and pleaded for leniency, but there was none to be found from the invaders. Images of civilians being gunned down or spitted on bayonets would haunt her for the rest of her days, and she was already preparing to head for the center on her own authority as the minister's summons arrived, though what she could offer them other than sympathy was beyond her. Kamzoisha's wings fluttered in distress, his hands ringing over and over as his conical eyes darted about as if the enemy was already here. Leandra's heart went out to him. Seeing his people murdered in cold blood must have shocked the gentle creature to the core. Lasorth's head was bowed in sorrow, and she realized with a start there was a trait Soratars shared with humans. They both shed tears, and the trails running down her face were rivers of pain. Sigma 121 sub-delta was as inscrutable as always, but even there Leandra thought she could sense the mechanical sphere's distress. Stopping before the trio, she bowed her head in respect. The people of Earth offer their condolences to the Triumvirate during this emergency, she said softly, and we stand ready to render whatever humanitarian aid we can." Lassorth slowly raised her head, and the look in her golden eyes was mournful. "We thank you for your words of kindness, Ambassador," she struggled to get out, "but I fear we must ask more of you." Alarm bells starting sounding in her head. "I don't know what other assistance we can give," she said carefully. "We will make our ships available to you for supplies and evacuation, and we can send medical personnel and food, but other than that, I am unsure what it is you ask of me." Komzoisha jumped to his feet. "You must stop them!" he screeched. "Fight the invaders!" His normal speech patterns had become truncated and jumbled, his terror and anger coming out in staccato bursts. Leandra drew a deep breath. "Fight them with what, Minister?" she asked quietly. "We have no armies, no warships, no weapons. Our disarmament was demanded by this very body, as you may recall. Even if we were so inclined, we have nothing to fight them with." "You are an inventive species," Sigma 121 Sub-Delta said rapidly, "and your history is filled with examples of humans fighting with nothing more than farm implements. You can use your ships to ram the invaders' vessels in order to destroy them. You have done so in the past, and you can do so again." The human ambassador froze in place, as the shock of the minister's words was quickly replaced with cold fury. "We are not your attack dogs," she said darkly, "and we are certainly not kamikazes." Her body trembled as anger coursed through her veins. "How dare you ask that of us?" "You have petitioned this body repeatedly for full membership," Lassorth told her, her gentle voice becoming more firm. "If you do this, we are prepared to give your petition renewed consideration." "Consideration?" Leandra all but snarled. "You won't even promise that to us? And if we do fight your war, what then? When? If the threat is gone, you decide once more we're too violent?" Her hands clenched into fists as she glared at them. There was an Earth ship at Jatutas, and they were allowed to escape unmolested. So it seems they don't have a problem with us, only with you. She drew herself up to her full height. "We're not your mercenaries, and we'll be damned before we hurl ourselves at your enemy without the means to fight. I wish you luck, ministers, because you're sure as hell going to need it." Leandra turned on her heel and stormed out of the center once more, this time vowing to never return. Governor-General Philippe Granville watched the images from Jitutas with a growing sense of dread. Humanity had come so far in the last century, but it seemed that the universe had other plans in store for them. He picked up and scanned Ambassador Singh's blistering report yet again before taking a deep breath. There was an option left to them, one he had hoped would never be necessary. He pressed a button on his console, connecting with a high-ranking member of his government, one whose duties were more than they appeared. "Activate Vegetius," he said quietly. "When man makes plans." God laughs. Leandra had been thinking about that adage a great deal over the last couple of weeks. After the Triumvirate's repugnant demand of Earth, she'd had every intention of resigning her post on the spot and never setting foot in that chamber again. The report she'd forwarded to the Governor-General about the meeting should have come with a warning to use asbestos gloves while reading. It was so heated. And yet here she was, returning to the scene of the crime. Only this time she wasn't alone. There are many reasons individuals gravitate to government service. Prestige, a desire to serve, power, all those were common rationales. But there was one perk that, while rarely discussed, was also a draw, and that was being in the know. Having insider knowledge that no one else possessed was often an intoxicating brew, and by the time someone got to her level, there were very few secrets you weren't privy to, or so she'd thought. The encrypted comms she'd received from the governor the day after her report was filed had left her in a state of shock. She'd expected orders to evacuate as many humans as possible from the Triumvirate worlds, getting them out of the line of fire, but instead, she was informed of a top-secret burn-before-reading plan called Vegetius, and when her briefing was over, she had an overwhelming urge to smack herself on the forehead. In retrospect, she really should have guessed something like it existed. War and violence were innate to man's nature. Ever since humans had first evolved, they had warred upon each other, and almost as long had struggled to find a way to put it behind them. By the time humans had stumbled into the Triumvirate, Earth was all but united, and had made great strides in eradicating many of the root causes that had long plagued mankind. But man had been born a predator. and there was simply no way to completely eliminate the murderous animal inside him. When the triumvirate had demanded man lay down his arms and study war no more, they'd searched for ways to channel his aggressions. Sports and athletic competition, always popular pastimes, helped some, but for those that found them to be a little too tame for their taste, they'd created the guilds. It was an ideal solution, a chance to play at war without actually committing violence, and had proved wildly popular. Warheads, the popular nickname given to the guild's most fervent fans, logged onto the battle boards to watch the action, discussing strategy and tactics as heatedly as others would compare RBIs, rooting for their favorite champions in a manner any Roman follower of the gladiatorial games would have recognized instantly. For those that preferred a more hands-on approach, there were the historical reenactments. Borrowing heavily from the tradition of the Renaissance Fair and organizations like the SCA, they created an immersive atmosphere that was touted as the ultimate experience of life in those darker times. Schools were highly encouraged to bring their students, to show them how much better things were now, of course. And in the course of a year, a young pupil might witness battles such as Thermopylae, or Gettysburg, or Verdun, all in the name of education. It was a brilliant concept, taking the worst of man's nature and turning it into a positive. It was also a lie. Almost a century ago, when the triumvirate first made it clear man must change his ways if he ever wanted to join their ranks, there were those who recognized the day might come when soldiers would be needed once more. The guilds and reenactments had been created to seek out those with a talent for war, carefully nurturing and training them to act as an insurance policy should the worst ever happen. The participants were inducted into the United Earth Armed Forces, complete with swearing-in ceremonies and long, convoluted contracts to be signed. It was all very tongue-in-cheek, often the source of great ridicule by those who looked down their long noses at the warheads. Only buried in those same contracts was the assertion that the UEAF was no joke at all, proving yet again that no one reads the fine print. The news of their real purpose swept across Earth and its colonies like a tsunami when Vegetius was activated. Not all the warheads were chosen, of course. Some were deemed unsuited for psychological reasons, or due to physical impairments, while others were already in positions deemed necessary for the war effort. So much to Leandra's surprise, Earth in fact did have an army, of a sort. What it didn't have was weapons. Research and development had continued unabated, of course, on a secure outpost buried deep within the Kuiper Belt. That much they could justify, on the off chance the triumvirate were to ever get wind of what they were doing. But while they could continue to draft designs for new and improved weaponry, actually building and stockpiling them was out of the question, which put the fledgling UAF in roughly the same boat the U.S. Army had been in, circa 1937, when America had fewer men in uniform than Portugal and trained with 2 X4s in lieu of actual rifles. While they might have traded the Model T Ford bearing a tank placard for top-of-the-line VR equipment, the reality was much the same. An unblooded and thoroughly civilian cadre of soldiers who had nothing to fight with. But it was a start. As she strode purposefully towards the waiting ministers, she was flanked on either side by a pair of rather unique individuals. While Leandra was no warhead herself, she was at least moderately familiar with some of the more preeminent guild luminaries. But even she found herself slightly starstruck when they'd arrived and placed themselves at her disposal. To her left was a woman in her late 30s with thick black hair and a sandalwood complexion. Helene Fujimoto, a.k.a. Helen of Troy, the woman who'd sunk 1,000 ships. Undisputed champion in the naval warfare categories, who specialized in space combat. She now wore a gleaming white admiral's uniform, complete with gold cuff stripes, shoulder boards, and beret, her glossy black boots clicking loudly on the polished marble floor. She was still adjusting to the fact that the games she'd been playing for years were now for real, but she'd adapted far faster than Leandra would, had their positions been reversed. On her right was a man who needed no introduction, at least among humans. His mahogany skin and tightly kinked hair shot with gray had earned him his own nom de guerre, Marshal Kwasi Antuma, a.k.a. the Black Death. 7 times Grandmaster in the Combined Arms Guild finals, whose string of victories had set records unlikely to be broken in their lifetime. Opponents were known to quickly concede rather than face him in battle. He wore a dark khaki tunic with green trousers, his jacket liberally decorated with epaulets and brocade, with a small baton tucked under his arm. The UEAF uniforms had been chosen during a very popular contest several decades earlier. That they had just barely managed to avoid looking like something from a Victorian comic opera was more luck than design, in Leandra's opinion. The trio came to a halt in front of the waiting ministers, who looked even worse than they had during her previous visit. Another world had been sacked in the interim, this one a Sortaur planet, and a sense of desperation could be felt everywhere one looked. The once proud and haughty triumvirate now bore the stink of desperation, and the Governor-General had decided that now was the perfect time for Earth to make its play. Ministers, I come before you today, charged by Governor-General Granville to deliver to you an offer, she said without preamble. Earth will fight, but on our terms. Komzoisha and Lasorth seemed to be at a loss for words. They looked at each other, struggling to come up with a response, while Sigma 121 Sub-Delta answered for them both. What are Earth's terms? It asked, and once again for a machine she swore she could detect a tinge of hope in its voice. Quite simply this, Minister. First, Earth will be in complete control of the war effort. Anything we require, ships, factories, personnel, will be provided without question by the Triumvirate. Leandra gazed at the ministers, but for the moment they chose not to respond. They knew more was coming. Second, that we won't fight this war alone. If you want the Triumvirate to survive, then your people will fight as well, right alongside us. That got a response. Impossible! Lasorth screeched, shying away from the humans. We are pacifists. We cannot fight! Komzoisha's vestigial wings fluttered so hard she almost thought he'd leap into the air. A patently absurd notion, of course. No Ophiptera had managed actual flight in several million years. Our species are incapable of committing bloodshed, he wailed. How can you ask this of us? A thin smile appeared on her lips. I told you once before we won't be your mercenaries. We are prepared to lead, but if you want the Triumvirate to survive, then you will have to fight for it. Earth will not do this alone. And if we should refuse your terms? Sigma 121 Sub-Delta asked quietly. Leandra drew a deep breath. In that case, I have been instructed to inform you that humanity will withdraw to its borders. We will reject all calls for assistance, turn back all refugees, and leave you to your fate. She turned to the man on her right. Marshal Antema, based on current projections, what do you believe will be the outcome of that choice? The dark-skinned man cleared his throat. Ministers, I regret to inform you that should you not accede to our terms, we project the Triumvirate will fall in less than a year. The silence that filled the center following that pronouncement was deafening. We also project that casualties will likely be in the trillions. Laswarth slowly rose to her feet, descending from the raised dais on wobbly legs, gingerly making her way to the human contingent. You would let this happen? She asked in a whisper, her golden eyes huge with terror. You would condemn us to death? Admiral Fujimoto regarded her with sympathy but stood her ground. Minister, if you won't fight for your own survival, why should we? Komzoisha slowly made his way down to join his fellow minister, reaching out for her hand. The two aliens stared at each other for what seemed like an eternity, before finally bowing their heads in surrender. We accept your terms, Sigma 121 Sub-Delta said at last, barely above a whisper. Leandra nodded slowly. Despite the anger she'd felt towards them before, she took no pleasure in this. There is one final stipulation, ministers. Full and equal membership in the Triumvirate. Effective immediately. It was almost an afterthought, the very thing mankind had striven for after all these years. Agreed, Komzoicha said quietly. Ambassador, until an appointment is made by your government, will you accept the position? He sounded deflated, defeated, broken. It broke her heart to see them like this. But Earth had had no choice. I will, Minister, she said softly. For the interim, at least. I suppose the Triumvirate should be renamed the Tetrarchy, Sigma 121 Sub-Delta pointed out. An issue for another time, Minister, Leandra told him. At the moment, we have a war to fight. Lasorth raised her head. Agreed, she said in resignation. What do you ask of us first? Leandra turned once more to Marshal Antuma. After much discussion and debate, we have come up with a plan. I'm afraid it will take time to build up the armed forces we require, so the first phase will consist of a purely naval approach while we train and arm. He nodded at Admiral Fujimoto to pick up the thread. "We will require as many ships as you can find," she informed them. "We understand they will be nothing but freighters and passenger vessels, but they will have to do for now. We simply don't have the time to construct proper warships. The modifications we have in mind can be done quickly, and will hopefully buy us enough time to prepare our forces." "The order will be passed at once," Komzoisha responded. "And then?" "And then," Marshal Antema answered, "you will need to select a number of your people to report for training. We recognize that mixed units are simply unfeasible, for a number of reasons, so we have decided to simplify things on that end. The Ophiptera will report to Admiral Fujimoto, nodding in her direction, for training as combat pilots. We can build fighters much more quickly than cruisers or battleships, and given your species' evolution, we believe they would be well suited for the task once they have been trained." He turned to face Lassowarth. "The Sortors will be trained as ground forces, primarily infantry and artillery. And as for the Ronin," a wry smile appeared on his face, "we have something special in mind." Preparing for war takes time. There are no quick fixes, no shortcuts, and no easy answers, and time is the one commodity that is always in short supply. As Napoleon Bonaparte said to one of his officers, "Ask me for anything but time." The alien horde was coming, and they needed time to build an army that had a prayer of victory. Luckily, humans were all too familiar with this brutal equation, so once the decision had been made, they rolled up their sleeves and went to work. One by one, they worked their way through the problems facing them, and now the triumvirate, or tetrarchy, the name change was still in limbo, were lining up, albeit reluctantly, to do their part as well. Problem #1. They were going to need a navy to defeat the horde. Actually, they would need 2 navies. The initial stopgap task force consisting of freighters and the purpose-built fighter squadrons that so far existed only on paper. Without those ships, the rest was moot. Solution. There were a number of space dock facilities scattered amongst the various planets. The word had already gone out to the merchant fleet to make for the nearest port and begin retrofits, while plans for the new fighters, currently dubbed the XF-101 Comet, an endo-exo atmospheric design, had been distributed. Technical advisors were being rushed out to the docks to oversee construction, and a 2:1 ratio for dock space had been decided on, at least initially. They needed the freighters now, so they had priority. When those retrofits were complete, the freed-up space would be given over to the fighters. Problem #2. A modern military needs more than just ships. Weapons, communication equipment, transportation, much of which would need to be built from scratch. The triumvirate was a textbook example of a post-scarcity society, meaning that its citizens could have anything they wanted on demand. But the fabrication centers were designed to create items retail, in ones and fives and dozens. The army, on the other hand, needed weapons in the thousands, and the concept of mass production simply did not exist. Solution. Mass production fabricators could be built, but that would take time. Time the triumvirate did not have. So instead, the government simply seized control of all the fabricators for the duration, and placed a strict rationing regimen for civilian goods on the populace, while guns and artillery pieces were cranked out, cottage industry style. It was an imperfect solution at best, but it was the best they could do in the time frame they had to work with. Problem #3. A military needs more than just fighters. The shipyards needed construction crews, the army needed clerks, cooks, drivers, logistics specialists. The Navy needed all those plus individuals trained in shipboard duties. The list went on, and more importantly, they needed them immediately. Solution. This one was fairly simple. They were already drafting soldiers, so detailed lists were made of what was required, and the closest civilian analogs already in existence. A clerk in a shipping company would be handed a uniform and put to work doing what he had been doing all along, with some additional training in regards to the military's needs. Most of the support personnel draftees whispered a fervent prayer of thanks to their respective deities that they were not being called on to fight and buckled down in their new roles. Problem #4. Creating the tools an army and navy needed was simple enough. Training the pacifistic triumvirate races to use them was quite another. Teaching a Sortor, for example, how to disassemble, clean, and fire his weapon was child's play. Teaching him to point it at the enemy with the intent to kill was another matter entirely. Solution. Unlike the senior officers drawn from the guilds, a very different sort of individual was needed in the trenches. Someone with practical, first-hand experience in turning civilians into soldiers, a highly specialized profession that had not been practiced in almost a century. However, they did have the next best thing, the historical reenactors. Training camps were one of the scenarios they'd practiced over the years, and now they would do it for real. Acolyte Nasat shivered nervously as he and the other draftees were directed to a large open-air holding area. Like the rest of his species, he'd given a huge sigh of relief when the humans announced they would fight the Horde after all, only to be quickly followed by abject terror when they'd been told the triumvirate races would be drafted to fight beside them. He'd consoled himself with the thought the odds made it unlikely he himself would be one of the poor souls sent to war. And if by some strange twist of fate he was selected, then surely they would make an exception for a priest in training. But as he quickly discovered to his horror, the odds weren't in his favor, and there would be no exceptions. He'd pleaded with the venerable Ishre to intercede on his behalf, reminding him of the conversation they'd had on the nature of morality. Obviously, this was a perfect example of where they must hold fast in their beliefs of pacifism, or suffer the corruption they feared. Only to have the venerable turn on him, informing him it was his duty to serve as he had been commanded, to save the triumvirate from harm. His betrayal had shocked Nasat to the core, and at first he assumed this was merely another test. He'd begun his rebuttal when Ishre had quickly silenced him, reminding him that in their ancient past there would always be a few in the herd that were sacrificed to save the whole. The venerable's voice shook with anger as he condemned the young acolyte for his cowardice, when other, more important individuals needed to be protected. It wasn't until that very moment that Nasat realized the venerable was referring to himself, that the ancient priest, one who was in no danger of being drafted, due to his age, was willing to sacrifice not only his beliefs, but his fellow Sortors, if it meant he would live. The sheer hypocrisy of the spiritual leader he had once looked to for guidance shattered him, and it was a deeply troubled and broken young man who had reported for induction a few days later. There had been few exchanges amongst the new draftees. Most were simply too terrified and shell-shocked to engage in any sort of conversation, other than whispered prayers. As he owned no other garments, Nasat had reported for duty in his acolyte robes, quickly finding himself offering what little consolation he could to those seeking solace. Unfortunately, no one was in a position to offer solace to him in return. They'd been given name tags on lanyards to hang around their necks, along with an identification number, written in both their own language as well as the strange-looking human script. From there they boarded transports that ferried them across the provinces to a remote location in the wilderness, arriving at a new camp still under construction. It was the most primitive cantonment he had ever seen. Instead of the stoutly built permanent structures to which he was accustomed, most of the edifices seemed to be made of either thin plastic sheeting or, in many cases, actual fabric. They would be poorly suited indeed for protection from the elements, and Nasat made a mental note to point out this deficiency at the first opportunity. The holding area was a roped-off meadow near the buildings, and a short distance away he spotted an odd collection of walls, ditches, and sections of fence that seemed to serve no purpose at all. It was all very strange, but as he struggled to make sense of what possible use it could serve, a strange hush came over the crowd. Nasat scanned the area around him instinctively before spotting the cause. A single human approached them, dressed in loose-fitting mottled clothing, wearing a broad-brimmed hat, and everything about the earthling practically screamed predator. 100 sets of eyes watched the bipedal alien warily as he made his way to the front of the enclosure, before taking position on a small raised platform. He folded his arms behind his back and scanned the herd with a carnivore's eye, and Nasat could feel the other's desperate urge to bolt. But one look into the human's face made him too afraid to move. "Fall in!" the human barked, as every Sortor in the enclosure flinched at the sound of his voice, as if they'd been physically assaulted. "On the ground beneath you, you will see 10 yellow lines," he continued, ignoring their reaction. "You will place yourselves in rows of 10 on each line, your front hooves touching the edge. Do it now!" Nasat and the others scrambled to comply, but in their fear, their attempts to do as the human had ordered quickly descended into chaos. "God damn it!" the human shrieked. "Can't you damn aliens do anything right?" He jumped from the platform and waded into the crowd as the draftees tried to get out of his way, but the front ranks were penned in by those behind them. The human grabbed one of the others and physically dragged the poor fellow to the line, pulling his head down and pointing. "Right fucking there! Do you see it?" The terrified individual could only offer a quick bob of his head in reply, but that only seemed to set off the human yet again. "When I ask you a question, you will answer with yes, Drill Sergeant. Do you understand?" Yes, Drill Sergeant," the fellow mumbled. "What the fuck did you just say?" the human screamed. "I can't hear you." "Yes, Drill Sergeant," he howled, and Nasat was certain he was only moments away from passing out from fear. His yellow eyes were wild with terror, darting about as he desperately searched for escape. But that too drew the human's ire. "Eyes front, goddammit!" he shrieked. "You will look straight ahead and nowhere else. Do you understand?" "Yes, Drill Sergeant," came the reply, but it was sporadic at best. "I can't hear you!" he screamed again. "Yes, Drill Sergeant!" the herd howled in response, as the human looked at them in disgust. Pitiful. Just goddamn pitiful. He eyed his first victim closely, searching for faults, before snorting in disgust and moving down the line. How many did I say were in a row? Nasat struggled to recall what the human had just told them, but thankfully some of the others spoke up. 10! What the actual fuck is wrong with you? The human screeched. Try it again, goddammit, you useless bastards. 10 Drill Sergeant, the herd wailed. Then why the fuck are there 12 in the front rank? The human screamed. Can't you useless fucks count? I want 10 ranks of 10 right the fuck now. The herd broke down into chaos yet again, but this time it was chaos with purpose. It took a few minutes for the herd to sort themselves out, as the human cursed and dragged them to where he wanted them to stand. But finally they were positioned as he'd commanded. The drill sergeant stalked the front rank like the predator they knew him to be, before finally coming to a halt in front of them. He glared with a menace Nasat had never experienced in his life, and he wanted nothing more than to avert his gaze from those threatening eyes. But instead, he stood where he was told, looking straight ahead, his body trembling with fear. My name is Drill Sergeant Lin, the human said at last, in something approaching normal tones, and in the next few weeks, you will come to know me better than you know yourselves. He smiled, but there was nothing pleasant about that display of incisors. Nasat was utterly convinced he was sizing them up for their nutritional value. You will learn to march like soldiers, Lin continued. Shoot like soldiers, and if I tell you to, die like soldiers. The predatory grin got even wider as he patted a strange object on his hip. And if any of you think of running, think again. Because if you do, I will fucking shoot you. He pulled out what had to be a weapon, a sleek black device that was even more menacing than he was. If you don't think I'm serious, then I suggest you try me. He gazed over the herd, as if he was searching for something. No takers? Fine. Less paperwork that way. He slid the weapon back into its container and pointed over at the odd collection of walls and fences. That, boys and girls, is the obstacle course, Lin said with glee. Every day you will run the course. If you piss me off, you will run the course. And every week the walls get higher and the ditches wider. Nasat could only stare at the structure in horror, now that he understood its purpose. He wanted them to navigate that? Drill Sergeant Lin cackled with delight as he saw their reaction. Company Bravo, 1st Battalion, welcome to hell. Barbarians, Chapters 7, 8, and 9, Forged in Ice and Fire. The suite of rooms that had become the de facto military headquarters still had something of an unfinished look. For convenience, they'd located HQ in the Ministry Center, though even that simple decision had been hotly debated. There were some who worried about the optics, that to outside observers it might appear as if Earth had staged a coup d'etat during the triumvirates, or tetrarchy. The subject had been moved to the back burner for the duration, hour of need. So far, none of the races had raised that point. But Minister Singh and some of the more canny human observers assumed it was only a matter of time. There was a small but vocal minority that had suggested doing just that. After all, how would the triumvirate stop them? The malcontents had been quickly squelched, but Leandra couldn't help but worry the idea might start gaining traction, especially if things went badly on the war front. She'd made it a habit to sit in on the planning meetings, mostly to stay abreast of developments and offer a political viewpoint when needed. Other than that, she did her level best to stay out of the way of the professionals and let them handle the business of running the war. "Where are we at with the freighter conversions?" Marshal Antuma asked his Navy commander. Admiral Fujimoto grimaced. "Nowhere near what I'd like," she admitted. "We have 27 fully converted, with another 30 or so in various stages of being upgraded. On the plus side, the space docks are beginning to hit their stride, so those numbers should climbing rapidly in the next few weeks." "And the minus side of the equation?" Antuma asked quietly. "Weapons production," Fujimoto sighed. "Most of the fabricators simply aren't capable of meeting our needs. They were designed for purely domestic consumption, and retooling them for our purposes would be a gigantic time sink. The fabricators we can use are running 3 shifts non-stop, but we're still falling rapidly behind on our quotas." The Marshal nodded, taking that in. "Is there anything we can do to increase production?" Helene shook her head. "I've crunched the numbers until I'm blue in the face, and I keep getting the same answers. Any personnel and resources I pull off fabrication and shift over to constructing new fabricators will give us increased output, enough to meet our quota in 8 to 10 months. By which time the war is likely to be over," Antuma said sourly, "one way or another." "Exactly," Fujimoto agreed. "If you order me to, I can rob Peter to pay Paul, but I'd strongly advise against it. If it was just weapons for the freighters we were talking about, I might be willing to risk it, but we still have to build the comets, and what we have planned for the Ronin, of course." Marshal Antuma leaned back in his chair, folding his arms behind his head and gazing up at the ceiling. Helene had dubbed it his thinking pose, and she settled into her own as he worked through whatever problem his mind was currently tangling with. "Amateurs study tactics, professionals study logistics," he murmured, drawing a chuckle from his counterpart. "Even with fabricators and FTL drive, that hasn't changed," she agreed. The smile quickly left her face as she leaned forward. "I still don't like the stratagem we've come up with for the freighters," she said grimly. "Assuming everything goes according to plan, we stand a decent chance of blunting their advance. But how often does that happen?" "Never," Antuma said quietly. Admiral Fujimoto nodded. "I've reached deep into my personal bag of tricks and pulled out every last scheme and ruse to pull this off, but it's a crapshoot at best." She eyed him levelly across the table. "No matter what happens, most of those crews won't be coming back." "I know," he said tiredly, "but what choice do we have? If we don't slow their advance, we'll have nothing left to defend." Helene silently digested that for several moments, though it was nothing she hadn't already known. "We need more intel," she said at last. "I've been poring over the imagery we got from Wayfarer, but it doesn't tell us much. Their ships didn't face any resistance, so we know nothing about how well they'd stand up against someone who's willing to fight. But their formations are sound, with decent coverage between ships. That tells me they know what they're doing." Kwasi simply shrugged. "Until your freighters meet them in battle, we won't know what we're up against, not until they have someone to fight." He sighed. "But you're right, we do need more information." He took a deep breath. "We need someone on the ground." The Admiral gave a low whistle. "Gonna be damn difficult inserting a team under their noses. It'll have to be pure human, you realize. The trainees from the other races are nowhere near ready for an op like that." "Believe me, I'm all too aware of that," the Marshal said unhappily. "But could you do it? Get a squad onto one of the occupied worlds without being detected?" Her eyes lost focus as she considered the problem. "I can get them in," she said at last. "But getting them back out?" Helene shrugged helplessly. "They'll have to find a way past the ships in orbit, and at the moment I'm not sure if that's even possible. Plus, it'll mean pulling resources from our other commitments." "Can't be helped," he said firmly. "We're shooting blind here, and that will hurt us even more badly than a little slippage in our refit schedule." "It's likely to be a lot of slippage, but I take your meaning." She cocked her head, regarding him. "Have someone in mind?" "A few," he admitted. "I've been considering it for a while now, and I've been looking at who we have with the right kind of skills. I'll find the bodies," he assured her. "Make sure you tell them it's likely to be a rough ride," she warned him. "I just wish we had more of a pattern to work with. I'd prefer to send them in before an assault than after. With only 2 worlds attacked thus far, it's more than a little challenging trying to guess where they'll hit next. The marshal started to reply, but as he began to speak he was interrupted by an Ophipteran aide, who silently slid a tablet onto the table before withdrawing. Antima picked up the pad and started to read, only to close his eyes in pain as he set it back down. "Make that 3, he said softly. Dayaksh Jiaj Guyaz stepped off the assault craft and onto the surface of the Horde's latest conquest. This planet belonged to the machine race, making its architecture and infrastructure mostly unsuitable for the needs of the Konim. But that was a problem for tomorrow. Tonight, they burned. The first 2 worlds had fallen like overripe fruit, and Jiaj had no doubt this planet would be no different. The sagas of their forebears had spoken of terrible battles, but whatever their enemy might have been long ago, they were now mere shadows of their former selves. They had followed the path of peace for so long they had forgotten their past, forgotten them, and had become little more than mindless prey animals. There was a part of him that deeply regretted that. For what challenge was there for a warrior against an enemy that could not, fight? Against any other species he would have shown mercy, taken their surrender as a matter of course, and treated them with the respect due a fallen adversary. But his forebears demanded otherwise, their spirits crying out for vengeance, and until all the enemy's worlds lie broken and ravaged at his feet, they would not slumber. They had waited many long years for this day, and he would not deny them their revenge. The riven and shattered housings of the machine mines lay scattered everywhere as he walked alone through the strange alien city. Like their soft, fleshy allies, the machines had tried to run, tried to hide, but there was nowhere they could go that the Konim would not discover, sooner or later. It did not make up for the lack of struggle, but it would entertain the Horde for a time, as they tracked them to their warrens and dug them out of their holes. They would find uses for the ones they allowed to live, if one could call a machine alive. They had taken slaves from the other 2 worlds, and if those pathetic creatures were unable to fight, they could still serve the Konhim in other ways. They would man their factories till their farms serve in their homes. Even the poorest of the Horde would have their share of prisoners to choose from, though that concerned him as well. What would happen to the people then? The flaming star had shown them the error of their ways once before, bringing them back to the path of war so long ago. It now formed the centerpiece of the Horde's banner. But once they had slaked their thirst for vengeance, would they still remember the lesson it had taught them? He had searched long and hard for the answer to that question, but their forebears were strangely silent on that subject. If in the fullness of time they decided to send yet another rock from the heavens to show them their error, then so be it. He would accept their judgment, for he had already given them what they had desired for so very long. The flames burned steadily higher in the shattered community, the smoke filling his nostrils even as he spied one of the machines attempting to flee. Its mind was housed in some sort of wheeled contraption, a delivery vehicle of some sort, and even before he was able to make a conscious thought, his weapon was in his hands, barking loudly. The first shot appeared to have done no damage, but the second and third rounds most certainly did. A screeching cry erupted from the machine creature, the sound of metal being torn apart by a saw blade as it slowly ground to a halt, its lights dimming before going dark for good. "Diaksh!" he heard one of his officers cry. "We have found something!" Jiaj holstered his weapon and turned towards the sound, spotting a squad moving towards him, bearing something on a litter. As they drew nearer, he recognized the polished metal sphere they carried, the brain of one of the machine folk. The squad came to a halt before him, as the officer pounded his clenched fists to his chest in salute. "Speak!" he commanded as the officer bowed his head. "During the sack, I discovered this creature," he answered, pointing to the sphere. "It wore the body of a 4-legged walker, and I thought to have some fun with the beast. I tore away its limbs, leaving only stumps, and we laughed as it still tried to escape." A sneer appeared on his face as he looked with contempt at the machine. "And this interests me how?" Jiaj asked. "We soon grew bored of the game," the officer said quickly. "I was preparing to dispatch it when it begged for its life." Jiaj's features darkened. "As do they all," he growled. "If there is a point to be made here, I suggest you find it rapidly." He was swiftly losing his patience with this warrior. "Forgive me, Dayaksh," he answered. "I will speak plainly. As it pleaded to me, it claimed it had information of great interest to us. At first I assumed it to merely be a ruse, a desperate attempt to survive, but then it spoke of something that stayed my hand." "Indeed?" Perhaps there was something to be learned here after all. He turned towards the sphere. "Speak, machine." A small tinny voice came from the orb. "If I tell you, you will allow me to continue my existence," it whispered. "I can show you what will happen if you do not tell me," Giaj snarled. He withdrew his weapon once more and pressed it against the shiny metal. "Choose, machine." "You are in danger!" the machine howled, desperately trying to stave off its impending doom. "Even now, forces are being gathered to fight you." Giaj threw back his head and laughed. "Let them come! They will pose as little threat as you have." "You do not understand," the machine whimpered. "The ones coming for you, they are not of the triumvirate. The humans are a primitive species, but they are warlike and dangerous." The Dayaksh froze, staring at the sphere. Slowly he returned his weapon to its holster. "Tell me more of these humans," Giaj commanded. Formerly acolyte, now recruit Nasat, struggled to keep his weapon on the target, the way Drill Sergeant Lin had shown them. It wasn't the fault of the weapon, sadly, no matter how much he would have liked to blame the evil thing cradled in his arms. The Mark 1B, the Mark IA being the human variant, unsurprisingly enough, was a straightforward piece of technology, simple enough to operate, even if he could barely bring himself to look at it. No matter how hard he tried to keep the weapon steady on the target, the barrel would inevitably slide away, or his hands would begin to shake so badly aiming was just flat out impossible. He was a disaster as a soldier, and he knew it, though compared to the other recruits in Bravo Company, he probably scored somewhere in the upper third. It was just that training to fight, to kill, was so foreign, so alien to his nature that every fiber of his being rebelled against it, no matter how hard he tried. The same was true for all the others as well, though there were a few things here and there he and his fellow Sortors seemed to do reasonably well. Marching, for one, though being a herd species probably had something to do with that. When the situation called for large groups to do the same thing in unison, racial memory seemed to kick in automatically. Individual tasks like weapons training, on the other hand, were proving far more difficult. "It's just a target, people!" Sergeant Lin shouted. "You can't hurt it!" He marched up and down the firing line, checking to see if they were set. "Left side is ready. Right side is ready, shooters. Commence firing," he ordered, as a ragged volley of coughs rippled up and down the line. Nasat forced himself to concentrate on what they'd learned during marksmanship training, as he began to squeeze the trigger. The bull's eye was clearly visible in his helmet's targeting system, which was tied into the weapon, and once he had it locked in, the ammunition would do the rest. And yet, despite all the built-in advantages to the weapon, he, using it with any degree of proficiency, seemed to be forever beyond him. The target seemed to swim before his eyes as the shakes started up almost immediately, and in his hurry to simply be done with it, he jerked the trigger in rapid succession, emptying his magazine well before Sergeant Lin shouted, "Cease fire!" He cleared the weapon as he'd been shown, standing by as their drill sergeant checked their scores, before shaking his head in disgust. "Unfucking believable," he snarled. "If that had been a real enemy out there, you'd all be dead." The human glared at them all in turn, before turning his attention directly towards him. "Nasat! Front and center!" he shouted, as he winced in anticipation for what was to come. They'd all quickly learned that being singled out for anything was never good, but he carried his weapon at port arms as he trotted up to face the sergeant. "Recruit Nasat reporting as ordered, drill sergeant!" he shouted at the top of his lungs, as Lin glowered at the rest of the company. "I think it's time we had a real demonstration," he said darkly, as he reached into his pack and retrieved another magazine, handing it over to Nasat. "Lock and load, recruit," he ordered as Nasat hastened to do as he'd commanded. That much at least he could do correctly. They'd drilled over the simple procedure so many times he could perform it in his sleep. As he readied his weapon, Sergeant Lin removed his sidearm and swapped out magazines as well, as that evil smile appeared on his face once more. "Combat is simple, boys and girls," Lin told them. "If you don't kill your enemy, he will kill you." He turned and walked away from Nasat until they stood about 30 meters apart, before facing him once more. "The ammo you have loaded is a training round," the drill sergeant explained, "just like what I have in my weapon. It won't kill you or cause any real damage, but it will cause excruciating pain if it hits you." Nasat shuddered in sheer terror as he stared at the predator facing him, non-lethal weapon or no. Lin holstered his sidearm as the grin on his face grew wider. "Allow me to introduce you to an old human tradition known as the gunfight, Nasat. On the count of 3, I will draw my weapon and fire. If you haven't shot me by time I do, well..." He cackled with glee at the prospect of causing him pain, as Nasat's eyes darted about looking for escape. There was none to be found, of course, and even as he did, the rest of the company sidled away, giving him a very wide berth. "Are you ready, recruit?" Lin asked, and what he wanted to say, "Dear Creator, no," but they'd all learned by now there was only one acceptable answer to the question. "Yes, Drill Sergeant," he replied, even as he began to tremble in fear once more. "Good," Lin replied, licking his lips in anticipation. "1!" he shouted. Nasat struggled to bring the weapon up, but it seemed so heavy in his arms, as if it were suddenly made of lead. 2! Lin counted off, and time itself seemed to slow down to a crawl as he fought to point the weapon at the human target. "Please, Creator, I don't want to do this!" His mind howled even as he felt his finger begin to tighten on the trigger. 3! The human's hand darted down to his holster, and it seemed impossible that any living being could move so fast as the weapon was pulled free, whipping up to point directly at him, when Sergeant Lin suddenly disappeared. Nasat stared in shock. What had just happened? His eyes whipped around in panic, only to spot the drill sergeant seated on the ground, drawing deep breaths as he grimaced in pain. He looked down at his weapon in horror, before returning his gaze to the human, who, despite the pain he must be feeling, was now grinning madly at him. "Good job, Nasat," he managed to get out. "You did it." He pointed to a red mark on the center of his chest. "Good aim, too," he chuckled as he slowly rose to his feet. The young recruit could only stare at him in dismay. "I'm sorry, Drill Sergeant," he managed to get out, only to have Sergeant Lin snarl at him once more. "Sorry?" he shouted. "God damn it, when are you people going to fucking learn?" The rest of the company shrank back from him once more as he advanced on Nasat. "This entire company will be going into combat. People die in combat, and the only thing that will keep you alive is what you learn here." He stopped a mere handbreadth away and poked him in the chest. "We will perform this drill every day, all of you, until it becomes second nature, and anyone I catch stalling or missing intentionally, I will shoot myself. Do you understand?" "Yes, Drill Sergeant!" the company shrieked back at him. Lin spent a few more moments glowering at them before returning his attention to Nasat. "Next time, don't wait so long to fire," he told him. "The enemy won't give you 3 seconds. He won't even give you one. If you don't kill him, he will absolutely kill you." The human paused, as his voice dropped down to an almost conversational tone. "If you learn anything from me, learn that," he said quietly, before waving Nasat back to the others. "All right, you useless bastards. Draw training ammo and pair up. Time to see who wants to stay alive," he growled, as Nasat struggled to make sense of what he'd just learned. "Hell no, we won't go! Hell no, we won't go! Hell no, we won't go!" Governor General Granville stared out the window at the chanting crowd and sighed. They were peaceful thus far, and from what he'd seen would probably remain so. He'd read about this kind of thing in the history books, but he'd never imagined he'd actually see an anti-war protest in his lifetime. Thankfully, they were a rather small, if somewhat vocal minority, but he was beginning to grow concerned that the sentiment would start to spread. He really should have seen this coming, Granville realized sadly, and the irony of the situation bordered on the ludicrous. Humans were such a contrary and cantankerous bunch. Tell them that the sky was blue and half of them would argue it was actually green out of sheer cussedness, while the more pedantic types would insist on pointing out it really varied from black to red to yellow, before ever turning blue. A sizable bunch would contend it was all some sort of conspiracy, while the rest would simply shrug their shoulders in contemptuous apathy. There were times when he didn't blame the triumvirate one bit for keeping them at arm's length. For 90 years, humanity had chafed on the restrictions imposed on it, as they'd struggled to find ways to channel man's aggressions. There had been plenty over the years that had demanded war, and now that they had one, they were demanding peace. Granville sincerely hoped it wasn't the same group in both cases, but you never knew. He sighed yet again as the crowd took up a new chant. 1, 2, 3, 4. We don't need your Xeno war! There probably wasn't anyone in that crowd who was in actual danger of being drafted. The psychological screenings had been fairly thorough, and any of the wannabes that only played at war were utterly and completely unsuitable for the task at hand. Of course, there was no telling them that. The training camps that had sprung up around the globe were churning out recruits as fast as they could cycle them through, but by any realistic standard, they were woefully unprepared. Granville dreaded the casualty reports he knew would soon be crossing his desk. But unless they sent somebody out to fight, and quickly, the triumvirate would fall. And then what would happen to Earth? Granville didn't know, but the possibilities flat out terrified him. In the wake of the latest attack, an emergency meeting had been called, as the ministers demanded actually most of them, that the newly formed units go out and do something. They were trying to do just that, but these sorts things took time, and it seemed no one was willing wait. Ministers included. You must attack, Lassorth wailed, before any of our other worlds fall to the invaders. Marshal Antuma did his best to maintain an outward appearance of calm. Minister, we're simply not ready, he informed her. We need more time to build up our forces. How much more time will you require, given that every day we delay means more casualties? Komzoicha demanded. Our current projections suggest at least another month, Admiral Fujimoto replied. Any less, and we risk not only losing the forces we send against them, but also tipping our hand. If we give the enemy an idea of our capabilities before we've built up a sizable enough navy, we give them a chance to find ways to counter our strategies. And have you calculated how many worlds will fall in that time? Sigma 121 Sub-Delta countered. How many of our citizens will be lost? The two humans suddenly looked uncomfortable, and Leandra inwardly grimaced. She was no more sanguine to their losses than they were, but she at least had the advantage of knowing Earth's bloody history. It's difficult to say for certain, Antuma said at last. At least 1 or 2 more planets will likely fall before we're ready to take the fight to them. I'm sorry, ministers, but there's simply no way around that. We must be patient, Leandra counseled. I know it's difficult, seeing the images from those worlds, but if we attack before we're ready, we risk losing everything. Unacceptable, Lassorth howled. Too many have already died. You asked us to help you, Helene told them, since we have more experience in these matters, and that's exactly what we're trying to do. So please, I urge you, listen to those who have studied tactics and strategy their entire lives. Give us the time we need, she pleaded with them. Our citizens grow more terrified with every passing day, Sigma 121 Sub-Delta said firmly. In a month's time, there may be nothing left for you to defend. All right, Marshal Antuma said quietly, drawing a surprised look from his counterpart. We'll try. But, she began to say before he interrupted, if we ignore the morale of the citizenry, we do so at our peril. What may end up being a tactical defeat could also become a strategic victory, he told her, before she reluctantly nodded in agreement. God help us all, Leandra whispered. Commodore Kerime Fuentes struggled unsuccessfully to avoid checking the chronometer for the umpteenth time since they'd arrived on station. The 42 ships of Task Force Odysseus had waited silently for almost a week now, hidden away in the depths of the Uzonks system, and she was beginning to wonder if perhaps Antuma and Fujimoto hadn't guessed wrong after all. Humanity's practical experience in space combat was rather limited, and a century out of date. There'd been a series of skirmishes over Titan, and a rather brutal slugging match in Mars orbit over 150 years ago, but neither of those had been naval battles in the true sense of the word. No capital ships, no carefully planned tactics or strategies, just two small forces throwing what weapons they had at each other and hoping for the best. No matter what happened, this one would be one for the books, assuming it happened at all. At the moment, all the triumvirate Navy had for ships were converted freighters. They had no internal weapons, no armor, no shields of any sort, and it wouldn't take much to pound them into scrap. There was no way they could sneak in close enough to the enemy vessels to strike a serious blow, which meant the enemy would have to come to them. If the freighters could stay powered down long enough for the enemy's stumble over them, they stood a decent chance of doing some serious damage. The Joker in the deck was trying to predict where the enemy would strike next and setting up their ambush before they arrived. The enemy had moved in a fairly straight line since the first attack, but there were 3 different worlds that fell on that axis, any of which could be the next target. They'd run the variables through the computers a dozen times, trying to narrow it down, but in the end they'd been forced to go with their gut. If they'd guessed wrong and Uzonks wasn't the target, they'd be forced to withdraw and try again. Helene Fujimoto had really outdone herself planning this, Karime had to admit. She'd gone up against her more than once in the guild, only to get schooled each and every time. It was a gigantic throw of the dice, but if things broke their way, they might just have a shot. Who knows, they might even survive. The trick lay in hiding the ships until they could launch their attack, and Admiral Fujimoto had come up with a doozy. Once they'd found a nice asteroid field to hide in, they'd emptied their water tanks, coating each freighter with a thick layer of ice. It wouldn't fool an active scan pointed in their direction for very long, but on passive scans they should look like a scattering of rocky snowballs. In theory, at least. Helene always was a sneaky bitch, Commodore Fuentes thought to herself in grudging admiration. In fact, "Contact!" her helmsman shouted suddenly, pulling her out of her reveries. "Reading multiple ships, bearing 187 by 013 degrees. Karime pulled up her own display and muffled a silent curse. They were coming in close to the bearing they'd predicted, but there were over 100-point targets out there, all on a least time course for Uzonks. Those were some long damn odds, but then she'd always known they'd be outnumbered. "Alert the other ships by comm laser and tell them to stand by," she ordered. The timing for this operation had to be perfect if they were going to have a prayer of pulling it off. Her task force of converted freighters were laughably outgunned by the enemy ships, but there was one factor they had in their favor. They had lots of cargo room. "Tell the loadmasters to get ready," she told her crew as orders were passed by intercom as the ships came closer. "We'll open the cargo doors in 3 minutes from my mark." After they'd turned their ships into icebergs, her crew had gone EVA with cutting torches to ensure the doors would open. But there was always the chance that the ice had reformed. They could blow the doors if they had to, but that would just send the enemy a signal they couldn't possibly miss. "Cargo bay doors opening," the crew informed her minutes later. "Payload is being deployed." "Inform the engine room I want those reactors hot the instant we fire," she told them, never taking her eyes off the screen. The engines were currently powered down to avoid detection, but once they fired, the enemy would know they were there. They'd need those reactors powered up and ready to make their escape. She watched for any sign their efforts had been noticed, but so far the enemy was still boring in, fat, dumb, and happy. Her eyes narrowed as she took a closer look at the enemy's formation and tugged her ear thoughtfully. Their pattern was odd, almost as if they were each maneuvering separately. Was it possible they'd never drilled in fleet tactics? If they hadn't faced another enemy in space, that would make sense, but the very fact their ships were armed seemed to belie that. She filed that fact away, secure in the knowledge that everything they observed was being recorded for the drones. If the worst happened, hopefully at least some record of their battle would survive. Her comm officer touched his ear and looked over at her. "All ships report deployment complete, Commodore," he said quietly as she nodded in reply. She was operating on pure instinct now, gauging the perfect moment by eye and experience alone. "Come on, just a little closer," her mind whispered, as the final piece fell into place. "Fire!" she commanded, as the missiles they'd been quietly dumping into space suddenly went active, their homing radars searching for targets as they roared away from the task force. "Missiles inbound!" the tactical officer said in shock, as alarms began to blare. "We're reading 20,000 incoming projectiles, estimated time of impact, 0.30 seconds. Diakshjiaj Guyaz's head snapped around as defensive systems came online. "Evasive maneuvers!" he shouted, as the fleet began to scatter. "Target the missiles and find me those ships." "Reactors hot, engines to full!" Fuentes bellowed, as the task force began pulling away from the enemy fleet. They'd shot their bolt, and now it was time to make their escape. The lumbering freighters were slow to respond, but for the moment at least the enemy was otherwise engaged. With any luck, that would buy them enough time to get underway, but in the interim, she still had a few cards left to play. "Dump the chaff!" she shouted as pallets of metal shards were kicked out the open cargo doors, a small explosive charge scattering the debris once the ships were clear. As long as the clouds of chaff were between them and the enemy, any attempt to target the freighters would be hopelessly degraded. Oathkeeper's tactical officer howled in frustration as his displays suddenly turned into blooms of static hash. "They're interfering with my scans!" he cried out, even as the fleet began firing on the missiles. Counter-missiles and automatic rapid-fire cannon blazed away at the incoming warheads, and they started being knocked out of the sky by the hundreds. But thousands of their brethren threaded their way through the defensive fire, their homing radar pinging madly as they went screaming in for the kill. So far, everything was going exactly to plan, which only made Commodore Fuentes even more nervous. The Demon Murphy had yet to put in an appearance, which could only mean when he did show up, it would be spectacular, and not in a good way. The freighters were slowly but steadily picking up speed, and as of yet, none of the enemy was in pursuit. Just in case they were coming, however. "Release the mines," she ordered, as even more pallets were ejected from the cavernous cargo holds, scattering thousands of explosive mines in their wake. With any luck, the enemy would come blundering through the chaff cloud, only to slam into minefield now behind them. If that happened, kaboom! The incoming missiles were in their final boost phase now, and while the defensive fire was winnowing them down, there were still thousands left. Oathkeeper's bridge crew collectively held its breath as they waited until the last possible second. And then... "Fire capacitors!" Giage snarled as the fleet suddenly exploded with a massive burst of electromagnetic energy. The pulse wave radiated outward, crashing into the incoming missiles, and turning the overwhelming majority of them into harmless hunks of metal easily shrugged off. Some of the missiles managed to survive the blast and detonated against the Konim ships, suddenly belching air and plasma. A handful of ships were badly damaged, and Vengeance and Reprisal exploded in balls of fire, but the rest of the fleet was still very much in the fight. "EMP!" the helmsman howled as Karimi's eyes widened in horror. That blast of energy had destroyed almost all of the missiles, and her heart sank as she realized that Murphy had shown up after all. "Missiles had minimal effect," her XO said quietly for the record, as she realized just how bad things were about to get. "Ready the Hail Mary," she ordered. "After them!" Giage ordered as the fleet changed course, following the fleeing ships. All they had was the general direction, as the clouds of chaff still interfered with their sensors. He leaned forward, peering closely at the display, as sudden suspicion gnawed at him. "Alter course," her ordered the helmsman. "They have disrupted our sensors for a reason, and I suspect whatever awaits us on the other side, we will not find to our liking. Avoid the jamming field and converge on the other side." "At once, Diaksh," his helmsman responded as he steered Oathkeeper around the chaff cloud. Commodore Fuentes clenched her jaw as the enemy ships began altering course. "They didn't buy it," she said softly, more to herself than anyone else. She had exactly one trick left in her bag, and if that didn't work, they were doomed. Giage's eyes glittered with recognition as Oathkeeper cleared the chaff cloud. "Clever, but not clever enough," he smirked as the waiting minefield suddenly appeared on their screens, along with the escaping freighters. "Target those ships and fire!" Now it was the enemy's turn, and Fuentes winced as her task force was ripped apart. "Fire the Hail Mary!" she howled, as the remaining freighters spat out dozens of missiles into the face of the pursuing fleet. The flight time was mere seconds as the enemy closed the gap, as a string of fusion bombs detonated right in their lap. Radiation alarms wailed as their screens blanked automatically. There was no time to evade, so the Konim ships simply charged through the blasts, their hulls taking the brunt of the deadly fire, and kept on coming. Karime had only a few seconds to realize just how badly they'd underestimated the enemy, slapping a red button on her console to send the message drones away from her ship, mere moments before it disappeared in a ball of fire. "So much for these humans," Giage smiled in triumph as the last ships died. Barbarians, Chapters 10, 11, and 12, The Ashes of Uzonks. At first the task force was merely overdue. No one knew for sure if Uzonks was even the enemy's next target, or when an attack might be expected, and their mission profile included complete radio silence. But when the images came streaming in from the planet with pleas for help, before going offline, there was no longer any doubt as to its fate. They held out hope that a few survivors might have escaped, but as the days passed without word, that too was dashed. When the reality of what had happened finally sank in, all hell broke loose. "We must send an envoy to the enemy," Sigma 121 Sub-Delta announced, catching the humans by surprise. "If we throw ourselves at their mercy, perhaps they will listen." "Minister, that's an extraordinarily bad idea," Marshal Antuma replied. "Assuming that any envoy isn't simply killed out of hand, what could you possibly offer them they can't simply take by force? Not only that, you'll appear even more weak in their eyes than you do already." That brought their ministers skidding to a halt, though Leandra nodded in agreement. "But we must do something," Lasorth said desperately. Uzonks was the second Sortor world to be hit, and seeing her people suffering yet again had all but broken her. Admiral Fujimoto slowly rose to her feet. "Ministers, we humans have a saying, fish or cut bait." They looked at her in confusion. As herbivores and artificial life, the concept of fishing held no meaning for them. "It means you have to choose, either fight this war or surrender. The time for half measures is long past, assuming it ever existed at all." "But our attack failed," Komzoisha said quietly. "What hope is there in fighting now?" Leandra turned to her fellow ministers. "Yes, we lost the battle, and as long as we're being completely honest with ourselves, we lost it because we attacked before we were ready." Lasworth and Komzoisha suddenly had difficulty meeting her gaze, and who knew where the Ronin minister was looking at any given moment. "But one battle is not a war," she continued, "and this war is far from over. The Admiral's question still stands, fight or surrender, knowing that either choice means death for our citizens." Slowly their heads came up as she waited for their reply. "Can we still win?" Lasworth asked in a small voice. "Yes, Minister," the Marshal replied. "I believe we can. It won't be easy, and it may come to pass that any victory we are able to pull out of this war may well be a Pyrrhic one." He paused for a moment, to let that sink in. "Knowing that, do you have the will to keep fighting?" "And if we surrender?" Sigma 121 Sub-Delta asked. "What will become of us then?" The military commanders shared a look as Fujimoto brought up the images from Uzonks. Lassorth looked away as tears filled her eyes. "That, Minister, over and over again," the Admiral said softly. "That's the best you can hope for, if you surrender." The silence that followed seemed to stretch out, until finally Komzoiha rose to his feet. "The only choice we have is no choice at all," he said at last. Leandra gazed at each of them in turn, before finally facing Marshal Antuma. "I believe we're all in agreement," she said firmly. "We fight!" News of the disaster at Uzonks spread through the triumvirate like wildfire. Many of its citizens simply gave up, surrendering to what they believed was the inevitable. Others joined demonstrations against the government, the first ever in their lengthy memory, demanding answers and, more importantly, hope. Leandra quickly found herself promoted to the position of spokesperson, going before the crowds and pleading for calm. She knew what they needed to hear at that moment, and while she was no Churchill, she had ready access to his speeches and the speeches of others, other men and women who had been in the same position in Earth's history, and she cribbed heavily from each and every one of them. She had never thought of herself as a great orator, but as she mounted the steps, she found herself speaking with passion, exhorting them to not give up, to continue the fight, to come together as a people. Individuals who had previously sneered at the upstart humans now found themselves being moved by her words, as the triumvirate began to face the cold realities they had so long avoided. The demonstrations grew smaller, even as the crowds turning up for her weekly addresses seemed to increase exponentially. It was a start. But was it enough? Leandra found herself wondering that more and more, as the days and weeks dragged on. The answer finally came, as it so often does, from the unlikeliest of sources. Rykret had come to the capital to continue her studies as a healer, just as her parents and grandparents had before her, but in truth, she had simply drifted into the role. Triumvirate medical science had progressed to the point where a healer was all but superfluous, reduced to monitoring the machines that diagnosed and treated their patients. She would read the pronouncements the computer spat out as if they were her own. But despite her own innate talents, she was little more than a technician. What should have been a calling was mere drudgery, and as she reported to the hospital each day, she wondered why she even bothered. Then war broke out. The shock had almost shattered her. Things like war weren't supposed to exist in the Triumvirate, and only the humans still found the idea of combat to be something other than abhorrent. She'd watched her fellow sortors led away, drafted to fight, a role they were so obviously unsuited for, though in the privacy of her own thoughts, she thanked the Creator she had not been chosen. Let others fight if they must, for she was trained to preserve life, not take it. There were many anxious conversations amongst her family as she begged them to come to the capital. It was far from where the fighting was taking place, and if there was any place they would protect, it would be here. But her family balked, assured by their local leaders that despite all that had happened, they would be safe. They were finally able to calm her fears, despite the long distance between them, and as she and her mother said their goodbyes, she promised she would contact her again soon. That chance would never come. Uzonks fell 2 days later. Raikret stopped going to class, stopped reporting for duty at the hospital, stopped everything. Even eating had become far too much an effort, as she felt nothing but the agonizing loss of her family and her home. She lay listlessly in her sleeping chamber, staring at nothing, until friends finally intervened. Raikret soon found herself as a patient in the very place she had once treated others, and bit by agonizing bit her fellow healers slowly brought her back to something resembling life. But there was a hollowness within her, one that would never be healed. Once she was discharged, to make room for new patients suffering from the same affliction, her mentor encouraged her to seek out others, that the sensation of being around them was perhaps the best medicine of all for her. So Raikret would seek out the crowd, be it social gatherings, entertainments, even occasions as mundane as shopping. But it was a mere placebo, nothing more. Until one day when she happened upon a gathering waiting to hear the human minister Singh speak. She had heard others mention her speeches, though she had not listened to them herself. There seemed to be no point. Only as the minister addressed the crowd, Raikret found herself feeling the stirrings of something she'd thought long dead, that perhaps all was not lost, that if they wanted to survive, to see their loved ones have the chance to survive, that it was up to them. The humans were willing to give all that they could, but that they could not do it alone. The word that danced on the tip of her tongue was all but impossible for her to say. Even as the tears streamed down her face, tears she had thought she was no longer able to cry, the word struggled to find purchase. Raikret railed against that word, the sheer cruelty of it, but as she found herself staring at the crossroads before her, the word emerged triumphant at last. It was the barest of whispers, but for someone who had lost everything, it was victory. The word was hope. She stumbled away from the crowd, her mind reeling, but even as she wandered the streets, she knew she could not go back to her former life. She needed more, something to give her life meaning. Raikret needed to make a difference. The newly formed triumvirate military was still feeling its way, despite humanity's guidance. There was no equivalent of the Pentagon or Ministry of Defense, and its various components were wedged into whatever available space could be found. Humans were an almost ubiquitous presence anywhere uniforms were worn, and it was a very surprised child of Earth who could only stare in disbelief at the young female sortor who appeared on their doorstep. "I'm sorry, what did you just say?" Sergeant Vukovic asked in astonishment. "I wish to join those fighting the enemy," Raikret said once again. "Is this the place to do that?" "Let me get this straight. You're volunteering?" the sergeant said carefully as he shook his head in amazement. "Yes," she replied simply. "Am I at the wrong location?" "Beats the hell out of me," Vukovic shrugged. "To the best of my knowledge, no one's ever done it before." He paused for a moment and gazed at her thoughtfully. "Look, Miss Raikret, I am a healer. I was a healer, here in the capital. Now I wish to fight." She returned the human's look with equanimity, despite never having been in such close proximity to one before. "Raikret." The human smiled politely at her, before leaning back in his chair. "Do you mind if I ask why you want to sign up?" The question was surprisingly difficult to answer. In the end, she opted for simplicity. "My family was on Uzoneks," she said at last, Sergeant Vukovich nodded sympathetically. "You have my deepest condolences," he said gently. "I didn't realize revenge was part of your species' psychological makeup." She blinked in surprise. "Vengeance?" Rykret tasted the strange word before shaking her head. "No, it is not that." He looked at her curiously. "If you were human, that's exactly what it would be." "I am not human," she pointed out. "No, it was something Minister Singh said in a speech. That if we wished to survive, it was the duty of all of us to take part, that we could not simply let your people carry the entire load." "That touched something in me," she said softly, as her hand went to her chest. "I see," Sergeant Vukovich replied, as an odd expression crossed his face. "Wait just a moment." He bent to his console and began typing for several minutes, as she waited patiently for him to finish whatever it was he was doing. Finally, he produced a tablet and stylus. "If you want to join the army, then sign here." He pointed at a space near the bottom. Rykret didn't bother reading the words, simply scrawling her name where he'd indicated. She handed it back as he quickly verified her signature before handing over another form. "Be at this location at 0800 tomorrow morning. Bring identification, a change of clothing, and whatever personal items you require for basic hygiene. They'll take it from there." He stood up from behind his desk and extended his hand. "Welcome aboard, recruit," he said, utterly bemused. She looked at his hand curiously before recalling the human greeting. She took his hand in hers, feeling its soft warmth, and not for a moment horrified she had touched a bloodthirsty predator. "Thank you," she said softly. "Trust me, in a week you'll be cursing my name," he chuckled. Recruit Rykret was the first triumvirate citizen to volunteer for duty. She was not the last. Prior to the deployment of Task Force Odysseus, Commodore Fuentes was handed a set of sealed orders directly from Marshal Antuma himself. No electronic copies existed in any database, and once she'd read them after getting underway, they were immediately incinerated. The orders were simple enough: deliver a package to Uzonks before going dark, and forget she'd ever seen it. The orders didn't explain why she'd been given these instructions, but it didn't take a genius to put two and two together, which is why she had quietly reprogrammed one of the message drones to head for the planet's surface, in case the worst happened. Their shelter smelled terrible. It reeked the day they'd arrived, and after 2 weeks packed in like sardines, the aroma hadn't improved one bit. You'd think a society as advanced as the Triumvirate would find a way to make their waste dumps a bit less fragrant, but it seemed some things were truly universal, not that they were complaining, as the smell kept casual visitors from investigating their location too closely. They had good line-of-sight views in 4 directions, and just enough elevation to tap into the odd electronic transmission. From an operational standpoint, it was absolutely perfect, though Musashi was getting tired of stuffing cotton up his nose. He slowly glanced around their improvised hide at the rest of the team. Tango was draped around her rifle as if she was cradling a lover, as still as the mist. Her glacier blue eyes scanned the horizon through her scope, her only movement the occasional murmur as she recorded newly observed data. She was attractive, in a rough-hewn way, her blonde braid dangling casually over her shoulder, and as deadly as a cobra out to 3,000 meters. Greybird's fingers delicately manipulated the controls of his console, searching out the random snippets of data floating in the ether. He had the deft touch of a safecracker, the talents of a hacker, and the soul of an artist, piecing together what appeared to be unrelated scraps into a coherent whole. He'd tapped into both the Sortor's transmissions as well as the enemies, the Konhim, they'd learned they called themselves, after deciphering their language, storing everything for when they returned to friendly space, if they returned to friendly space. Musashi took a moment to regard his own reflection in a piece of shattered glass. Despite his call sign, there wasn't a trace of Asian DNA in his genetic makeup, and in many ways, he was the odd man out of the group, the generalist surrounded by specialists, the historian far more comfortable in musty libraries than the field, the loner who'd been elevated to leader by default. And then there was Whisper. Despite humanity's best efforts to locate and treat those suffering from the various mental afflictions that had plagued mankind since the beginning, there would always be a few who slipped through the cracks. Most would end up confined, sooner or later, sentenced to long-term therapy, while others still sought to embrace the madness. The self-controlled sociopath that managed to pass as normal was all but a myth, and before he'd been selected for the mission, Musashi had blithely assumed they were merely the creation of bad fiction. The thought of such an individual actually being employed by the government, if they existed at all, was laughable. Whisper had quickly disabused him of that callow notion. The man was an utter enigma, his dark eyes seemingly as placid as a saint's, but when you looked closer, he'd only made that mistake once, and it still left him slightly nauseous. You could see things squirm in those depths. He was capable of surface pleasantry, seeming to have a lively and wry sense of humor, but behind that carefully crafted mask was something not quite human. They'd all been handpicked for this mission. He didn't know their real names, nor did he want to, any more than they knew his. They were there on Uzonks to learn everything they could about the enemy that had torn through the triumvirate like a grizzly gutting a deer, and despite all they'd discovered, it seemed there were still more questions than answers. Musashi crawled slowly over to Tango's position, peering out one of the small holes they'd knocked out of the wall. A thick pall of smoke hung over the city, as the invaders still managed to find things to burn. "Anything new?" he asked quietly. She didn't move a muscle. "They're still operating off the Viking playbook," she informed him, "though they don't seem to have added rape to their repertoire." Her tone was coldly clinical as she delivered her update. "Hurrah for species incompatibility. They're still slaughtering the locals out of hand?" he asked. The first few days after the invasion had been an unending nightmare, but by now they'd become almost sanguine at the various tortures the Konhim visited upon the defeated Sartors. "Most of them, but I've spotted some being herded away." "No pun intended," she said dryly. "That was a new development." "Any idea why?" he asked. "None at all," she replied. "But if I had to hazard a guess, I'd say the ones they've taken prisoner had rank of some sort. They're dressed better than the others," she explained. "Interrogations," Whisper nodded as he magically appeared at their side. There were times he thought the man could teleport, the way he could move so silently without being seen. And let's not think about what he may have used that particular talent for in that past, shall we? Musashi thought to himself, though he was forced to agree with his assessment. "If they're being questioned, you can guess what the subject is," Greybird chimed in, looking up from his console. "They have to be asking about us. Not the team," he hastened to add, "but humanity. That download we got from the task force message drone." They all nodded grimly at that. Watching the destruction of the task force had been a sobering sight. "Any sign of them carting off their spoils?" he asked Tango, looking to change the subject. "Other than a few baubles and trinkets?" "None that I've seen," she told him, as he once again tried to make sense of what they were seeing. Earth had seen its fair share of invasions in its history, and some of them had been almost as bloody as what they were seeing here. But even the most infamous examples, the Huns, the Mongols, the conquistadors, they'd all been after something other than just wholesale murder. Land, gold, slaves. Each of those same invasions had served some purpose, some need of the invaders, but for the life of him he was no closer to understanding the Konhim's motives than when they'd first arrived. It had all the earmarks of jihad in many ways, and while the invaders were just as thorough as the Einsatzgruppen, there was a sheer ferocity that seemed more at home with the Aztecs than a spacefaring species. It was almost as if the enemy was a plague of locusts, consuming all before it. But that didn't make any sense either. "What is it they want?" Musashi asked out loud. "They're not making any moves to colonize. They're not prospecting for fissionables. They're not taking slaves. So why are they here? What's driving this invasion?" "Religious fanaticism?" Greybird suggested. "Maybe," Musashi admitted. "But I prefer not to settle on that answer without some sort of proof. It's too easy a trap to fall into when searching for motives. Besides, if it was religious in nature, I'd expect to see some sort of rituals involved. Altars, sacrifice, that sort of thing. This is more like pulling the wings off flies." He glanced over at Whisper almost involuntarily as he said that, who returned his gaze with a bemused half-smile. He suppressed a shudder and looked back towards the city, as Tango lifted her head from her scope and contemplated him for a moment before speaking. "I don't think it's any of that," she told him. "From everything I've seen, this feels personal to me." "Personal?" His mind spun wildly at the thought. "But that would presume some previous contact between the Konhim and the Triumvirate, and we know they've been at peace for over 10 millennia. Tango shrugged as she went back to her rifle. "It's just my take on what we're seeing," she replied. What if she's right? He wondered. That might explain the reason behind this invasion, but how can we confirm it? There was only one way, of course, and Musashi had known all along it might eventually come to this, though he'd shied away from it. They were here to gather data, yes, but taking more direct action raised the risk factor considerably. Only they'd exhausted all their other options, and if they failed to discover the answers to the questions they'd been sent here to learn, then all of it was for nothing. Musashi closed his eyes, taking a deep breath before turning to face Whisper. We need a prisoner, he said quietly. Someone who has direct knowledge and won't be immediately missed. Whisper's smile was positively gleeful. I thought you'd never ask. It was a couple hours before dawn when Whisper returned with his prisoner, bound and gagged. The Konim towered over the dark-eyed man, and yet his every gesture practically screamed his terror of him. There were few marks on the Konhim warrior, but whatever it was Whisper had done to loosen his tongue had him as giddy as a schoolgirl on her first date. He so very much did not want to know what he'd done to make that happen. Not for anything. Whisper forced him to kneel in front of him, which was an odd sight up close since their knees bent the opposite way, before removing his gag. Tango had her rifle trained on him, as cool and detached as ever, but the prisoner barely spared her a glance. All his attention was for the man who'd captured him, and Musashi almost pitied their captive. Greybird had the recorders already running as he stood before the Konhim. What is your name? He asked. It was always better to start off with something simple and establish a rapport. Chatosh, he answered, never taking his eyes off Whisper, who nonchalantly pulled a hidden dagger and began cleaning his fingernails. Chagtoj made a small sound in the back of his throat that sounded like a moan, before looking back at Musashi. Keep that one away from me, and I will tell you what you wish to know. Definitely did not want to know what he'd done. Why are you here? Musashi asked. Why have you attacked the triumvirate worlds? Chagtoj raised up his head. To fulfill our forebears' pact, he said simply. Pact? Musashi asked in surprise. What does that mean? The Konhim warrior told him. For hours they questioned him, and the more he talked, the more dumbfounded they became. Chagtoj held nothing back, spinning a yarn that hung together all too well to be fabricated, and as the sun began to rise high in the midday sky, Musashi could only stare at him in astonishment. I don't believe this, he said at last. It's insane! Whisper's blade came out again. You think he's lying? He asked hopefully. Chagtoj shrank away from him even as Musashi held up a placating hand. Put that away, he ordered, as the Konhim sighed in relief. No, it's not him I don't believe. It's the triumvirate. Things just got a bit more complicated, Tango agreed. Greybird looked over at him. We've got to get this back to Earth, he said with feeling. Agreed, though I'm at a loss as to how, Musashi told him. We try taking off in our shuttle and they'll shoot us out of the sky. Whisper practically giggled as he held his knife to Chagtoj's throat. What about his? Move it! Sergeant Vada shouted. Up the hill! Nasat ran as fast as he could, bounding from one covered position to another, as the enemy rained down fire all around him. Explosions sent dirt and debris flying everywhere, and even as he charged to the next spot, one of his squad mates was cut down, his legs kicking wildly as he thrashed in pain. Healer! He howled, hoping one of the medical staff was nearby, but he could not do anything to assist his wounded comrade. They had to take out the enemy guns, or else all of Bravo Company was doomed. He risked peering out from the tree he was hiding behind, spotting the trench line the enemy was using for protection. Loading one of the grenades he carried into the underslung launcher, Nasat took a deep breath before rolling out and firing. He was up and moving just as the grenade detonated, charging up the steep incline and into the trench, his eyes wild with the adrenal surge his species had evolved to run from predators, not towards them. He stumbled as the dirt gave way beneath his feet, firing blindly, even as the other surviving members of his platoon rushed in behind him, adding their fire to his own. The enemy went down hard, taking 2 more from his team with them before their guns finally went silent. Clear! Sergeant Vadas called out as Nasat slowly rose to his feet. He took a position in the trench, inserting a fresh magazine as he prepared for a counterattack. His chest heaved with exertion, his hands trembling as he greedily sucked water from his canteen, even as he scanned the perimeter for enemy reinforcements. Every part of his body ached as he waited for orders, and he was certain he couldn't have taken another step if he'd tried. Vadas was breathing heavily as well, though he was certain she could still get up and run if it were necessary due to the human's freakish stamina. Looking below, he could see the healers attending to the wounded, their armbands marked with the two intersecting red bars the humans used for medical personnel. Nasat hoped they'd be able to rest before being called upon to take the next objective, but cruel experience had taught him not to get his hopes up. He sighed, taking another drink of water, as a warbling chime emanating from every communication device caught him by surprise. "Exercise concluded," the disembodied voice intoned. "Blue team is declared the victor." Nasat glanced down at the blue armband he wore and managed a brief smile. Sergeant Lin had promised them time to stand down and relax if they defeated the red team, and as he rose to his feet, Sergeant Vadas flashed him a toothy grin. "You did good, Nasat," she told him, clapping him on the shoulder, and for once he was too tired to flinch. She had arrived from the human planet a few weeks earlier, along with many others, and had joined their company for the final phase of training. They now held the majority of the leadership positions in the unit, which was only fitting, as they had much more experience. "Thank you, Sergeant," he said wearily as all the dead and wounded rose to their feet as well. This battle had been the final culmination of their training, and as he replayed it in his mind, he was amazed at just how far he had come. "Well, come on then," she chuckled as she started down the hill. "I hear they've got transportation waiting, and Lin hinted he had a surprise for us." Nasat stared at her in horror, making her laugh out loud. "Not all surprises are bad," she snorted as he followed in her wake. "If you say so, Sergeant," he replied dubiously, despite the fact everything his training had taught him said otherwise. Sergeant Vadas was as good as her word. Once they'd cleaned and secured their equipment, they loaded the trucks and were taken to clearing far from the outskirts of their base. Night was beginning to fall, and as they neared their objective, Nasat could see a huge bonfire, surrounded by tables piled high with food and drink. Humans and Sortars alike mingled nearby, and as they came to a halt, he could hear music blaring from some hidden source. It was a tune unknown to him, obviously human, and curious he queried his translator. The reply obediently appeared. The song was something called "When Johnny Comes Marching Home." There was a jubilant air to the music, and many of the humans were singing happily along as they disembarked, though it seemed as if there was an undercurrent of sadness to it as well. His people also created music, but the rhythms and scales were very different. A Sortar composer worked to create intricate symphonies built to showcase harmonies, the complexity of the work in direct correlation to how well it was received. It was a purely intellectual exercise, a salute to the mathematical equations involved, but the human song was something far different. It was almost embarrassingly simple in comparison, and yet there was something about it that drew his attention, almost as if it was designed to elicit an emotional response, as opposed to a mental one. He would have to ask one of the humans about it at some point. Nasat and the others drifted towards the tables, amazed at the wide assortment of food and beverages available. Many were familiar, of course, but there were several varieties that were utterly alien to him. Human food, obviously. He gave a large container of red orbs a tentative sniff, their aroma subtle yet almost devilishly tempting. He chose one of the fruits at random and bit into its flesh, a broad smile appearing on his face as its sweetness filled his mouth. Perhaps he would sample some of the other varieties the humans had brought as well, he pondered, as he followed a group of fellow trainees to a table where mugs of dark liquid were being poured from a cask. A group of humans had congregated there, laughing and joking, as he looked curiously at the male filling the mugs. "What is this?" he asked. The human grinned at him. "Fruit juice." "Sort of," he laughed, pressing one into his hands. "Well, it started out as grape juice at least," he chuckled. But there was something about his tone that made Nasat instantly suspicious. Another wary sniff quickly explained why, as he detected the telltale scent of fermentation. He would have to be very careful with that, as his species had a low tolerance for alcohol. Judging by some of the antics he was witnessing, the same could not be said for the humans. He found himself wandering once more as another song began to play. A simple martial air, this one titled "Over the Hills and Far Away," which left him somewhat puzzled. Were all human songs about war? As easily as they gravitated towards it, he would not be surprised. He spotted several humans splitting off and heading into the woods, where he could see another fire in the distance. A sign pointed the way, though the simple word left him puzzled once more. Another query to his translator and he became physically ill, forcing him to take a large draught of his juice to settle his stomach. At least the humans had the common decency to locate it elsewhere, though he pitied the curious Sortar who discovered what barbecue was the hard way. The air was filled with celebration, and yet he found himself unable to fully take part. Some of that was due to his own nature. It was unusual for one of his kind to seek solitude, and there were some that thought it to be some sort of pathological condition. It was one of the reasons he had drifted towards a life of contemplation, though he wondered now if he would ever be able to return to the meditations of his former path. His master's betrayal had cut deeply, but even more than that was the slow realization just how much he had changed over the last few months. The universe looked very different to him now, and Nasat wondered if he would ever find his place within it again, assuming the enemy allowed him the opportunity, of course. Letting out a heavy sigh, he turned away from the fire and wandered towards the perimeter. Most of his brethren were gathered together in groups, both large and small, as was customary, but for some reason he felt reluctant to join them. The humans were gathered together as well, and in a few cases they intermingled. It was so strange seeing them laugh and smile when he had grown accustomed to simply being screamed at by them. Once upon a time, he had dismissed their species as being woefully primitive and barbaric, like so many others. But he had come to realize they were far more complex than he had ever given them credit for. Perhaps I should find a quiet spot to sleep, he thought to himself. They were all woefully behind on that precious commodity, and it seemed a wiser course than simply moping about. He was about to do just that when he spotted a lone figure gazing into the fire, a female bearing the healer armband. It took him a few moments to recognize her, Rykret, a recent addition to the company. He did not know her well, for she too seemed to prefer seclusion from the crowd. Nasat was about to turn away and leave her in peace when something stopped him. Something in her eyes, a stillness, a disquiet that resonated with his own feelings of unease. Before he realized what he was doing, he found himself standing beside her. "Greetings," he said politely. Rykret gazed up at him. "Nasat, yes?" she asked him. He nodded his assent as she inclined her head. "What do you make of all this?" she asked, waving an arm towards the increasingly boisterous crowd. He shrugged in reply. "I am not sure. It is a pleasant change from training, certainly." He looked at her curiously. "And you?" She answered his shrug with one of her own. "I am uncertain as well. I find the crowd to be overwhelming at times." A new song began playing, this one telling the story of a young female named Katyusha, and once again there was a martial element to the tale. He was beginning to think they had been chosen purposely, though for what reason he was uncertain. But he understood Rykret's unease quite well. "So much has happened so quickly," he replied, "that I think all of us are struggling to find where we now belong." She froze for a moment, and Nasat feared he had unwittingly caused some offense. He was preparing an apology when she bobbed her head. "Yes, much has changed," she said softly. It was as if each word carried the gravity of 1,000 suns, and a part of him wished to inquire as to the reason. But something stopped him. A sense, perhaps, that she was not yet ready to offer an explanation. Obviously, a change in topic was in order. "What did you think of the exercise?" he asked her. She took a moment to consider her response. "I think we would be lost without the humans," she told him. "Certainly we would have never been able to come so far without their assistance." That was assuredly the truth. "I had never known a human before," Nasat admitted, "and I cannot say I truly know them now, but I agree, there is much they can teach us." "Is it not written that truth can be found in the unlikeliest of places?" Rykret looked at him closely. "You were an acolyte, were you not?" "Before, I mean." "I was, yes," he told her. She turned away, gazing back into the flames. "Do you think you will return to that life?" "After?" That was a question he had often been asking himself as of late. "I do not know," he said quietly as he too stared into the fire, though he suspected neither of them were finding the answers they sought there. "Ah, there you are," they heard behind them. Nasat and Rykret both startled at the unexpected intrusion, turning to see Drill Sergeant Lin standing there, a large mug of juice in his hand. "You did a hell of a job today, Nasat," he grinned as the two of them both immediately snapped to attention. "Thank you, Drill Sergeant," Nasat barked out in reply, as Lin laughed, spilling some of his drink. "Knock it off, both of you," he told them. "You're not recruits anymore. You graduated. So eat, drink, and be merry," he roared, raising his mug in salute. "For tomorrow we may—" His voice trailed off into silence. "Never mind," he mumbled. Nasat stared at him in shock. This was nothing like the human he had lived in fear of since that very first day. "Are you all right, drill sergeant?" he asked, tentatively. A new song began playing softly in the background, a mournful lament titled Danny Boy. "Just taking part in an ancient human tradition," he told them, as he indicated the mug Nasat held in his own hand. "I see you are as well." His eyes drifted over to Raykret, as a knowing smile appeared on his face. "You kids should have fun," he chuckled. "That's part of the tradition, too." Nasat looked at him in confusion. "What tradition, drill sergeant?" A cloud seemed to pass over Lin's face. "Wine, food, companionship," he said quietly, turning away. "After all, a condemned man always gets a feast," he whispered, before disappearing into the darkness. Barbarians, chapters 13, 14, and 15, Steel, Smoke, and Silence. For hours, the various media outlets had been preparing the triumvirate citizenry for a major announcement from the government. Given the heightened state of tensions, many individuals felt a certain sense of trepidation, for there had been no warning as to the topic, though no one doubted that it must have something to do with the war. When the time came, almost everyone was glued to their view screen, waiting with apprehension as Minister Leandra Singh appeared, with the other ministers and senior military personnel in the background. "My fellow citizens," she began, her image and demeanor exuding gravitas, "I come before you this evening to deliver an announcement, one that affects every member of our society. At 0700 hours, local time, triumvirate forces engaged the enemy at Uzax." Utter silence filled the chamber where she spoke, as she was sure it did in almost every location where the broadcast was being heard. "At this time, we have no other information," she continued, "though I can assure you as any new data comes in, we will update you immediately." She paused for a moment as her features softened. "We ask that you pray for our sons and daughters in their hour of need, for they require our strength now, more than ever." The task force that approached the Konim fleet was something very different than the ad hoc collection of freighters that had been annihilated here, weeks before. The ships were utilitarian at best, with a rough, unfinished appearance, but unlike the freighters, they had been designed for battle from the keel up. "All pilots to their ships!" the intercom blared, as human and Ophiptera alike raced to their comet fighters. The Pegasus carriers that transported them into battle were stripped-down affairs, little more than engines and rails to secure the tiny craft, with minimal life support. The aviators climbed aboard their tiny craft, sealing themselves in as the carriers slowed at the edge of the engagement area. One by one, the lights turned green as each ship signaled their readiness. Admiral Fujimoto stood on the carrier Bellerophon's bridge, her hands clasped behind her back. For this operation she had to be here, and as she saw the enemy fleet beginning to react to their presence, a grim smile appeared on her face. They'd pored over the imagery of T.F. Odysseus's crushing defeat, learning everything they could, and the results of every lesson had gone into planning for this one, though Murphy had made his presence known once again. The Ronin contingent had run into unexpected delays, and because of that she'd almost scrubbed the mission. But the hidden scout ships posted at the outskirts of the system had reported signs the enemy was making preparations to depart, and that had forced her hand. "Let's hope they get here in time," she thought to herself, as she touched an icon on her console. "Bellerophon, actual to all fighters. Remember, you'll need to get in close to the enemy ships to stay under their guns. Your objective is to cripple their ships, not destroy them, so once you've done enough damage to slow them down, move on to the next one. Whatever you do, do not let yourselves get pinned down. The comets have the advantages in speed and agility, so use that." Her almond eyes grew dark and cold. "You've all seen the images. You know what these same ships did to T.F. Odysseus. Those brave men and women are watching us now, so let's make damn sure their deaths were not in vain." She took a deep breath and said, "All units, launch! Launch! Launch!" The comets detached in pairs, forming up by squadron before accelerating towards the enemy. The carriers themselves raced for safety once their fighters were away, mounting no offensive weaponry. They were sitting ducks for the enemy ships, which were already beginning to respond. HFY. Guyaz studied the images closely as the attacking vessels closed in. These new ships were nothing like the ones the enemy had used before, and he had a hard time imagining such tiny craft would have anything more than a minimal effect to his fleet. But perhaps they knew something he did not. "Alert the fleet," he ordered. "Open fire the instant they are within range." "Raptor leader to all squadrons," Group Captain Mustafa Malone announced on the fleet frequency. "Stick close to your wingman and keep focus on your objective. Do not let yourselves get pulled away." A predatory grin was plastered on his face as they readied themselves for their attack run. "Tally-ho!" he howled, diving into the fray, just as the enemy ships exploded with deadly aimed fire. The comets bobbed and weaved, jinking around the sky as a hail of cannon and missile fire clawed up to meet them. Their agility was their greatest advantage, and that was an area in which the Ophioptera excelled. Just as the human had suspected, being descended from flying creatures had given them an immense advantage when it came to spatial awareness and reflexes. Their success wasn't total, however. The sheer amount of fire being thrown at them was too much to dodge completely, as the comets began to die. In ones and twos they disappeared from the display, and yet they did not return fire. The tiny ships were knife fighters, not snipers, and to do any damage at all they had to get in close. Admiral Fujimoto watched the plot as the comets plunged towards the enemy, holding her breath as they did their best to evade the hail of death being thrown at them. They had to clear a pathway in, if the follow-on forces were to have a prayer of making it through the blockade. The smile on Group Captain Malone's face was long gone, as the enemy fire slowly but steadily winnowed down his ships. The comets were dying by the handful now, as they closed the distance, but they grimly held their course as they came screaming in. So close. Just a little more. And then... "Raptor leader to all squadrons! Scatter!" he shouted, as the fighters peeled off in a dozen different directions, confusing the enemy. It took the big ships a few seconds to adjust aim, and by the time they did, it was already too late. The comets opened fire, their cannons hurling their projectiles against the hulls of the enemy ships. Unlike the missiles used by TF Odysseus, these weapons would not be so easily dissuaded. There were no sensitive electronics to fry, and they flew straight and true as the fighters peeled away as the first antimatter rounds detonated, ripping great rents into their hulls, the passageways and compartments suddenly exposed to space. Oathkeeper bucked as a round landed amidships. The damage was severe but not crippling, as Guyaz prepared to show these meddlesome creatures who ruled in this place once and for all. "Fire capacitors!" he shouted, as 100 ships sent a massive EMP energy burst against the tiny fighter craft. Only this time it was the comets who shrugged off the attack, as all around him his fleet began paying the price. The attacking fighters tore a hole into the enemy fleet, as a thin smile appeared on Admiral Fujimoto's face. The loss of TF Odysseus had been a painful one, but it had shown them how the enemy fought. In retrospect, they should have anticipated an EMP attack, but a century of peace had deprived them of a great deal of institutional knowledge. In a way, they were having to relearn how to fight all over again, despite the guilds and the reenactments. There were some things only war could teach, and the lessons were proving deadly. But the fighters had done their job. Admiral Fujimoto switched to a new frequency and contacted the ships waiting on the periphery of the battle zone. "Fleet Admiral to second wave, the way is clear. Begin planetary drop." Nassat clutched his rifle as the shuttle screamed towards the planet's surface. Bravo Company was packed in tightly, so much so he could scarcely breathe. In a way, that was a comfort. Having his herd pressed in close was a reassuring sensation for his kind, though the humans scattered among them seemed to feel otherwise. Of course, they weren't a herd species. He had no idea what was happening outside the confines of his shuttle. There were no windows, no monitors, no message traffic being forwarded to their helmets. Nothing. Were they winning the battle? Losing? Who knew? There was only thing he did know. One hit was all it would take to kill everyone on board. Perhaps it was better not being able to watch. He glanced over at Reichret, waiting as calmly as someone meeting a friend for lunch. They had talked late into the night after Sergeant Lin had left, and while they had gotten to know each other quite a bit better, he still could not say he knew her. There were large parts of her she kept walled away, and the times he'd tried to inquire he'd bounced off an impenetrable wall. He could only imagine the amount of pain it would take to make her close herself off so completely, and yet… Nasat shook his head, looking away. This was not the time to be thinking of things other than what awaited them on the surface. A sharp jolt slammed him against his neighbors, as several cried out in alarm. Part of him wanted to do the same. But what good would it do? Either they would reach the surface, or they would not. There was nothing he could do to influence the outcome, so best he simply focus on the task at hand instead. Sergeant Lin stood at the front of the shuttle, a look of grim determination plastered on his face. He acted as if the strangeness of that evening had never taken place, and in truth Nasat was glad for it. Was it possible the humans felt the same fear he did? It was not a question he could ask them, and what's more, he did not want to. For if the predators were afraid, what hope was there for any of them? Another sharp jolt, and he glanced towards Rykret once more, only to find her staring back at him. He tried to smile for her to give her some sense of ease, but it was like gazing on a blank wall. Had she disappeared so completely inside herself, there was nothing left? Nasat prayed that was not so, but as he struggled to find some way to reassure her, Sergeant Lin's booming voice interrupted his thoughts. 1 minute out, he shouted over the din. When the ramp drops, get the hell away from the shuttle. You let yourselves get bunched up and you're just asking for it. Nasat closed his eyes and whispered a fervent prayer. Creator, I beg you watch over us, he implored as Lin spoke up again. 30 seconds. Lock and load! His hands shook as he readied his weapon, as the reality of what was coming threatened to overwhelm him. But the months of training took over, and despite the trembling in his fingers, they knew what to do. Another deep, cleansing breath, and then wham! The shuttle slammed hard onto the ground as the ramp dropped a split second later. Go! Lin screamed, as Nasat charged blindly out of the cramped space along with the others. Straight into hell. Diaksh, Jiaj, Guyaz growled hungrily as the triumvirate fighters swarmed over his fleet. They were slowly grinding them down, but his own ships were paying a terrible price for every craft destroyed. Retribution and Reciprocity were drifting, their main systems offline, and a dozen more were in little better shape. Their guns simply weren't designed for such small, swift ships, and unless he acted quickly, he would be forced to withdraw, leaving the cripples behind. Jiaj punched a button on his console. All ships form a protective bubble around our most damaged warcraft. Do not let the enemy's fighters find a way in. It was not a formation they had practiced, but at the moment it was the best he could do. Once his fleet formed an impenetrable wall, then let them come. He'd grind them under his heel like insects. Admiral Fujimoto watched the enemy fleet fall back into a defensive formation and wished for the life of her she had even a handful of real warships. A dozen or so battle wagons and she'd smash her way through their perimeter, and there'd be damn all they could to do to stop her. But wishing would not make it so. She had what she had, and that would have to suffice. At least the enemy had ceded the initiative to her, and if she could keep them penned up and out of the fight, her forces on the ground might just have a chance. Tapping an icon on her display, she radioed the fighters. Bellerophon actual to Raptor lead, pull back your fighters. Harassment and interdiction only. Keep them boxed up, but do not engage unless they attempt a breakout. It was a standoff, at least for the moment. But if the enemy realized just how vulnerable her carriers were and risked a counterattack, her fighters would be unable to refuel and rearm. Disaster loomed on a razor's edge, and there wasn't a damn thing she could do to prevent it. Nasat almost froze in shock as the rank in front of him were mowed down like grass. Their blood splattered his uniform as he stumbled over their bodies, pushed from the rear as the Sortor behind him bolted in near panic. Keep moving! Sergeant Lin screamed, firing as he charged forward. You stay here, and you're dead. Incoming mortars exploded all around him as he ran for his life, diving for an impact crater just as a round detonated behind him. The blast threw him off his feet, slamming him into the loose soil and knocking the breath out of his lungs. He'd lost his grip on his weapon, and in a moment of panic he scrabbled about to find it, as another soldier landed in the hole beside him. It took him a moment to realize it was a human who had dove into his shell crater, and a brief glance to his helmet's HUD display informed him it was Sergeant Vadas. Thank the Creator, he whispered fervently as he reached out and grabbed her shoulder. What do we do now, Sergeant? He shouted, desperate for someone, anyone, to take charge and show him the way. Sergeant Vadas rolled over on her back, her blank eyes staring up at the sky, with a large, ragged hole ripped through the middle of her chest. Nasat recoiled in horror, staring at her corpse. The humans were supposed to be invulnerable, and if they could die as easily as his own people, this entire war was nothing but folly. It took him several moments to get his fear under some semblance of control. Of course, the humans were as mortal as he was. It was just that they seemed so much larger than life during training. Unstoppable, unflappable, with a predator's courage. In some hidden part of his brain, he'd assumed they would lead them through safely. And now... "They cannot save you," his mind whispered frantically. "You must save yourself." He swallowed nervously, ducking back into his crater as another explosion rocked the ground. He couldn't simply sit and cower in his hole. If he did nothing, he was as good as dead himself. Sergeant Vada still clutched her rifle, and with a whispered apology he pried it from her dead fingers, lifting it to his shoulder. It felt wrong in his hands, as it was designed for a human's frame, but its mechanics were the same as his own. It would do for now, until he could find a replacement, of which he was sure there would be several lying about, ones their previous owners no longer required. The world suddenly seemed to split apart as new explosions rocked the air around him. The second wave of shuttles were coming in, and he realized in alarm they were being shot out of the sky with deadly precision. They were being blown apart one after another, raining flaming debris all around his position. Risking a look, he spotted a crew-served weapon just a few hundred meters away, and as he watched, they loaded another magazine into the launcher. Without those reinforcements, they'd be slaughtered. His hands seemed to move of their own volition as he loaded a grenade into the tube and locked it shut with a hollow-sounding thunk. He peered through the sight, gauging the distance, and fired, dropping back into his crater to reload. Nasat trembled with fear as he dared a second look, and was filled with disquiet as he saw that he'd missed. His round had fallen short by several meters, and had not harmed the weapon or its crew at all. It had, however, gotten their attention. Nasat yelped and ducked for cover as a hail of weapons fire peppered his position, clutching his rifle tightly. The enemy knew exactly where he was, and they wanted him dead. Not just anyone, him! He couldn't risk another attempt, he just couldn't. But if he didn't, those shuttles would be destroyed, and then they'd kill him. Die now or die later. Is this what war is? His mind wailed. "Admiral!" the officer monitoring sensors shouted. "We have incoming! New ships entering the system!" Helene's head snapped around. "Enemy reinforcements?" she asked in sick realization. There was a pause, and then a grin appeared on the officer's face. "Negative. It's the Ronin contingent." "Thank God," her mind whispered. Reports from the surface were not good. The small perimeter they'd managed to secure was in danger of collapse, and they still hadn't managed to knock out the enemy's anti-air capabilities. "What's their ETA?" she demanded. 20 minutes, Admiral, the comm officer confirmed. "Tell them to expedite," she ordered. 20 minutes. A mere blink of the eye, and possibly far too late to save them. Another shuttle exploded in a fireball overhead as Nasat closed his eyes. He had to do something. Letting those humans and Sortars die without trying to save them was tantamount to killing them himself. There are worse things than dying, he realized suddenly. Nasat took a deep breath and double-checked his weapon. "Creator, help me now," he prayed, as he leapt from his shell crater and charged the gun position, firing his grenade before switching to the rifle, spraying the surprised enemy with a hail of weapons fire. One of them managed to return fire, and Nasat felt something tug at his arm as he swapped magazines, firing again. The last enemy survivor went down as he galloped through the objective, whipping his weapon back and forth in search of targets, before he realized they were all either dead or dying. Nasat breathed a sigh of relief as he sank slowly to the ground, pulling off his helmet to wipe the dirt and smoke from his face, as his eyes suddenly went wide. He'd heard the phrase, "moment of clarity," mentioned during training, but he'd never truly understood it, not until that moment. He was alone. No support. Behind enemy lines. This is so very bad, his mind gibbered as he logged onto the comm network for the first time since they'd landed. "Bravo 6 Actual, this is Bravo 2-3, he all but cried out into the mic. "Have secured enemy anti-air weapon position. Requesting instructions, over." He got out in a rush. "Sending coordinates now." There was a moment's pause, and then, "Bravo 2-3, where is Bravo 2-6? Lynn demanded. 2-6 had been Sergeant Vadas's call sign. "Dead," Nasat whispered. "Bravo 2-6 is dead." Copy 2-3, Lin replied after a moment. Stand by your position. We're coming to you, over. Copy 6 actual, Nasat acknowledged as he scanned the perimeter for movement. At first he saw nothing, but then a small contingent of Swartors boiled up out of the ground, charging forward, with a human in the lead. He whispered a silent prayer as he waved them forward, freezing in shock as he saw movement coming from the opposite direction. An enemy unit must have realized what had happened and was coming to deal with them, and without thinking he opened fire, sending them diving for cover. Lin and the others arrived moments later, hugging the dirt, as the enemy opened up with everything they had. Sit rep! Lin shouted as he and the others returned fire. Sergeant Vadas is dead! Nasat shouted back. I saw the enemy shooting down our shuttles, and I took the position to stop them. Sergeant Lin stared at him for a moment. By yourself? He asked in amazement. Nasat suddenly felt embarrassed. I had to, Sergeant, he said uncomfortably. There was no one else. An odd expression appeared on the human's face. Enjoy your moment of glory, he shouted as he switched magazines. Unless reinforcements get here soon, no one will ever know. An incoming flight of mortars cut off his reply, as Nasat focused on just staying alive. He tried to scratch out a few inches of dirt in between assaults as the enemy charged their position. They managed to beat them off the first time, but they quickly regrouped and tried again. This time they got closer, as several of his fellow Sortors died defending the barren patch of dirt they were desperately using for cover. He could hear the sound of incoming shuttles, but he didn't dare spare them a glance. His entire life had become just a handful of actions, repeated over and over again. Fire, switch magazines, scratch out a little more dirt, fire again, pull a wounded comrade to safety, fire, switch magazines. The rest of the world simply disappeared. There was nothing else in his universe other than the desperate struggle to stay alive. And then, a new sound managed to penetrate his consciousness. At first it barely registered, but as it grew louder, the sound of crashing objects and clanking metal was impossible to ignore. But those sounds were not the ones that finally drew his attention. Nasat stared at Lin in confusion. Is that music? He asked in bewilderment. Sergeant Lin's grin was the slasher smile of a madman. No! That's Panzerlied! He whooped with glee, jumping up out of his hole, as a massive metal beast roared past their position, firing a gigantic weapon that obliterated the enemy's position. About time you Ronin bastards showed up! Lin howled as the tanks clattered their way forward. The arrival of the Ronin armor turned the tide, as the enemy scrambled to fall back. Nasat and the others struggled to keep up as the massive tanks surged forward, their speed only limited by the terrain and the raw power of their engines. He had seen the artificial life forms in a variety of body shapes over the years, but nothing in his experience had prepared him for anything like this. Their mammoth turrets swept across the battlefield, destroying everything in their path, as Nasat and his fellow Saur Towers felt a wave of relief wash over them. With the tanks at their side, the battle would surely be over in a matter of days, perhaps even hours. It was cause for celebration. But as they cheered and clapped each other's flanks, one of the armored vehicles suddenly exploded, sending a pillar of fire 100 meters into the sky. 2 more died seconds later, and suddenly it was the panzers that were in full retreat. God damn it! Sergeant Lin screamed in frustration. I told those stupid Ronin bastards to wait for support! Nasat could only stare in shock. Sergeant, what happened? He asked shrilly as he watched his hopes for a quick end to the war come crashing down. Ambush! He snarled, stomping his feet. The enemy lead them right into a trap. He turned to look at Nasat. Never assume your opponent's an idiot, Nasat, he warned him. It's the surest way to end up dead. Yes, Sergeant, he said quietly, as yet another tank went up in flames. Diaksh Jiaj, Guyaz waved his engineer forward as he studied the plot on his console. What is the status of retribution and reciprocity? He asked him. We can return retribution to operational status in just a few hours, the engineer informed him. Its speed will be greatly reduced, as will its firepower, but it will be functional. Reciprocity is more problematic. While we can repair its engines in short order, at least in a limited capacity, it has been holed in multiple locations. It will be unable to sustain life until those have been sealed, and even once that has been accomplished, we have detected a number of radiation leaks. Diaksh, I believe it is best if she were scuttled, he finished. Giage grimaced at the news, though he was not actually surprised. The engineer had merely confirmed his own worst suspicions, and despite his overwhelming numerical advantage, the loss of the two ships hurt badly. He suddenly snarled, pounding his console in frustration. He had to break free of the cage the enemy held him in. The human forces, and he knew now this new force must be human, or at least led by them, would allow him to escape. He was certain of that. But that would leave the warriors on the planet without support. Eventually, they would be forced to surrender, and that could not be allowed to happen. They represented the bulk of his fighting force, and he would not abandon them to their fate. His eyes studied the plot once more, searching for an answer, when a possible strategy suggested itself to him. His eyes narrowed as he manipulated the data, adjusting the parameters, as a thin smile appeared on his face. The Diaksh turned back to his engineer. "I have something a bit different in mind," he told him in conspiratorial tones. "Now here's what I wish you to do." Admiral Fujimoto stared at the enemy's formation and wondered what her counterpart was thinking. He couldn't stay there forever, that much had to be obvious to him, which left only two options: escape or breakout. If he decided to withdraw, she would happily allow him to do so, for that would leave the enemy on the ground at her mercy. But as canny as her opponent had proved thus far, she was certain that was the last thing on his mind, which meant he had to be planning a breakout. That being the case, he had two possible strategies that would give him a chance to preserve his forces. He could use the bulk of his fleet to cover an evacuation of the planet, and then attempt an escape, but that was a risky proposition at best. As soon as she spotted any shuttles heading for or leaving the planet, she'd send in the fighters. They could operate in atmosphere, whereas his big ships could not, and the comets would wreak havoc on anything as slow and defenseless as a shuttle. Or, he could send an advance force against her carriers. There was risk there as well. She'd already shown him what her fighters could do against his ships, but of the two options it was the smarter play. So how exactly would he do it? She was still mulling that over when her comm officer signaled for her attention. "Admiral, I have flash priority traffic. Eyes only, heavily encrypted." Helene arched an eyebrow. "Send it to my monitor," she ordered, as she waited for the download and the decryption protocols to finish. Her eyes narrowed as the message appeared in the clear, drumming her fingers on the console absent-mindedly as she read the brief communique, before sighing heavily as she leaned back in her chair. This was going to be a complication, but then she'd prepared for the possibility. "Get the ground commander on the horn," she ordered, "and tell him there's been a slight change in plans." Nassat ducked into the medical tent, his eyes searching through the gloom. Row after row of cots were lined up in the temporary structure, each one filled with a wounded Swartor or human. The healers were moving with purpose, doing their best to save as many lives as they could, but even to his neophyte eyes he could see they were overwhelmed. The moans and cries of the wounded were heart-wrenching, but worse still were the silent forms that made no sound at all. They were stacked to one side out of the way, and as many bodies as he saw, he knew there were many more still waiting to be found. The very sight of it should have reduced him to agonized tears, and the fact that it didn't spoke volumes at just how much death he had already seen. He froze as he spotted the person he'd been searching for, making his way through the maze of wounded until he touched her on the shoulder. Raikret wearily looked up at him, her smock splattered with the blood of a dozen different soldiers. Her eyes softened as she recognized him as she rose to her feet. "Nassat, I am pleased you are still alive," she told him, though her eyes quickly narrowed as she stared at his arm. "You are wounded," she said flatly, reaching for her kit. He blinked in confusion. "No, I am fine," he tried to reassure her, but as she grasped his arm and lifted it up, he realized it was streaked with blood. "What? When did that happen?" he wondered aloud as she started to clean and dress the wound. "You are fortunate it is not serious," Raikret said with a ghost of a smile. "I am surprised Sergeant Lin allowed you to come here. We have been forced to make the lesser cases wait." Nassat shook his head. "That is not why I came," he told her. "Sergeant Lin sent me to fetch you. He said we required a healer, though he did not say why, only that we would be briefed upon our return." Raikret shook her head. "I am needed here," she protested as she finished securing the dressing. "We are already understaffed. Apparently, you have been attached to him for some reason." He shrugged. "I have already passed the orders to your superior." He flexed his arm a few times and smiled. "Thank you," he told her. "It feels much better already." She nodded slowly as she peeled off her smock and pulled on her uniform jacket. "I sincerely hope this will be worth it," she said coldly. "Many will not survive without my presence here." "Sergeant Lin would not take you from your duties without good cause," he assured her, as they made their way out of the tent. It was only a short distance to where Lin was waiting, and fortunately they didn't have to bound from crater to foxhole along the way. With the arrival of the armor, the lines had finally stabilized, despite the losses, and now both sides seemed to be digging in for the duration. A tense quiet seemed to hang over the small compound, threatened to explode once more at the drop of a pin. In only a few minutes they arrived where Lin was waiting. "Good, you both made it," he nodded. The rest of Bravo Company, the ones still alive, glanced over at them as they waited to hear what was going on. "We've been tasked with a mission," Lin informed them, coming straight to the point. "A group of friendlies are caught behind enemy lines, and we've been ordered to bring them back out." Rykret looked up sharply. "Do you know who they are?" she asked in a sudden burst of emotion. Lin shook his head. "No idea, just that it's important." "Apparently they're holed up in an abandoned building here," he informed them, making the location on their HUD displays. "The mission is simple. We go in, secure the friendlies, and bring them back. Nice and easy." He paused for a moment, looking over the group. "Due to our losses, 3rd Platoon gets folded into 1st, and I'll be taking charge of that platoon directly. Since we lost Sergeant Vadas, Corporal Nassat will be taking over 2 Circumflex End Platoon." Nassat stared at him in confusion. "But I'm only a private," he corrected him. Lin just chuckled. "Not anymore," he smirked. "I need someone who can think on their feet, and that's you." Nassat's mind spun wildly at the sudden change in circumstance. He looked over at Rykret for support, but she simply returned his gaze with an appraising eye, while saying nothing. "Yes, Sergeant," he mumbled, still dazed by the unexpected promotion. "All right then, saddle up. We do this quiet, people, in and out. Any questions?" No one raised their hand. "You're on point, Nassat," Lin ordered. "Move out." Night was already falling as Bravo Company made their way through friendly lines, past the tanks guarding the perimeter. Nassat desperately wished one was coming with them, but then quiet was the one thing the massive machines were not. He'd asked Lin about that, but the sergeant had shook his head and made some vague reference to bomb magnets, whatever that meant. Rykret hung back with Lin and 1st Platoon while he moved carefully through the barren terrain, his eyes sweeping back and forth as he searched for any sign of the enemy. The rest of the company followed behind him, their weapons out as they too watched for movement. But for once, fortune smiled upon them, and soon they arrived short of their destination, without having stumbled across any of the alien attackers. Sergeant Lin called a halt as he signaled ahead. Nassat waited nervously. The entire mission had gone entirely too smoothly for his liking. The entire planet was crawling with enemy warriors, so where were they? He hunkered down behind small rocky outcropping as Lin verified the friendlies were still there, when all of a sudden a hail of gunfire came out of nowhere, cutting down half a dozen of his platoon in the first salvo. "Take cover." "Return fire!" Lin shouted as Bravo Company opened up, their weapons searching for the enemy. He spotted them on his HUD with the night vision optics, but they were in a well-covered position. There was no way they'd be able to dislodge them, not without reinforcements, or taking heavy casualties. They lobbed grenade after grenade with their launchers, missing only by centimeters in some cases, but it might as well have been by a kilometer. Nassat hurriedly checked his map, even as Rykret was up and moving, treating the wounded. She was horribly exposed, and he desperately searched for a nearby unit close enough for a fire mission, but there was nothing close enough to respond in time. He was tempted to send another prayer to the Creator skyward, but part of him wondered if perhaps he had already received his allotment of miracles. Something whistled past his ear, quickly followed by another. Nassat threw himself to the ground as the fire whipped past his position. But as he suddenly realized the fire was heading towards the enemy, not coming from it, he also noticed it was rapidly slacking off as well. One by one, the enemy guns went silent, and as he stared in amazement while he rose shakily to his feet, he spotted a small group heading towards their position. His rifle whipped around to cover the new threat, just as Sergeant Lin reached him and pushed his weapon down. "Those are our friendlies," he informed him, as he breathed a heavy sigh of relief. He watched as what appeared to be 4 humans draw closer, dragging along with them what had to be an enemy prisoner. In less than a minute they arrived at their position, as a blonde-haired human female cradled a long gun in her arms. "You're late," Tango said flatly. Barbarians, chapters 16, 17, and 18. The Price of a Victory. Minister Leandra Singh knew she had a temper. Lord knows her mother had admonished her enough about it growing up. Over the years, she'd struggled to keep it under control. But there were times, usually when it was the most inconvenient, when her anger would come bursting through, and at the moment she was working on a rage of truly epic proportions. She couldn't exactly say she stormed through the outer offices, though it was a near-run thing. Leandra shouldered her way through the doors and stalked her way into the chambers, mounting the steps and dropping into her seat as she fixed her counterparts with a smoldering glare. "Is something wrong?" Lassorth asked warily, sensing her fury. "The latest reports from Uzonks have been most encouraging," she said in what she hoped were placating tones. "Oh, something's wrong, all right," Leandra growled. She fixed each of them in turn with a withering stare, causing both Lassorth and Komzoiha to start making nervous glances towards the exit. Sigma 121 Sub-Delta just sat on its pedestal, of course. Seriously, how exactly did one go about intimidating a shiny metal ball? And how would you know if it worked? Perhaps next time she'd bring a hammer with her and see how it reacted to that. She held up a thick file, letting the ministers get a good look at it. It was printed on old-fashioned paper, because this was one time she didn't want to leave any electronic traces in her wake. For the simple matter, she still hadn't decided how the situation would be handled. Depending on the decisions made in the next few minutes, leaving a paper trail could prove disastrous. Leandra opened the file and looked at the other ministers. Prior to the first Battle of Uzonks, a 4-person team was clandestinely inserted onto the surface. Their mission was to gather intelligence, assuming the enemy had chosen that particular planet as its next target. The size of the force, the tactics they used, anything that might help us fight this war. "A sound precaution," Sigma 121 Sub-Delta said with guarded approval, though she sensed nervousness on his part as well. "Good. Indeed," she smiled thinly. "After the defeat of TF Odysseus, we lost contact with the team. It wasn't until our ground forces landed during the second battle that they re-established contact. We managed to extract the team, along with a prisoner they'd captured." She paused for a moment as her gaze slowly swept the room. The other ministers were on edge, though whether that was due to her own mood or something else was difficult to say. The prisoner, a warrior named Chaktoj, was interrogated at great length, and one of the very first questions he was asked was, why? Why did they attack the triumvirate? She lowered the file and stared coldly at the others. Care to guess what he had to say? Komzoiksha shifted nervously in his seat. How would we know the reason for such insanity? Leandra shook her head in disgust. "So you intend to drag this out to the bitter end? Fine, I can play that game too." She closed the file and glared at the other ministers. "You 3 screwed up big time. You spent 10 millennia burying the truth, and by now you must have almost forgotten all about it. And why not?" A wry expression appeared on her face. After all, the real story was accessible only by the highest-ranking officials of the triumvirate. Its ministers. She paused for a moment, savoring the sweet taste of justice long denied. "Which was safe enough, I suppose, when there were only 3 of you." A dawning sense of horror appeared on the herbivores' faces, as her eyes blazed with righteous anger. "You never in a million years thought we'd figure it out, did you? But as soon as we learned why they'd come, why they'd returned, I started digging into the ministry's archives. After all, I have full access now, don't I? All thanks to you." Leandra leaned back in her chair with a smile the Cheshire Cat would have envied. Once we knew what to look for, it didn't take long at all to learn the story of how the gentle and benevolent triumvirate tried to murder an entire race of beings whose sole crime was that they were omnivores. The smile disappeared as she snarled at them, spitting the words out. "Just like us." Lassorth and Komzoisha shrank back in their chairs as Leandra rose to her feet. "For almost a century you've looked down at us, sneering at the poor, half-evolved, violent apes of Earth. You've kept us at arm's length, made one demand after another in an attempt to tame us, dangling shiny bits of technology as a lure to do your bidding, and all the while terrified we'd learn your dirty little secret." She advanced on them, as implacable as Juggernaut. You've spent 10,000 years covering up your mess, burying it so deep that no one even suspected it. After all, what could possibly happen to bring it all back up again and rock your perfect little society? The sarcasm dripped like poisoned honey with each and every word from her mouth. Only you didn't manage to kill them all now, did you? And when they came boiling out of space, bent on vengeance, it must have been your greatest fear come to life. Your own personal bête noire, determined to do to you what you had done to them. Leandra was working herself up to a real lather, and she had no intentions of trying to rein it back in. Oh no, not this time. I can only imagine the discussions you three must have had as you tried to figure out what to do, how to save your people. Her hands clenched in fists of rage. And then one of you had the brilliant idea of having humanity fight your war for you. It must have seemed like the perfect solution, having one predator destroy another. Utter symmetry! Her nostrils flared as she sneered at each of them in turn. But then we humans know all about final solutions. I won't pretend we're innocent of that particular crime, but at least we had the decency to only practice genocide on ourselves. She wasn't entirely sure that was something to be proud of, truth be told. But then she'd been waiting decades to throw their smug superiority back in their faces. We were frightened, Sigma 121 Sub Delta said in a small voice. We didn't know what else to do. You should have told us, Leandra bellowed. Maybe we could have intervened somehow. The Konhim didn't have a grudge against us, remember? We might have been able to broker some kind of an agreement as neutral parties. Her entire body trembled with fury at the sheer stupidity of these so-called enlightened races. Only now it's too late. We took your side, trained your people to fight, and led them into battle. Our hands are now as bloody as yours, all because of a lie. The silence that followed her tirade was deafening. Leandra could feel the adrenaline coursing through her veins, singing like boiling mercury. But now that she'd vented her spleen on the very individuals she had felt so much anger towards for so many years, she could feel herself begin to deflate. Hell, it had almost been therapeutic. Leandra forced herself to slowly sit back down, taking long, slow, calming breaths. So now we know, she said at last, much more calmly than the rest of her tirade had been, and we have decisions to make. It took several long moments before Komzoiha worked up the courage to respond. How many of your race knows the truth? He asked quietly. At the moment, myself, Marshal Antuma, Admiral Fujimoto, Governor General Granville, and the 4-person team who made the discovery. We've kept this tightly under wraps until we decide how to proceed. Why haven't you exposed us? Lassorth asked wearily. It is obvious you wish to. Believe me, I'd like nothing more, Leandra said darkly. But unfortunately, it's not quite that simple. Just how do you think they'll respond, your people and mine, once they learn the truth? The Sortower minister closed her eyes. I do not know, she whispered. Neither do I, Leandra replied. Your people, I suspect, will keep fighting out of sheer necessity, if nothing else. But mine? She shrugged. Many will demand our withdrawal. They'll say you brought this on yourselves, and why should human blood be spilled for your crimes? Oh, some will still fight. It's the first war we've had in a century, and there will always be some of my people that will be drawn to that. But will it be enough? At the moment, I couldn't hazard a guess. She took a deep breath. But I can tell you this much. If we do pull out, your people won't stand a chance. We might have shown them the way, but they don't have the experience or the temperament to carry it through. Not yet, and not soon enough to make a difference. In the end, the Konhim will grind you into dust. Please, Sigma 121 Sub Delta said plaintively, you must help us preserve the secret. Whatever you think of us now, know that we were not the ones who tried to destroy the Konhim. We merely inherited the secret from our distant ancestors and are not responsible for their crimes. Leandra regarded the metal sphere coolly. And if it had been us all those years ago? She asked it. Would you have hunted humanity into extinction as you did the Konhim? The Ronin minister did not respond as she slowly nodded. Your silence speaks volumes, minister. I suppose I should be grateful you've finally given up the pretense of lying to my face. A bitter smile appeared on her lips. You should be glad you didn't try to wipe us out like you did them. You think the Konhim fight dirty? Wait until you see what a human is willing to do when their back is to the wall. Minister Singh, please, Komzoisha beseeched her, do with us what you will, but we must ensure no one else ever learns the truth, for the very reasons you have just laid out. It won't work, Leandra said finally. Sooner or later, other prisoners will be taken. The word will get out. It's inevitable. At best, we can delay it a little, but you had better start preparing yourselves for the storm that's coming." She took a deep breath. "And this storm, unlike the war, just might bring your perfect society crashing down. When they find out they've been lied to all these years, that their ancestors were just as warlike as us humans, well, I can't begin to predict how it will all end." There was a long silence as they considered that future, until the Ronin minister finally spoke. "We must open the archives," it said at last, "and show them what happened. Minister Singh, you must understand that in those days when the triumvirate was first founded, we believed that only herbivores could achieve sapience. Even the race of my creators before the plague consumed them were such. When we first encountered the Konhim and discovered to our horror they feasted on animal flesh. Somehow, without moving a millimeter, Sigma 121 sub-delta gave the impression of suffering a bone-deep shudder. All we could see was a predator. We could not run, but science gave us the means to defend ourselves." There was another pause, and then the machine seemed to sigh. "No, that is incorrect, for they did not strike the first blow. Perhaps if they had, we would have not tried so hard to bury the truth. Minister, we reacted out of fear then. I do not offer that as an excuse, merely an explanation. We simply did not consider the possibility that a predator was capable of being anything other than a threat." "And when you met us?" she asked quietly. "Was there a debate about whether or not to try it again?" "There was," Sigma 121 sub-delta admitted reluctantly. "But 10 millennia had passed, and in that time we had been so completely successful in keeping our secret, we no longer knew how." The machine sounded almost wistful. "Besides, your own warlike past was not quite in the past at that time. Had we tried?" Leandra snorted. "Had you tried, we would have wiped the floor with you." "Yes, we came to that conclusion as well," Sigma 121 sub-delta agreed. "So instead we used our technology as a bribe, just as you said, in the hopes we could slowly wean you away from the need for violence. And in our defense it worked." She sighed, reluctantly nodding her head. "It did for the most part, and I'm not saying we don't owe you some gratitude for helping us mature, but you still should have told us the truth." "How could we?" the machine asked. "When not even our own kind knew what had transpired so many long years ago? But now it seems we must find a way to tell our people the true story of their beginnings. Only I fear that when we do, all will be lost." The human minister was silent for several long moments before an odd look appeared on her face. "We might be able to help you with that," she said at last. "How?" Sigma 121 sub-delta asked. "Once the truth is out, it is out." Leandra chuckled mirthlessly. "You think our warriors are scary? Wait until I introduce you to spin doctors." Nasat slowly shifted his weight from one foot to another, trying to ease the ache in each of his legs. The entire company, what was left of it, were in their holes, scanning the perimeter as the sun made its first appearance of the day. Every morning before dawn they were up and ready for an attack, as Sergeant Lin had drilled into their heads that it was the best time for the enemy to strike. He scanned the perimeter with his night vision sensors, looking for movement, and saw none. "Thank the Creator," his mind whispered. One of the Ronin tanks loomed nearby, and he found its presence to be an immense comfort. They had taken serious losses that first day, but they too had learned, and now no one went out past the wire unless it was in force. As the sun continued its slow climb, he deactivated the night vision and switched to the image enhancers, looking closely at the known enemy positions in the distance. There was no movement, and once again he murmured a short prayer of thanks as he swept his gaze from left to right, and then back again. Nothing. Assuming no change, they would be fed soon, and then begin yet another day of routine. Weapons maintenance, patrols, a quick class or two if time allowed, and with any luck he would be able to look in on Rykret. He had grown quite fond of her since their last day of training, though there was still something she kept guarded behind her eyes. Perhaps one day she would trust him enough to tell him what had marked her so deeply. But until then he was satisfied to simply be her friend. In fact, Nasat froze, and dialed up the magnification as he looked closely at the sights he knew the enemy was holding. One after another they all told the same tale. There was no movement. None at all. There was no movement anywhere past the wire. His eyes went wide as he spoke hurriedly into the radio. Bravo 26 to Bravo 6 Actual. I require your presence ASAP. There was a brief pause and then, copy Bravo 26. On my way. Sergeant Lin was only a short distance away in one of the bunkers, and in less than a minute he was at his side. What's the situation, Nasat? He asked him, as the newly minted corporal pointed towards the horizon. Sergeant, the enemy positions were all fully manned at sundown, he said in a rush, but look at them now. Lin leaned forward, squinting into the sun as he polarized his helmet, checking each of the positions for himself in turn, before biting off a curse. They've pulled out, he grimaced. I so very much do not like this. Are they giving up? Nasat asked hopefully as Lin snorted. You wish, he answered before switching frequencies. Bravo 6 Actual to Saber 6-6, get the Navy on the horn. Nasat looked at him in confusion, as Lin's expression turned positively grim, because it looks like the Konheim are prepping for a bug-out. Diaksh Jiaj Guyaz turned to his officers. Is everything in readiness? Yes, Diaksh, his senior engineer nodded. The ships have been prepared as you instructed, and await your command. Well done, he said encouragingly, clasping him on the shoulder. They had worked tirelessly for this moment, and if they were to be successful, they had to move swiftly. Timing will be key in this, and events must take place in quick succession. We will only have one chance to make this work. Should it fail? He left the words hanging as his officers nodded. They all understood what was at stake, and what would be required should disaster strike. To your stations, then, he ordered, and may our forebears smile on our efforts this day. Admiral Fujimoto! Her tactical officer cried out suddenly. They're on the move. She watched the Konheim begin to break up, as a dozen or so ships began moving in her direction. So they've decided, she nodded to herself. They were sending a force after her carriers, just as she'd suspected, while leaving the rest to cover the evacuation. Ever since the warning order had come from the planet, she'd been waiting for a move like this. Though as she looked closer, there was something about it that bothered her. Helene wasn't quite able to put her finger on it, but there was something odd about their tactics. For one, if it had been her, she would have sent a larger force against her, and secondly, they were moving much slower than she'd projected. If this was the breakout she'd been waiting for, then the Konheim were either up to something, or else they were hopelessly inept, and she knew that simply was not so. But given the tactical situation, the force they were sending against her was much too small. With the number of fighters she had available, they would quickly cut them to ribbons, and her opponent had to have realized that before sending them off to their doom. What was he up to? Notify Raptor Lead he's go for launch, Fujimoto ordered. Whatever it was he was planning, she'd find out soon enough. He would begin the evacuation the moment her fighters were engaged, so the quicker the task force being sent against her was dealt with, the better. Raptor flight is launching, her comm officer confirmed, as she watched the agile fighters race for the Konheim ships. Nasat checked his weapon, swallowing his fear as he waited for the order. The Ronin tank's engines were rumbling loudly as Sergeant Lin radioed him on a direct link. Keep your eyes open, Nasat, Lin told him. You can guarantee the Konheim left a few nasty surprises behind to slow our advance while they evacuate. They've probably spent the last few days setting booby traps and mines, so make sure your people know they aren't to touch anything. Just mark it and move on. Understood, he replied. Sergeant, if the Konheim wish to leave the planet, why not simply let them? 'Cause you never do what the enemy wants, Lin told him. The more shuttles we're able to keep from escaping, the fewer Konheim will have to face down the road. Corporal Nasat nodded slowly at the brutal logic of that statement. The humans called it a war of attrition, and they tended to be the longest and bloodiest forms of combat, where both sides slowly ground each other down until there was nothing left, which did very little for his peace of mind. A single flare arced high up in the sky, detonating in a burst of bright green. All units advance, Lin shouted as they clambered out of their holes. At the walk, the Ronin tank surged forward, keeping pace with them as they went after the retreating enemy. Diaksh Jiaj Guyaz watched the enemy's fighters speed towards his ships, readying themselves for battle. So far, everything was going according to plan, but long experience had taught him to be ready in case the human commander realized what he was attempting. He had to keep them off balance while he evacuated the planet, and he would require every warrior he could save in the weeks and months ahead. Obviously, a major reassessment was in order, in regards to their strategy. They had not factored these humans into their plans prior to the invasion, and of course, why would they? They had never heard of their race, after all. But now he knew them to be worthy adversaries. He would have enjoyed very much testing their mettle in the crucible that had shaped his people. But in the here and now, they were an impediment to the grand design. They had to be dealt with, if they were to honor the pact of their forebears. Jiaj watched the range spiral downward as the fighters neared their objective. Defensive fire began to reach out for the enemy, but it was sporadic at best. That was to be expected, given the limitations they were working with, but it would suffice. Closer! Closer! The enemy began their attack run, diving in and opening fire on his lead ships, just as he sent the final signal. Admiral Fujimoto drummed her fingers on the console, as the uncomfortable sensation she'd been feeling grew harder to ignore. Something was very off here, and as the initial reports from the lead fighters started coming back, she was certain of it. The ships in the lead task force all showed signs of serious battle damage, and when they closed the range and opened fire, it was a fraction of what they were capable of. A sacrifice play, she realized. He was sending his most heavily damaged ships against her, the ones that would slow him down when they evacuated the system, condemning their crews to certain death. It was a desperation move, and that was what was bothering her because the situation was not desperate. Not yet, at least. Though she had kept him penned in long enough, he may have felt otherwise. The Konim had shown no signs of kamikaze behavior before, so why now? It simply did not make sense. And then it did. Her eyes widened in horror as she grabbed for the mic to recall the fighters, just as the ships exploded in searing balls of actinic fire, taking half her fighters with them into death. Dayaksh Jiaj. Guyaz's eyes glittered with vindication as the bulk of the enemy's fighters were wiped from existence. He had been uncertain whether or not the ruse would work, given the limited time they'd had to set the ships for remote operation. The vessels would be missed, most certainly, but not as much had they been fully crewed. "Begin the evacuation," he ordered, "and advance on the human fleet." Admiral Fujimoto felt sick as she watched her battle plan come apart. She had underestimated her opponent yet again, and he had taken full advantage of it. The ships he'd sent against her weren't kamikazes at all, she now realized, merely bait for the trap. And now the rest of his fleet was underway, and heading straight for her carriers. "Recall the fighters," she said quietly, "and prepare to break orbit." Given the losses she'd just suffered, the math was now skewed badly against her. Attempting to hold the system now was tantamount to suicide, and the Navy had lost too many ships and personnel already to allow that. "Inform the ground commander we are being forced to withdraw," she told the comm officer, "and then get me Marshal Antuma." Helene unconsciously straightened her tunic as she mentally prepared herself for the conversation that was to come. "Fall back!" Sergeant Lin shouted as the ragged line ground to a halt. "Back to our positions!" Nassat immediately got him on the private link. "Why are we falling back, Sergeant?" he asked in utter confusion. "'Cause the fucking Navy screwed the pooch and left our asses out to dry," he snarled. As up and down the line of advance, panic began to set in. Dayaksh Jiaj Guyaz watched the human fleet withdraw from the system with a sense of quiet satisfaction. The operation had gone even better than he'd hoped, but now he and his officers needed to seriously reconsider their strategy once they finished the evacuation and broke orbit themselves. They'd been hurt in this system, but they had not been defeated. The pact of their forebears still loomed large in his mind, but now they would need to devise a new way of fulfilling it. In the meantime, "There is still a large enemy contingent on the planet's surface, is there not?" he asked his tactical officer. "Yes, Dayaksh," he nodded. "But until the human fleet returns, they are stranded." In other words, they were at his mercy. "When the shuttles have finished returning our warriors, we will make a single pass over the enemy," Jiaj informed him. "We dare not stay longer and risk the humans returning with reinforcements." "I understand, Dayaksh," his tactical officer replied. "I will begin plotting the attack run at once." He paused for a moment and then asked carefully, "And what then?" "And then, we decide how to proceed," Jiaj answered, his eyes already studying the star chart. "The humans were able to predict our movements, so next time, we must do the unpredictable." Keeping a retreating unit together is a difficult proposition even under the best of circumstances. When that unit is not yet battle-hardened, has been cut off from their support, and whose morale has suffered accordingly, it becomes even more so. All it takes is a single misstep, one more disaster to turn an orderly retreat into a full-fledged rout. Nasat knew Sergeant Lin was worried. The way he kept scanning behind them, he knew he was wondering if the Konhim had some sort of trap in mind for them as well. Here and there, he knew that other units had broken under the strain and were now scattered. Utterly useless as fighting units, they managed to reform and re-establish discipline. He could see in the eyes of his platoon how close they were to full panic, and he did his absolute best to keep them together and in good spirits. And then it all came apart when death began raining from the sky. A string of explosions walked down the line, shredding their formations like so much tissue. There had been no warning. One moment they were hurrying back to their position. The next kinetic rounds were slamming into the landscape and turning huge chunks of the terrain into dust, as well as anything that was standing in the way. "Take cover!" Lin screamed, but there was no place to hide. They'd been caught out in the open, and for every sortor that went to ground and tried to follow orders, there were a dozen more that bolted in panic and scattered in all directions. Those unfortunate enough to get caught in the blasts didn't just die, they were atomized. And even as Nasat tried to prevent his platoon from running, he knew it was pointless. There was absolutely nothing that would stop them now, and all that was left was to try and save himself until the attack was over. He was still thinking that when a concussive wave from one of the blasts lifted him off his feet and slammed him into one of the Ronin tanks, as darkness took him. Leandra hadn't known Mashal Antuma long, nor could she say she knew him well. But the man that walked into her office bore little resemblance to the confident leader she had been working closely with these last few months. His back was as ramrod straight as ever, but he bore the look of someone who was convinced he was about to face the executioner. "Minister Singh," he said formally, "I regret to inform you that we have received word from Uzonks." "It's bad, ma'am." She nodded slowly, steeling herself. "Just give me the highlights, Marshal," Leandra said quietly. Kwasi took a deep breath. Admiral Fujimoto lost roughly half her fighters to the Konhim fleet, forcing her withdrawal from the system. Before the enemy departed as well, they launched a devastating attack against our ground forces, and at this time we have no idea the extent of our losses. But based on preliminary reports, they could well exceed our naval casualties. Leandra forced herself to give the outward appearance of calm, but inside she was reeling from the news. Dear God, how could they come back from this? It was a disaster, in many ways even worse than the first battle had been. "Minister," Antuma continued, "as the senior commander, the fault is mine. I hereby offer my resignation and submit myself to whatever penalties you see fit." He stood stock still, his eyes staring straight ahead as he awaited his fate. She gazed up at him, realizing that he meant every word, before slowly shaking her head. "Marshal, your resignation is not accepted," she said softly. "Please sit down." He blinked at her words as if events had suddenly gone off script, before reluctantly seating himself across from her. "Minister," he began again before she quickly cut him off. "It's not your fault, Marshal," she said firmly, "nor is it Admiral Fujimoto's." She paused for a moment, regarding him carefully. Did she offer to fall on her sword as well? "Helene tried tendering her resignation to me," he admitted, "but I refused it. I told her the same thing I just told you, that any blame rested squarely on my shoulders, and no one else's." Leandra sighed. "What's that old expression? Victory has 1,000 fathers, but defeat is an orphan. Marshal, let me ask you something. Before the Governor-General announced the true purpose behind the guilds and the reenactments, did you have any inkling that someday it might be for real?" Antuma stared at her for a moment, before giving her a half shrug. "I had my suspicions," he admitted. "There was just a little too much government support for something that was supposed to be just a distraction." "But no proof," she pressed him. "No concrete evidence." No proof," he said after a moment's thought. Minister, I'm not sure I understand where you're going with this. Bear with me, she told him. Marshal, up until a few months ago, you and Admiral Fujimoto were playing a game. A distraction, as you said. An extremely popular distraction, I grant you, one that raised your profile to superstar status. But at the end of the day, nothing more than entertainment. No one died in a guild battle, save a few electrons in the simulation database, because it was not real. The Marshal closed his eyes. It is now, he whispered. Yes, it is, Leandra agreed. And that's exactly my point. You, Admiral Fujimoto, all of us, were suddenly being forced to fight way above our weight class. You were the best of the best. But this is no simulation. Which is why you should accept my resignation, Minister, Antema countered. Obviously, I am the wrong person for this job. The results speak for themselves. And just who do you propose we replace you with? She demanded. Name one person that has more experience fighting a real war. Antema's mouth moved as he struggled to come up with an answer before Leandra finally let him off the hook. Exactly, she said curtly. No one. There isn't a single living human being who's fought a real war anywhere. Which means, Marshal, that you're all we've got. The Marshal squirmed in his seat. Minister, when word reaches Earth about this, he began, before she held up a hand. The reaction is going to be unpleasant, she nodded. There will be plenty of people calling for your head on a silver platter. Folks absolutely convinced they could have done better. Let me tell you, Marshal, that is absolute bullshit. His eyes went wide at her sudden vehemence as she leaned in. We haven't fought a real war for a century. Oh, sure, we tried keeping our skills up with the guilds, but theory and practice are two very different things. I don't care how good a simulation is. It will never account perfectly for every variable or allow every option. Those simulations were created and programmed by fallible humans, and I truly believe that there is any failure here. It is the failure of imagination. Not by you or the Admiral, but by those who created the guild in the first place. Antema looked unconvinced, but said nothing. The time for recriminations is behind us, Marshal, she told him. We need to stay focused on what's ahead, and how we're going to win this war. She leaned back in her chair, regarding him levelly. So tell me, in light of the rather painful lessons the enemy has thrust upon us, where do we go from here? The Marshal was silent for several minutes, as he considered her words. The Konhim let themselves get bogged down at Uzonks, said at last. That's the only reason we were able to inflict any damage whatsoever. They were invading along a straight line, trying to burn through the triumvirate. Only I now believe they will toss out that strategy. They can't afford to telegraph their targets to us and get caught unawares again, so... He sighed unhappily. I believe they will break the pattern and start hitting random locations. I also believe they will spend less time in each system, adopting a hit-and-run strategy, instead of transporting the bulk of their warriors to the surface to truly savor their kills. Which means, Minister Singh prompted, that we'll have no way of knowing when and where they'll strike next, and by the time we learn of an attack and respond, they will be long gone, he said quietly. We would need to station a picket in every triumvirate system to catch them, and we simply don't have that kind of manpower or resources. He spread his hands in a gesture of hopelessness. I'm sorry, ma'am, but that's my best guess. And if I'm right, the only way we'll catch them will be by pure dumb luck. Leandra gave him a withering look. I'm afraid that is simply unacceptable, she informed him. I can hold off the masses, who will demand your resignation. I can hopefully inspire the triumvirate and Earth to dig even deeper for resources and personnel. But I won't be able to do any of that unless you give me some sort of victory. It doesn't need to be anything big, she said in placating tones. But if I go out there and tell the people we have nothing, then we might as well surrender right now. Ma'am, I've been digging through the playbook from day one, and we've tried every single trick we can think of, he started, only to be cut off by Minister Singh yet again. Then I'd say it's time to throw out the playbook, she informed him. We aren't going to win this war by conventional means. That much is obvious. So it is time to get creative. Creative, he repeated. as if the word left a sour taste in his mouth. I understand what you're suggesting, and yes, there are a few flat-out mad ideas floating around. But if we try them, assuming things even break slightly our way, our casualties are going to get ugly in a big hurry. More than they have already? She asked point blank. Marshal, we need a victory. Just one. One shining example of how the Triumvirate and Earth can stand toe-to-toe with the Konhim and emerge victorious. Without that, it's all over. Her gaze pierced deep. And to get that victory, we need to be willing to accept the blood price that goes with it. Leandra worked her jaw, obviously unhappy by that admission, but not backing down from it a single centimeter. Do I make myself clear? The cold-blooded reality of what she was asking hung in the air between them, and as much as they both hated what it stood for, they both also recognized the need. Yes, ma'am, Marshal Antima said at last. I believe you do. Barbarians, chapters 19, 20, and 21. Shields, Sacrifice, and Shadows. This is TNN, the Tetrarchy News Network. Reports are still coming in regarding the Second Battle of Uzawanks, where Tetrarchy forces have successfully liberated the planet. The Konhim fleet was routed and expelled from Uzonk's space, where even now our brave soldiers are beginning the long and difficult task of rebuilding this ancient world's structures. The road ahead is a demanding one, but they are more than up for the task. The Konhim forces are still very much a threat to the safety and security of our worlds, and Minister Singh is urging all citizens to contribute. More soldiers and pilots are needed to fight. More citizens are needed to man the fabricators. So it is up to you to make a difference. Sartor, Ophipteran, Ronan, human, 4 races united as one to keep us free. Every day brings us one day closer to victory. Are you doing your part? Pain. Nasat's eyes slowly fluttered open as he struggled to make sense of what he was seeing. Every part of his body was in agony, and when he tried to sit up, a wave of nausea slammed into him, dropping him back to the ground like a stone until it finally subsided. He took a deep breath and tried again, moving slower this time, as he eventually managed to work his way up to a kneeling position. His helmet and weapon had been ripped away, his vision still blurred as he began scanning the terrain around him. He recognized none of it. A shattered Ronin tank lay half buried in the sand nearby, dead and silent. As he rose shakily to his feet, Nasat stumbled about in a circle, looking for survivors. But in that still moment, nothing moved. Sartor and human bodies lay strewn across the landscape, scattered around the craters dotting their line of retreat. It was a holocaust, and for a moment Nasat feared he would go mad at the sight of the devastation that surrounded him. Somehow his canteen had stayed with him, and pawing at his with trembling hands, Nasat upended it and drank greedily, washing the grit and blood from his mouth. Gradually, the nausea and blurred vision began to subside, the pain drawing down to a dull throb as he began searching the nearest bodies for signs of life. But each individual he examined was far beyond any help he could provide. So finally, he sank to his knees once more as he recited the prayer for the dead. It was normally done individually, for each of the lost. But there were so many dead. One prayer would have to suffice for them all, and he hoped the Creator would understand and forgive him. Nasat. He heard barely a whisper above the wind, so faint that at first he thought he was surely imagining it. But as he opened his eyes and looked around, one of the corpses was struggling to move, and as he went to their side, he realized with a start it was Sergeant Lin himself. "Sergeant," he said in amazement, "are you all right?" But as the words were passing his lips, he realized the stupidity of the question. Lin's lower extremities were shattered, with flecks of blood being coughed out with each and every breath. No, Lin managed to get out. Not all right at all. He started coughing again, and Nasat held up his head as he pressed the canteen to his lips. The sergeant drank deeply, sighing in relief as he nodded his thanks. "Sit rep," he demanded more clearly this time as Nasat grimaced. "I do not know, Sergeant," Nasat replied. "I have found no other survivors. Perhaps they ran off." "Probably," Lin nodded. He winced in pain as he tried to move, looking down at his legs. "Not going anywhere on those, am I?" he asked, in a poor attempt at humor. "No, Sergeant," Nasat agreed. "You require medical attention." "Yeah, figured as much," Lin groaned. "All right, First things first, see if you can find a helmet with a working radio. Maybe someone can come get us. Yes, Sergeant, Nasat answered, grateful to have something to do. He took a moment to brace a pack behind him, allowing the human to sit up, before going off to search the bodies. Most had lost their helmets as he had, but the few that still had them strapped on were now inoperable. It seemed there would be no rescue after all. He returned to Lin to report his findings. Blast must have knocked out the electronics, the sergeant said wearily. Another coughing fit racked his body as Nasat grew steadily alarmed at his condition. Only one thing we can do, Nasat. What is that, Sergeant? He asked. Lin closed his eyes. You need to go get help. Nasat just stared at him for a moment before shaking his head. You will not survive without immediate attention, Sergeant. I will not leave you here to die, not without trying first to get you to safety. Lin barked out a sardonic laugh that quickly became a coughing fit. And just how do you propose to do that? An excellent question, Nasat thought to himself. Just how would he get Sergeant Lin someplace safe? The answer, of course, was obvious. I will carry you, Sergeant, he said simply. Lin looked at him dubiously. I'm heavier than I look, Nasat, and it's a long way to friendly lines. Nasat shrugged helplessly. What other choice do we have? He asked. The sergeant closed his eyes. I'm going to lie here and rest for a bit. Do what you gotta do. Easier said than done. Had it been a fellow Sortuar, it would have been impossible. But Nasat was reasonably certain he could transport a human's weight. But before he did anything else, he needed to immobilize the human's legs. It didn't take long to scavenge enough belts to bind his legs tightly together. And despite the incredible pain he had to be feeling, Sergeant Lin bore the discomfort stoically, far more than he would have, had their situations been reversed. Now how to transport him? The few options that came to mind would almost certainly exacerbate his injuries or risk him falling off. If there were another Sortuar to assist, they could rig a litter to carry him, but by himself, that was simply not an option. He cast about looking for inspiration when he spied the Ronin tank. Several pieces had been torn away by the blast, and when he located two reasonably straight pieces of piping, a radical idea occurred to him. It took more scrounging to find enough cloth and cord to construct the strange device, yet after a few tests the idea seemed sound. It would be a bumpy ride for the sergeant, but it was far better than the alternative. Nasat dragged the contraption over to where Lin lay resting. Sergeant, he asked gently, touching his shoulder. It is time, he told him, as the human opened his eyes. He stared at the device Nasat had constructed and looked at him curiously. A travois? He said in surprise. I wasn't aware your people used anything so primitive. Nasat just blinked. It has a name. Lin chuckled. Indeed it does. Humans used something very like it a long time ago, and for the same reason. It took some careful maneuvering between the two of them to get Lin situated, but once he was ready, Nasat wrapped the harness across his hips and shoulders and began to pull. It was far more difficult than it looked, and the jury-rigged device required constant attention. It seemed to fall apart with almost depressing regularity, and each time Sergeant Lin fought to keep from screaming in pain when one of the poles hit a bump or hole. It didn't take long before he was straining from the effort, the straps digging into his flesh, in danger from overheating. There were more stops to rehydrate, though fortunately they had recovered enough water to make the journey possible. But in the end it was simply placing one foot in front of the other, over and over again. What were you doing? Lin asked without warning some time after their journey began. What was I doing when? Nasat responded, unsure what the human was referring to, as he strained at the ropes. When I came to, Lin replied. You were kneeling and mumbling something. Oh, the young corporal replied, suddenly self-conscious. I was reciting the prayer for the dead. He bowed his head and said quietly, I should have been focusing on my duties, Sergeant. I am sorry. Lin was silent for a long time. You were a priest, right? Before, he said at last. The term was incorrect, but its meaning clear enough. Yes, Sergeant, I was. There was another period of silence, as Nasat struggled with his burden, before Lin finally responded. Everyone should have words said over them, he said softly. I'd hope you do the same for me. When the time comes. Nasat froze in his tracks. Slowly he craned his neck around to look at Lin, who to his surprise was returning his gaze. It would be my honor, Nasat whispered. He turned away, taking up his burden once more, unsure what to make of what had just transpired between the two of them. He had once lived in terror of this human, only to discover he was far more than he had previously seemed. Nasat had grown to respect the man who had tried to teach him and the others the ways of war, but there had still been the knowledge that he was the other, someone not of his tribe, one whose ways and beliefs would be forever foreign and inscrutable. So what did that make him now? Nasat had long since lost track of time. There was only the trek, the unceasing agony of his body as it cried out in protest. The only thought left in his fevered brain was to keep moving forward, to not stop. Left foot, right foot, left foot. A lifetime of marching, that was all he could recall during those rare moments when he even tried. He would stumble, fall to his knees, struggle to rise once more, and lurch forward yet again. Crusted blood coated the straps that had sawed their way into his flesh, and yet he refused to stop. Just a few more steps. Just one more. And then another. He was so far gone that he didn't see the rescue party approaching. Didn't hear Raikret's sobs of relief. Didn't feel her arms easing him down as he lost consciousness, or the ambulance carrying them back to the medical tent. Just that finally, he could rest. "So you don't have any idea where the Konhim fleet is heading?" Marshal Antuma asked the woman on the monitor. "None," Admiral Fujimoto replied sourly. "I left a handful of scout boats in system when they chased me out, but they were forced to withdraw as well. All I have is a general direction they used for their departure, but I can almost guarantee you they changed course when they were sure they weren't being pursued." "Scratch almost," Antuma said wearily. "These Konhim are smart, and something as obvious as not letting your opponent know where you're planning to strike next, they do automatically." "My thoughts exactly," she nodded. "That gives them a lot of possible targets, Marshal. How can we hope to cover them all?" "We can't," he said quietly. "I want you to pick a system, someplace central, to act as your base, to give you the shortest travel time once we get word of an attack. But even then, it's likely they'll be long gone by time we get word and deploy." "You can count on it," Fujimoto grimaced. "So far, they've managed to outsmart us at every turn." She snorted in disgust. "I saw TNN's latest propaganda piece, by the way. You have no idea how pleased I was to hear about our great victory at Uzonks." The sarcasm was practically dripping from her lips as she spit the words out. "What did you expect them to say?" Antuma asked in exasperation. "Morale is at a critical juncture at the moment. The triumvirate races are scared, Helene, and they have good reason to be. As long as they still believe there's a chance, we have an opportunity. But the moment they decide, there's no hope." "I know," she said unhappily. "I may not like it, but I understand the need." "Any idea if it's working?" The Marshal shrugged. "So far, at least. Of course, they aren't used to their government lying to them, either. Unlike us cynical humans," he said with a smirk. Fujimoto chuckled, but there was no mirth in it. "So, any thoughts on how to slow them down?" "A couple," Antuma said carefully. "Consider this your official read-in for Operations Kitchen Sink and Sucker Punch." Helene raised an eyebrow. "Interesting names," Antuma shrugged. "Kitchen Sink is our desperation move. Since there's no way to cover every system, it allows the local commanders to do whatever they think best to defend their systems. In fact, it's less a plan than a carte blanche authorization. They're allowed to grab whatever they need, use it how they see fit, and hopefully give our Konhim friends a few surprises." Admiral Fujimoto nodded slowly. "And Sucker Punch?" "That," the Marshal sighed, "is where things get tricky." He quickly sketched out the plan for her, leaving her shaking her head. "You're not doing anything by halves, are you?" she said in wonder. If it goes south, we're in no worse shape than we are already," he finished. "Though its failure will likely seal the triumvirate's fate, and God only knows where it leaves Earth." "They'll come for us," Helene said quietly. "They'll have to. At the end of the day, Earth is the biggest threat they face." She took a deep breath. "How long until we pull the trigger?" "At least a couple of months. Maybe longer." Antuma shook his head. "Sucker Punch is for all the marbles, and I won't kick it off until everything is in place." He was silent for a moment before giving her studied look. "Your role is the key to making it work, and I don't need to tell you just how much risk is involved." "No, you don't," Fujimoto said quietly. She looked down at her hands, suddenly finding it difficult to meet his gaze. "They've beaten me twice now, and because of that a lot of our people are dead." Antuma started to reply, but she waved him off. "We owe them, Kwasi," she said darkly, "and I intend to collect." Nasat carefully pulled on his uniform tunic, mindful of the several still tender spots from his trek. The last portion of his journey was still a blur, and it wasn't until a couple of days later that he had his first clear memories, waking up on a cot in the medical tent. Even now, he was still amazed they'd made it. Sergeant Lin was barely alive when they'd found them, and even after they'd been brought back, it had been touch and go. But after repairing the damage to his lungs and legs, the healers were cautiously optimistic as to his chances. He had yet to regain consciousness, but they assured him that was to be expected. He took a few minutes to perform some simple stretching exercises, some learned from his days as an acolyte, others inflicted on him during training. But by time he finished, he was feeling much more limber, and the pain had mostly subsided. There were still a few formalities that needed to be addressed. The humans only thought they were the masters of what they called red tape, but he was eager to leave this place and resume his duties. Despite the relatively minor injuries he had suffered, the enforced idleness had grated on him. After conferring with the healer assigned to his case and receiving his blessing, Nasat signed out of the medical tent and was issued a replacement weapon and gear. None of it was new, and he tried very hard not to think what had become of their previous owners. Nasat! He turned at the sound of his name, smiling when he saw Rykret approaching. It is good to see you on your feet, she told him, her professional eyes studying him intently before nodding in agreement with the healer's diagnosis. How are you feeling? I am doing much better, he smiled. The healers have pronounced me fit for duty. I am pleased to hear that, she replied. She gazed up at him, her eyes meeting his, and once more he could see the pain she tried to hide behind them. Rykret suddenly glanced both left and right, and then pulled his arm. I must speak with you, she said in a hushed whisper as she tugged him away the others, leading him outside and out of audible range. Nasat followed, baffled by her strange behavior but more than willing to hear what she had to say. Nasat, there is something I have not told you, Rykret said nervously, wringing her hands. Will you promise to hear what I need to say? Of course, he readily agreed. Something was obviously troubling her, and if he could help in some small way, he was happy to render assistance. Rykret took several moments to steady herself before whispering, Uzonks is my homeworld, Nasat. He blinked in surprise at the news, though suddenly so much of what he had noticed about her now made sense. I have heard nothing of my family since the Konhim attacked, she said in a rush, the words tumbling out like a waterfall. Nasat, my home was not far from here. I know I have no right to ask this of you, especially since you have been so ill, but I fear we will not have another chance, unless we act quickly. His breath caught in his chest as he realized what she was asking. Have you spoken to your superiors? He asked her. Perhaps they will authorize a search party. I have, and they denied my request, she snarled in sudden anger. Please, Nasat, she begged him, clutching his arm tightly. Will you help me? I must know if they are alive or... Rykret froze, unable to say the words as her eyes filled with tears. He looked into her eyes and heard every argument against her request play out in his head. Nasat knew he risked a great deal, perhaps even imprisonment. There were so many families just like hers that had suffered, so why should Rykret receive special treatment? He knew exactly what duty required him to say, knew and did not care. I will help you, he told her, as she hugged him fiercely in gratitude. Rykret's home was far too distant to journey on foot, so their first step was to acquire a vehicle. This proved far simpler a task than he'd first feared. Word of his trek had spread, and Nasat played shamelessly on his newfound notoriety. A few vague words about other soldiers in need of rescue, and with a healer at his side, they soon found themselves in possession of an ambulance, with enough supplies to complete the trip. With her help, he fixed the location of her home on the navigational computer, departing before anyone decided to ask a few probing questions. Nasat scanned the terrain around them as they made their way west, out of ingrained habit, though the Konhim had long since departed. He had heard news of stragglers, but they were reported to be few and located far from the area. But he heard Sergeant Lin's words in his head as if he were seated beside him, so he kept his weapon close at hand and maintained watch just in case. Rykret said little as they wound their way through the devastated landscape, forced to take one detour after another. She had withdrawn within herself once more, and Nasat knew better than try to jolly her spirits. He could only imagine the fears that gripped her. Afraid they would not find her family. Afraid that they would. In her heart she must surely know the odds of finding them still alive, though here and there they spotted others of their kind peering out warily as they passed, traumatized survivors of the Konhim attack. He knew relief forces were already en route to provide assistance, but the task before them was a colossal one. He could only pray help would arrive in time for these poor souls as well. As they neared their destination, Rykrit grew even more somber, seeing the destruction of places she had known so very well in her youth. Many structures were little more than burned-out shells, and Nasat had grown so accustomed to the presence of bodies, he now barely noticed their presence. How far removed you are from the naive acolyte, he thought sadly, mourning the loss of that eager young apprentice. Part of him yearned to turn back the clock, to put things back the way they once were. But of course, that was impossible. Glancing over at Rykrit, he was certain those were her thoughts as well. The locator beacon burned steadily on the screen as he pulled the ambulance in front of an upscale home, taking Rykrit's hand in his as they approached the front door. His other held his weapon close, and on first glance there appeared to be little damage to the domicile. Lack of power had frozen the door in place, but Nasat quickly located the override and forced it open, calling out to Rykrit in alarm as she burst past him, bolting inside the house. "Mother! Father!" she shouted, racing from room to room as he followed on her heels. The interior of the home told a far different tale, as smashed and overturned furniture and decor were scattered everywhere. Rykrit barely seemed to notice, her only thoughts being for her family. But as Nasat struggled to keep up, he saw that at least there were no signs of bodies. "They are not here!" Rykrit wailed, hugging herself tightly as he placed a hand on her shoulder. "Perhaps they left some clue as to where they were headed," Nasat suggested. "Search the places where they might have left something behind, while I take a look around the exterior." Her eyes went wide as he dangled the small bit of hope before her, nodding gratefully as she darted off once more, giving the debris a far more intensive search. He was uncertain if she would find anything, though somehow he doubted it. No one had been in this home for some time, and that did not bode well. The rear door was without power as well, but it too was soon forced open, as he began to search the immediate area. It was the smell that led him to the bodies. They were badly decomposed, tangled together, with no way to tell the number or gender. They had died hard, that much was certain, as badly as any he had seen on this shattered world. He tried to search as gently as he could, not wishing to disturb them, when a glint of metal caught his eye. A piece of jewelry finely wrought, depicting a sphere within a tetrahedron. He cleaned it as best he could, before rising to his feet and making his way back to the house, where Rykrit was still digging through the piles of rubbish. "Rykrit," he said softly as he drew near. Her head snapped up, her eyes filled with desperate hope, and for a moment he considered not showing her what he had found. But only for a moment, and with a bowed head he opened his palm, revealing the ornament within. Her shrieks of anguish tore at his soul as she collapsed into his arms. This is TNN, the Tetrarchy News Network. Today we debut our new documentary series, The Stars at War, an in-depth look at the ongoing struggle against the Konhim stratocracy. With archived footage of the actual battles as they took place, interviews with military and government leaders, as well as ordinary citizens, it is our hope to offer a fair and balanced examination of the largest conflict the Tetrarchy has ever faced. The producers of this series wish to thank Minister Singh for allowing us unprecedented access to some of the oldest records held within the archives. These recent revelations have shed new light on the seeds of this conflict, helping to place the brutality we have witnessed since the first attack in perspective. Chapter 1. The Lion and the Lamb. In the ancient mists of time, when humans had yet to build their pyramids, 2,000 years before agriculture had become a way of life, the predatory Konhim crossed paths with the triumvirate and filled their gentle souls with terror. A predatory species, bent on conquest even then, the Konhim forced the peace-loving races to band together for survival. Diaksh Giaj Guyaz stared at the world on his screen with confusion. "This is an accurate representation?" he asked his tactical officer carefully. "It is, Diaksh," the officer replied. "Then where, may I ask, is the planet's shields?" he demanded. "All triumvirate worlds are equipped with a defensive barrier, so where is it?" The officer snapped to attention. "We do not know, Diaksh," he said uncomfortably. "All of our scans have failed to turn up any sign of it." He paused for a moment and then shrugged. Perhaps they decided that since we have found a way to defeat them, they were a drain of resources? Perhaps, Giage replied, unconvinced. There was certainly no explanation he could think of for the planet to lower its shields, unless it was a sign of surrender. Have there been any attempts at communication? None, Diaksh, the officer informed him. Then not a surrender, he mused, but that still begged the question why. Major Nadezhda Parisi watched the Konhim fleet glide slowly into attack formations and cursed her luck. Of all the planets for them to invade, why in Mithra's name did it have to be this one? The Ronin world U-12 was something of a backwater, and the size of its military contingent reflected that. Namely, one, her. In reality, she was just a liaison, tasked with coordinating the planet's resources towards the war effort. She was a glorified shipping clerk, and had absolutely no business trying to stave off an invasion. But when Operation Kitchen Sink landed on her desk, she could read between the lines. The Navy had had its ass handed to it, and now it was every planet for themselves, at least until they could rebuild their forces. So like it or not, it was up to her to try and come up with some sort of defense in case the balloon went up. Only how does one do that, when they had nothing to fight with? She'd spent days racking her brain, consulting with the various government officials, technicians, scientists, basically anyone who might have some crazy idea they could use. Unfortunately, machines didn't really do crazy, not like humans at least. The few ideas they'd trotted out had been boringly predictable and utterly useless. Nadezhda had read somewhere that when you have no idea what to do, you should look at a map. The idea being that staring at a representation of your situation might just suggest something to you. So she'd pulled up a projection of the system, going through every world, every moon, and every satellite. What did they have and what could they use? It was when she stumbled across the massive shield generators that a manic grin appeared on her face. They already knew the shield was useless against the Konhim. Their ships would fire a brace of missiles, and minutes later the shield was down. They still weren't exactly sure how they'd managed to pull off that little trick, but since it served them no purpose in defending the planet, maybe there was a way to use them to their advantage. She'd hauled in every single Ronin that knew anything about the generators and grilled them mercilessly, and after several late-night sessions, the bare bones of a plan presented itself. It wasn't much. In fact, it was practically nothing, but it was all they had. They'd sent out a distress signal the moment the enemy fleet appeared on sensors, of course, and begun evacuations of the population centers. But without naval support, it was little more than pissing in the wind, which meant that the only chance they had were the hastily retargeted generators, or as she liked to call them, her bubble guns. She watched the Konhim approach orbit, far more cautiously than their past efforts would suggest. Well, they weren't stupid, and once they noticed the shield was down, they had to assume something they weren't going to like was in the air. It was nerve-wracking, watching their great ships creep slowly into position, especially considering how close she needed them to be in order to pull off her little surprise. But without anything out of the ordinary on their sensors, they had no good reason to not move forward. And when the bulk of their fleet was in position, she slapped the firing button and crossed her fingers. Diaksh, Giage Guyaz stared in shock as a handful of shields, much smaller versions of the one normally surrounding the planet, suddenly appeared in space, each of them surrounding one of his ships. "What is this?" he demanded, as his bridge crew struggled to make sense of the data that was just starting to come in. "We are not sure," his science officer announced, "but it appears the enemy has found a new purpose for their shields." "Suggestions?" Giage asked them with a calm he did not feel. Warriors were by nature conservative, and anything they had not seen before, no matter how minor or harmless they appeared, made them instantly suspicious. "Our missiles should still be effective," his tactical officer pointed out. "In fact, fewer should be required due to the smaller size." "And our ships caught within?" he asked quietly. "What will be their fate if we fire upon them?" That gave his officers pause. "I am unsure," his science officer admitted uncomfortably. "Then find whatever is creating these shields," Giage ordered, setting off a flurry of activity. "At once, Diaksh," his tactical officer acknowledged as he began scanning the surrounding region of space. Major Parisi grinned to herself as the enemy fleet suddenly came to a halt. That had certainly got their attention. They'd start looking for the generators, of course, but it would take time. They were heavily shielded, and while they wouldn't stay hidden from a detailed search forever, All she needed was a few minutes to get her licks in. Time for Phase 2, she thought to herself as she tapped the second control. Diaksh Giaj Guyaz jumped to his feet in alarm as the shields surrounding his ships suddenly began to shrink. "What is happening?" he demanded. His science officer stared at the monitor in shock before turning to face him. "It appears the enemy is attempting to crush our ships with the shields, Diaksh," he replied. "Based on the speed of the shrinking field and its field strength, it is almost certain they will succeed," he informed him. Giaj gripped the knife at his waist tightly. "Then we have little choice," he growled. "Fire the breakers." Major Parisi's eyes gleamed as the missiles sped away from their ships, targeting her bubbles. Without more data, how the enemy used them to break the shields, she had no idea what their effect would be, but she was fairly certain it wouldn't be good news for their friends. Crushed like a beer can or friendly fire? Not much of a choice. In fact, she was amazed how well her mad plan was working. But she harbored no illusions she could stop the attack all by her little lonesome. Hurt them maybe, but not stop them. Take what you can get, she thought to herself, as the missiles impacted the bubbles. The breakers slammed into the shields surrounding each of the vessels, and one by one they vanished from their sensors, along with 3 of the trapped ships. 2 more belched air and plasma, staggering out of position as their crews struggled valiantly to save them. "Diaksh, we have located the generators powering the shields," his tactical officer howled in triumph. "Target those generators and fire!" Giaj shouted. Major Parisi winced as the generators went offline, one after another. She'd shot her bolt, which meant the only thing left to do was try and survive what was coming next. Nadezhda grabbed her weapon and survival gear, dashing out of the command center and into the vehicle reserved for her personal use. In less than a minute, she was racing out of the city, along with all the other refugees trying to get clear. She'd included a download of her plans along with the distress signal, and maybe someone else could use her idea elsewhere, though she doubted it. Whatever else you could say about the Konhim, they weren't idiots. Odds were they wouldn't get fooled by the same trick twice. Still, they knew they'd been kissed. "Not bad for a shipping clerk," she smirked. "Diaksh, the shield generators have all been destroyed," his tactical officer reported. No other weapon systems appear to be in range. Giaj took his place once more, gazing out at his fleet. These humans were clever. He had to give them their due, but clever was not enough. "Once our ships are in position, begin the bombardment," he ordered. "Let us see how clever they feel now." "At once, Diaksh," his tactical officer acknowledged. Less than 40% of U-12AS population survived the follow-on attack. Major Nadezhda Parisi was not among them. Barbarians, chapters 22, 23, and 24, Exit Wounds. They glided silently in the dark, 4 holes in space, as the Konim fleet grew ever larger in their displays. The cramped courier boat they had commandeered for this mission now drifted far behind them, lost in the glare of U-12's sun, powered down and cold. This whole mission had been a gamble from the start, but it seemed that Dame Fortuna had smiled on them after all. Their suits were heavily stealthed. Even the small bursts from their thrusters as they steered for their target were shielded. Their chosen target grew rapidly in size, from child's toy to massive behemoth, their suit thrusters now slowing them down as they drew closer. One last course correction. Their knees flexed as they landed one after another, locking onto the ship's hull with powerful electromagnets in their gloves and boots. "Contact," Musashi said quietly over the link. "The reward for work well done is more work." Musashi had no idea who had coined that particular phrase, but truer words were never spoken. After their extraction from Uzonks and subsequent debrief, the powers that be lavished them with praise for a job well done. The intel they'd gathered, along with the prisoner they'd secured, had been a treasure trove of data. Despite learning the somewhat awkward fact mankind had joined the war because of a lie. Luckily for him, those sorts of decisions were way above his pay grade. He'd done his job, mission accomplished, now comes Miller time. Yeah, right. The information they'd gleaned had only whet the appetites of the intelligence community. For every question they'd answered, 100 more were now raised. After several days of questioning, their prisoner had told them where they could find the data they sought. In the data cores of the Konhim ships. In fact, Chatorj had initially claimed the information they were looking for didn't exist anywhere, but quickly changed his tune after Whisper dropped by for a chat. A dozen schemes were considered to retrieve the data, all of which were quickly rejected. In the end, there was only one way even remotely possible to pull it off, a mission so risky no oddsmaker would have taken a bet on. They'd begun training almost immediately, but the joker in the deck was not just locating the Konhim fleet, but getting the team on site before they departed. All they could do was wait, train, and hope luck was on their side. As it happened, U-12 was just close enough for them to risk the attempt. They'd quickly bundled aboard the courier boat, redlined the engines, and arrived to find the Konhim still in system. Apparently, they had remained to perform repairs on their damaged ships, and that had been the window of opportunity they'd needed. Now they just needed to deliver the goods, and hopefully not get killed in the process. They'd managed to locate a maintenance hatch on the ventral side of the hull, and Greybird was able to quickly hack the computer lockout. Once inside, it got a bit more challenging. "Which way?" Musashi asked as Greybird shrugged helplessly. "I have no idea," he admitted. "I'm going to guess up?" "Up," Musashi repeated, deadpan. "Can't you hack into a schematic or something?" "If there was one to hack into, sure, but unfortunately the Konhim don't seem to find it necessary. However, since most warships place critical systems like data cores and engine rooms as far from the hull as possible, I'm sticking with up." "Lovely," Musashi sighed. "All right, you heard the man. Tango, you're on point." The blonde nodded, her weapons already up and primed. She'd been disappointed to leave her beloved sniper rifle behind, but for this op, it would just get in the way. Given the close quarters they were operating in, she'd opted for a matched pair of auto pistols instead, using them to cover two directions simultaneously. It was a well-known fact that no one could accurately fire two guns at once, but whoever made that claim had obviously never met Tango. "Greybird, you're behind Tango," he continued. "We'll need you to hack any locked doors we come across. I'll follow the two of you, which means you've got our 6, Whisper." Whisper just grinned. "Oh, goody," he smirked. Musashi sighed once again. "The plan calls for stealth, people, so let's try keeping the body count to a minimum." He gave Whisper a pointed look, who responded with a pout. "You're no fun," he said unhappily, before pulling a pair of blades from his belt and spinning them on his fingers. That seemed to mollify him somewhat, so with rolled eyes Musashi gave Tango the nod to move out. They made their way silently down the corridor, pausing at the junctions to avoid detection. Signs of battle damage were everywhere. In fact, they'd chosen one of the incapacitated ships specifically in the hopes they'd be less likely to run into any Konhim guards. So far, it seemed to be working in their favor, but Musashi wanted to get in and out as quickly and quietly as possible, and they couldn't afford to simply wander around the massive vessel forever. One of the side passages led to ladder located within a narrow tube, and after a quick glance to make sure it was clear, they began scurrying up the rungs. Tango froze as she reached the next level, her free hand suddenly clenching into a fist. The others halted behind her, bracing themselves against the ladder and readying their weapons as her hand moved again, this time signaling enemy in sight. The seconds dragged out as they waited, watching for any hint they'd been discovered until Tango finally relaxed. A quick wave and they were moving once more, continuing their climb, moving ever deeper into the bowels of the enemy ship. The ladder dead-ended at the next level, and after another quick peek they climbed out into another corridor, running left and right. Tango glanced back at Musashi, a question in her eyes, and flipping a mental coin he pointed to the right. She acknowledged the order with a brief nod and led off once more, with the rest of the team close on her heels. Repair work had been recently done in this section, with open panels and damaged equipment all around them. Greybird suddenly signaled for attention, pointing to a thick red cable that led from an exposed junction box and trailed down the corridor, apparently a jury-rigged bypass. "Data filament," he said softly. Musashi nodded. "Follow it!" he ordered Tango, who crept along the narrow hallway, keeping the wire in view until it disappeared into an open doorway. Pressing herself up against the wall next to the hatch, she held her pistols at the ready, before disappearing inside. Moments later, she reappeared. "Clear!" she reported, as the rest of the team ducked into the compartment. Tango and Whisper covered the door as Greybird quickly surveyed the odd-looking equipment filling the space. "Jackpot," he grinned, pulling out his gear and connecting to one of the consoles. "Making the link now," he reported as he got to work. So far, everything had gone perfectly, but the longer they stayed, the more they risked detection. Musashi wanted to ask Greybird for an ETA, but jogging his elbow would only slow him down. It would take as long as took. Musashi turned to join the others at the door, just as Whisper signaled two Konim were approaching. A quick glance around the compartment confirmed there was no place the four of them could hide, and with a grimace, he signaled back, drawing a finger across his throat. Whisper's eyes lit up like a kid on Christmas morning, while Tango holstered her pistols and drew a combat knife. Musashi took a position to cover Greybird, his shotgun pulled in tight against his shoulder for backup. Time seemed to stand still until a pair of Konhim entered the compartment, their eyes going wide as they spotted Musashi and Greybird. Their eyes went even wider as Whisper and Tango slit their throats. One made a brief, gurgling noise as Tango lowered his body to the deck, while Whisper's died without a sound. They dragged the bodies into the compartment, stacking them in a corner, while Musashi slowly rose to his feet. "Shit," he groaned. "Let's hope no one's looking for them." He turned back to Greybird. "You're on the clock," he informed him. "I know," the hacker replied. "I'm almost through the firewall." There was nothing he could do to speed up the process. He turned back to the others. "I think we'd better plan for company," he said unhappily. "I suppose it's possible they were going off shift, but I wouldn't bet on it." Whisper cleaned his blade on the dead alien's uniform. "Does this mean I get to break out the party favors?" he asked, hopefully. "Yes," Musashi grumbled. He'd been so hoping it wouldn't come to this, even though he'd known it wasn't likely. "Tango and I will cover the door while you set up," he told him, taking over his position as Whisper grinned back at him, sliding off his ruck and digging through the contents. "Won't this be fun?" he chuckled. Musashi and Tango shared a look, sighing in unison. Freaking lunatic. The only thing he likes more than his goddamn knives are things that go boom, he thought morosely. Though by the way Tango was shaking her head, he was fairly certain she was thinking the exact same thing. Whisper busied himself preparing their surprise for any unwanted guests, when Greybird suddenly spoke up. "I'm in," he announced. "Starting the download now." "How long?" Musashi asked. Time was of the essence, and the itchy feeling in the middle of his back was getting worse by the minute. "No idea," Greybird replied. "It's an odd setup. Half an hour, maybe?" "Wonderful," Musashi lamented. In half an hour, they could all be dead. "Movement?" Tango said softly, pulling back behind the hatch. Musashi nodded grimly and risked a peek into the corridor. A single Konhim was heading towards them, lugging what appeared to be a toolkit while looking over some sort of tablet. Maybe he'll pass without looking in, he prayed silently. But as the seconds dragged on, there was no sign of the technician. He and Tango looked at each other in confusion, but as he turned back to cover his sector, he happened to glance down at the deck, at the small puddle of bright orange blood they'd overlooked in their haste. Musashi swore at his own carelessness, before daring to take a second look in the corridor. This time it was empty, and with a desperate sense of optimism he whispered to Tango, "Maybe he didn't notice?" She gave him a pitying look as the klaxons began to blare. "Fuck me," he groaned before he started barking orders. "Cut that cable and seal the hatch," he ordered Tango, who as always was 2 steps ahead of him. "Greybird?" "I suggest you expedite," he said sarcastically before turning to Whisper. "I'd say you have about 2 minutes before the cavalry arrives," he informed him, as the hatch door slid shut. "You prepped?" "Absolutely," Whisper smirked as he picked up one of the charges and slapped it on the hatch. "Just say the word, and I'll blow that door wide open." "Pretty sure they'll do that for us," Musashi said sarcastically, as the sound of pounding feet came charging up the corridor. Tango pulled back and drew her pistols, pointing them at the door as she took a knee, while he covered the other side with his shotgun. Whisper fiddled with the detonator, sending chills up Musashi's spine. "You do realize the plan is to make it out alive, right?" he asked him. "Of course," he laughed. "But how about we have some fun first?" He was still laughing as he pressed the button. The explosion rocked the corridor on the other side of the sealed hatch, as Musashi turned on Whisper in sudden fury. "You lunatic!" he shouted. "You could have killed us!" "Not a chance," Whisper smirked. "I placed those charges facing away from the door. Besides, I just did you a favor." "A favor?" Musashi howled as Whisper's grin grew even wider. "Absolutely. Notice how you don't hear the pitter-pat of Konim feet out in the corridor anymore?" Musashi stared at him for a moment, before turning back towards the door. Now that the blast had subsided, it did sound rather quiet out there. Whisper was having the time of his life. See, if I hadn't blown those charges, right about now the Konim would be blasting their way in. Greybird said he needed another half-hour to finish the download, remember? Musashi had a sudden sinking feeling he knew where this conversation was headed. "Your point?" he said rather testily. "My point is that I'm fairly certain the Konim are going to be just a wee bit more cautious in approaching that hatchway now," Whisper chuckled. "They're going to take some time to gather reinforcements and come up with an assault plan. By time they do, we should be just about ready to depart." He looked thoroughly pleased with himself, the blade coming out once as he twirled it around his fingers. Musashi counted a full 10 Mississippis in his head before he trusted his own voice to respond. "Whisper, I realize this may come as a shock to you, but we are supposed to be a team. Teams communicate with each other, little things like, 'Hey guys, I'm gonna blow up a bomb,' stuff like that, so we aren't all surprised. And you realize you're supposed to clear that sort of thing with your team leader, right?" Even if you were right, he thought sourly, though there was no way he was telling him that. Whisper stared at him blankly as Musashi sighed. "That would be me." Their pet psycho seemed singularly unimpressed. "Fine, fine," he replied, waving his hand in a dismissive gesture. Realizing that was about the best he could hope for, Musashi sighed again before turning to Greybird. "How much longer?" "At least another 15 minutes, Greybird shot back. "It's not like this sort of thing is an exact science." Tango watched the exchange with amused detachment, before Musashi looked back at her. "Watch the door. And if Whisper pulls another stunt like that without telling us, you have my permission to shoot him." There was a certain feral cast to Tango's languid smile as she regarded Whisper thoughtfully, while he returned her gaze with an even wider grin. Nothing ever seemed to faze the guy, which at times could be a bigger headache than it was a help. Like this one, for example. "All right," he continued, pinching his nose. "When we're ready to depart, Whisper blows the door after he'd been damn well told to do it," he said rather pointedly. "And we're out of here while the debris is still falling. Given that the entire fleet must know we're here by now, we'll have to use the alternate exfil route. Any questions?" There were none. They might all have their quirks, although that term was more than a little generous when describing Whisper. But they were also consummate professionals. They all knew the drill. The minutes slowly ticked by, and Musashi could feel himself growing increasingly agitated as the time dragged out. They could also hear movement out in the corridor again, but this time he managed to keep Whisper from blowing anything else up, though part of him suspected he was only being humored. The Konim had to be busily sealing off the exits, and the longer they waited, the worse the odds. "Got it!" Greybird shouted at last, as he began bundling up his gear. "Thank God," Musashi muttered, before looking at the rest of the team. "All right, get ready on the count of 3, we blow the door," he informed them. "Before the dust clears, we're up and moving, and keep your grenades handy. Something tells me we'll be needing them." He grimaced, as the 4 of them took up defensive positions away from the hatch. "Okay, 1, 2, 3. On 3, the hatch disintegrated in a massive explosion, though thankfully with the shaped charge they'd used, the blast was all directed outward. Shrapnel from the door was still tearing through the corridor as they were up and moving, Tango in the lead with her pistols eagerly seeking targets. Konhim bodies littered the hallway amidst the debris, torn apart by two separate charges as they blitzed their way back the way they'd came, and ran straight into a roadblock, a hastily constructed barrier covering a Konhim squad. "Grenades!" Musashi shouted, though the command was unnecessary. Their frags were already in the air as they dove for cover, peppering the improvised palisade with gunfire to keep their heads down. The explosions detonated almost as one, and at the sound of the blast, they were up and moving once more. The one thing they could absolutely not do was get pinned down, giving the enemy time to maneuver around them and seal off any hope of escape. The Konhim knew the ship's layout far better than they did, so they had to keep moving, even if their headlong rush took them in the wrong direction. Past the barricade, they were back at the ladder, and more grenades were dropped down the tube to clear the way. This was a major danger zone. Until they actually dropped down to the next level, they'd have no idea where the Konhim were waiting. The grenades would clear out anyone close, but if they were smart, and so far the Konhim were definitely making the smart moves, they'd pull back behind cover and open fire before they'd gotten themselves regrouped. If they were very smart, they'd set up in 2 or more separate corridors and catch them in a crossfire. But if they could stay one step ahead of the reaction forces, then they might just have a chance. Tango dropped down the tube as the grenades detonated, firemanning the ladder with her pistols at the ready, with Musashi right on her heels. She hit the floor with a tuck and roll and came up shooting as he landed behind her, his shotgun pumping out one round after another as they smashed their way through the ambush. Speed was everything. Never give them a chance to react or recover. Shoot their way past and just keep moving. More bodies piled up as the Konhim's shots went wild, and as Greybird and Whisper landed behind them, they were already down the corridor, the airlock just a few dozen meters away. Once they were out, they were golden. The chances of the enemy picking them up once they were in space was slim. Not impossible, but the odds would be in their favor. Just around the corner, and the team came skidding to a halt as they ran up against a massive piece of equipment blocking their escape. Somehow they'd managed to guess their route and blocked the exit, which could only mean, "Back!" Musashi shouted desperately, just as the trap was sprung. Dozens of Konhim came boiling out of the corridors, cutting off their only chance at freedom. The team hit the deck and returned fire, and while they were holding their own for the moment, their position was completely untenable. The Konhim seemed content to contain them, blocking off any possible exit as more reinforcements were brought in. They recognized just how dangerous the team was, and if they were prepared to play the long game and soak up casualties, they'd have no other choice than to surrender. Their plan was as brilliant as it was simple, only they'd made one critical mistake. They hadn't factored in a madman. As the trap closed in on them, Whisper leapt into the fray, his beloved knives flashing as he whirled like a dervish, slashing and stabbing any Konhim foolish enough to get within arm's reach. The enemy wall recoiled at his deranged attack, and that was all the opening they needed. Tango was a heartbeat behind him, her arms raised as she fired round after round, a deadly Valkyrie come to claim her due. Musashi and Greybird quickly added their fire as well, as the enemy will to fight crumbled against the desperate onslaught. With Whisper in the lead, they cut their way through the Konhim, coming out the other side of the ambush as they emerged in the clear on the far side. But the moment was fleeting. Already the Konhim were struggling to regroup. The team quickly retreated from the killing zone, backpedaling as fast their feet would carry them as they fired again and again. If the enemy had anticipated this, they'd be dead in the water, as all their firepower was pointed to the rear and focused on breaking contact. Tango's icy cold stare stood in sharp contrast to Whisper's wild-eyed mania, and yet the two together were far more than the sum of their parts. Resistance suddenly seemed to melt away behind them, as the four of them turned on their heels in unison and bolted for safety. They had to find a way off the Konhim ship, for the alternative was simply unacceptable in any of their minds. They could hear the Konhim's howls of anger and dismay as the enemy horde gave chase. There had to be other airlocks, other ways off the ship, but in their mad run and gun, the team had become hopelessly disoriented, forcing them to simply pick a direction at random and hope for the best. Their pursuit was drawing near, but another tossed grenade briefly gave the hounds pause. Ammo was growing desperately low, and if they didn't find a way out soon— "Here!" Greybird shouted, pointing down a side corridor. The rest of the team followed without thinking, bundling their way into a cramped antechamber that, thank the gods, held an airlock. But the gods are known to be tricksters, capricious and temperamental, and their joy at finding escape quickly turned to dismay as they realized the airlock, their path to freedom, had been damaged in attack and would not open. The sound of their pursuit was growing steadily louder as their options quickly dwindled to zero. "Shit!" Musashi said in dismay. "That's the ball game." "Oh, I wouldn't say that." Whisper grinned, digging into his bag of tricks, and pulled out their last explosive charge. The idea was insane. They were too close, and if they tried blowing the airlock from that position, it would kill them all, just as surely as the Konhim would, which left only one option open. "Set the charge," Musashi ordered, "while the rest of us make some room." A brief nod to the others and they turned back once more, placing some distance between them and the airlock, just as the Konhim found them at last. The enemy roared their fury as they charged forward, eager to avenge their fallen comrades and crush these few pitiful humans once and for all. The Konhim couldn't be blamed for their recklessness. After all, they had never heard of Bastonia or Cameron or Rorke's Drift. The names Leonidas and Henry V and Davy Crockett meant nothing to them. They simply couldn't comprehend the power humans can somehow tap into when making a final stand. The team was still holding their ground when the charge blew, sucking both them and their attackers into space. Admiral Fujimoto watched the displays as the fleet entered U-12S system, though she already had a suspicion what they were likely to find. Her technicians were already hard at work, scanning for any signs of the Konhim fleet, as they girded their loins to do battle once more. "Just not today. Admiral, there's no sign of the Konhim fleet, apart from some wreckage in orbit over U-12, her tactical officer reported. The planetary shield is still down, just as Major Parisi reported in her distress call. "Any signals from the Major?" Helene asked. The officer checked his board and shook his head. "No, ma'am. Nothing." He froze as a message suddenly appeared on his screen. "Admiral, I am getting a signal from the surface, but it doesn't carry the Major's ID. Text only, and it must be in code." He shook his head, trying to make sense of what he was reading. "What's the message say?" Fujimoto asked. "It says, we got your cheeseburger. You want fries with that?" He looked up her in confusion. "Ma'am, is it possible it got garbled somehow during transmission?" Admiral Fujimoto sighed, shaking her head. She had no idea where Antuma had dug up his merry band of lunatics, but they certainly got results. "Send a reply. Tell them, we'll take that burger to go." "Minister Singh, I believe we should reconsider our position in regards to opening negotiations with the Konhim," Lassorth said adamantly. "After the attacks on Uzon X and U-12, our people have grown even more agitated, despite your efforts to calm their fears. We have received communiques from every world in the Triumvirate, begging us to end this war any way we can." Leandra shook her head. "Not yet, Minister. It's too soon. As I said before, any attempts at negotiations now will only be seen as a sign of weakness by the Konhim. Until we can secure a victory, a real victory, not just something we're spinning for our citizens, the Konhim will see it as a sign that we're faltering. They'll redouble their efforts, and then we'll be in real trouble." "We are in real trouble now, Minister," Komzoi Shah said hotly. "Millions of our citizens are dead, and the rest are terrified they will be next. If you cannot defeat the enemy, then we must secure an end to this war, by any means necessary." "We will defeat the Konhim," Singh shot back. "But I warned you from the start it wouldn't be resolved overnight. You need to start accepting the possibility this war could drag on for years before it's over." "Years?" Sigma 121 Sub-Delta said in horror. "How can you expect us to let our citizens be murdered by the millions, possibly billions, and do nothing? You expect too much from us, especially since it is not your worlds being attacked. You have no idea what it is we are suffering." Leandra leaned back in her chair, eyeing the Ronin minister coolly. I'll give you a moment to think about that statement. Sigma 121 sub D, before I explain what an ass you're making of yourself. The machine said nothing in reply, though whether it was in sullen refusal or guilt, she was unsure. She shook her head in disgust as she eyed the three of them. So we humans know nothing about fear, she said coldly. Let me tell you something. We've been afraid even before we were human. You call us predators? You should see a real predator sometime, the kind we have on Earth. Like the Kodiak grizzly bear, for example, 600 kilograms of claws, teeth, and pure meanness. Or the black mamba, whose venom is so poisonous it can kill a human in less than an hour. Or maybe the jaguar, who will stalk you for kilometers, and you'll never know it's there until it pounces. She smiled thinly as Lasawarth and Kamzoisha looked physically ill from her descriptions. But of course, the most dangerous creature known to man is man himself. We've been killing each other off in job lots ever since the first ape picked up a rock. We were terrified when the Mongol hordes came sweeping down from the steppes, slaughtering everything in their path. We ran in panic from the blitzkrieg and watched the skies in mind-numbing despair as we waited for the missiles to turn our cities into ash. Her eyes went from one minister to another as they wilted from her gaze. Trust me, we know all about fear, and the lesson we learned I now pass on to you. You can either conquer your fear, or it will conquer you. That is easy for you to say, Sigma 121 sub-delta countered. For by your own admission you are a violent race, from a violent world, but we are not. For millennia we have lived in peace and harmony, and you expect us to simply change who we are in an instant? Your wishes are unrealistic, and perhaps it is time for us to reconsider the agreement we made with you when this war began. Leandra couldn't help herself. She started laughing hysterically when the Ronin threw down his gauntlet. Oh, now there's a plan, she snickered. And what exactly do you think you'd accomplish without our help? You promised us victory, Minister. And yet we have only suffered defeat, Kamzoisa countered. Why should we continue allowing Earth to dictate policy if you do not win? Because we're the only hope you've got, Minister, she snarled. You think you can defeat the Konhim all by yourselves? Then go right ahead. Do it. If we humans are such a hindrance, then say so now, and we will happily get out of your way. We all acknowledge your species' ability to fight, Lasorth said calmly, but we question your fitness to lead. As you have stated in the past, our populations number in the trillions, far more than your race. You would do well to remember that, and remember that the bulk of the soldiers now engaged in battle belong to us. The temperature in the room dropped several degrees as Leandra rose to her feet. Do you think we were foolish enough not to have planned for this? She hissed at them. You think we didn't install fail-safes in every weapon and ship we designed if you tried to turn them against us? And as for your soldiers, just who do you think they will follow? The cowards hiding in fear, or the ones who taught them to fight? Her eyes blazed with fury as she stared them down in turn. And what do you think the Konhim will be doing if you plunge our species into civil war? I'll tell you exactly what they'll do. Gobble you up one by one while you're fighting us. She shook her head, disgusted by their arrogant stupidity. We could have crushed you any time we wanted, but we didn't. For the very simple reason that it wasn't in anyone's best interest, yours or ours. But I'm warning you, do not push us, or you'll see firsthand just how dangerous humans really are. A dark smile crossed her face as she reached inside her robe and withdrew a sleek pistol, small enough to fit in her hand, and yet just as deadly as a weapon twice its size. I've been carrying this for a long time now, and you never once thought to check, did you? Makes you wonder what other surprises we have in store, doesn't it? The ministers stared at the pistol in horrified fascination and at the viper in their midst. We stay the course, Leandra said quietly, as she slipped the weapon back inside her clothing, because any other choice will end very badly for all involved. Rykret scanned the training field until she finally spotted Nasat leading his platoon in a series of drills. She approached carefully, not wishing to disturb him, but as the others in his group noticed her drawing near, he turned and smiled, calling a halt to the training. "Nasat, Sergeant Lin is asking for you," she said quietly, "and there are others with him. Senior officers," she said in concerned tones. Nasat nodded and turned back to the group, pointing at the next senior squad leader. "Continue the drills until I return," he told him, before going to Rykret's side. "Then we should not keep them waiting," he said calmly as they began making their way back to the medical tent. The young healer hugged herself as they walked. "Nasat, why do they wish to speak to you?" she wondered aloud. "Do you think it means we will be leaving Uzonks?" "I do not know," Nasat admitted as they entered the tent. "But do not be afraid. Whatever happens, I will protect you." Ever since the discovery of her family's fate, the acolyte-turned-corporal had become her rock, the one thing that helped maintain her grip on reason, and the two of them had found themselves growing steadily closer. The thought of losing him now terrified her. As they approached Lin's bed, Nasat's eyes widened at the group speaking to the sergeant. Senior officers indeed, including a human clutching a polished wooden baton. He came to a halt and snapped to attention. "Corporal Nasat reporting as ordered, sir." "At ease, Corporal," Marshal Antuma said with a gentle smile, before turning to Lin. "This is the one?" he asked. "Yes, sir," Lin replied, sitting up in his bed, as he gave Nasat an unreadable look. Nasat stared straight ahead, unsure of what to make of this, but absolutely convinced it could be nothing good. "Corporal Nasat, Sergeant Lin has told me a great deal about you," Antuma said. "In fact, he has recommended you to take over Bravo Company while he recuperates." Nasat blinked in surprise. "Sir, I am unqualified for such a position," he stammered. "Nasat, you've got the three things a good leader needs," Lin said with a twinkle in his eye: brains, heart, and guts. His confusion was growing by leaps and bounds. "Sergeant, how does possessing internal organs make me qualified?" The humans broke out into laughter. "I guess some things just don't translate well," Marshal Antuma chuckled. "What the sergeant is saying is that you possess intelligence, courage, and fortitude, all excellent qualities for a leader." Nasat's eyes widened at the unexpected praise, even though he felt completely unworthy of it. "He has also recommended you for this," Antuma continued, pulling out a small, flat box. "Sergeant Nasat, for single-handedly taking out an enemy weapons platform, for your steadfastness under incredible odds, and for rescuing your commander at great personal cost to yourself, you are hereby awarded the Coeur de Lion," he said in somber tones, as he removed a golden medallion attached to a ribbon and slipped it over his head. Rykret positively beamed at him, as he suddenly found himself at a loss for words. "Thank you, sir," he said hoarsely, "but I do not deserve such an honor." Lin just chuckled. "I did warn you, sir," he grinned. "So you did," Antuma smiled before turning his attention back to Nasat. "Sergeant, despite the citation, we don't hand out promotions and medals for what you've done. We award them for what we think you're capable of in the future." The smile disappeared as he said somberly, "We need you to rebuild Bravo Company and get them ready for the next battle." "Of course. I should have known," Nasat realized sadly as he closed his eyes and bowed his head. "I will do my best," he said softly, already dreading what was to come. Barbarians, chapters 25 and 26, The Edge of the Blade. Admiral Fujimoto contemplated the star display as she sipped her tea, and for the umpteenth time tried to get inside the head of her opponent. Ever since the war began, the Konhim had been one step ahead of them, and if they were to have any chance at a decisive victory, that had to change. The problem was that as the attackers, they held the initiative. There were multiple targets for them to choose from, and unless the fleet could arrive soon enough to make a difference, that bloody equation was not going to improve in their favor. Which begged the question, where would Jiaj strike next? The attack on U-12 seemed to vindicate Marshal Antuma's belief they would strike at random, but the more she studied the map, the more it seemed they were almost trying too hard to throw the Navy off their scent. So, someplace far from U-12, on the opposite side of the sphere of triumvirate worlds. Someplace far enough from the central system she had been basing the fleet to launch their assault and then disappear before she could arrive on site. Helene highlighted the possible targets on her display and crunched the numbers, but there were still too many possibilities to cover with any reasonable chance of success. Unless... Admiral Fujimoto leaned back in her chair, steepling her fingers. It was a gamble, a huge one in fact, but if she was right, her odds of finding the Konhim fleet improved considerably. If she was wrong, however, she'd be committing one of the strategic cardinal sins, and possibly court the destruction of her entire fleet. But the more she stared at that map, the more convinced she became it was the only course of action left that had any chance of success. Pressing an icon on her display, her first officer appeared on the screen. "I'm sending you coordinates," she informed him. "I want the fleet ready for transit within the hour." Her XO looked dubiously at the information she'd relayed. "Are you sure about this, ma'am?" "I'm sure," she nodded. "Let me know when we're ready to get underway." Fujimoto out. She didn't blame her first officer for his skepticism, but unless they took the risk, millions, maybe billions more would die. Diaksh Jiaj. Guyaz stared out into the black and contemplated their next offensive. They'd been forced to briefly call a halt to their campaign in order to effect repairs, some of which due to the damage caused by the rogue human spies. Some of his officers believed their mission to be a failure, that given the explosion which had blown them into space, they could not have survived. But he was less convinced. Time and again they had shown themselves to be a clever and resourceful species, if not their equals in combat. It was a pity they had chosen to ally themselves with the triumvirate, for if they had sided with the Konhim, their enemy would have fallen in a matter of weeks. The humans had pecked away at his fleet, though the bulk of his ships were intact and combat-ready. Still, he was steadily taking losses, and as far from home as they were, he needed to husband his resources. That was the primary reason they had temporarily anchored, but it also gave him an opportunity to consider their options. When they had first departed on their great crusade, the way forward had been simple and clear. Destroy the ancient enemy that had once tried to destroy them, and finally give their forebears justice and peace. But while they had gone from one victory to the next, there was a growing sense of unease within him he could not easily dismiss. He had defeated the humans at every turn, but they were learning, and each time they met in battle a new wrinkle was added, a new tactic introduced. Was it possible that one day they would unlock the stratagem that would secure victory for the triumvirate? And if so, what would their options be then? Part of him wished to simply dismiss that possibility out of hand, but honesty compelled him to accept the fact that reality was not his to dictate. If they were defeated here, could they simply retreat back home? Would the triumvirate allow them to, unmolested? Somehow he thought not. Certainly the humans wouldn't, and it had become painfully clear they were the greatest obstacle to victory the Konhim horde faced. They had learned much about these humans from the prisoners taken on a handful of worlds. They had even managed to secure 3 human corpses for study, though as of yet they had not managed to capture one alive. But the more he studied the problem, the more he realized 3 very simple truths. 1. To defeat the triumvirate, he would be forced to smash his way through the humans. 2. The humans were much smaller in number than the rest of the triumvirate, though highly visible amongst their military. 3. The humans held only a small scattering of worlds, including their homeworld known as Earth. Oh, it was tempting. Take the humans out of the equation by attacking their homeworld directly. The triumvirate would still be there waiting after all. But they had not spent all these millennia planning the defeat of the humans, and he was loath to divert the fleet from their crusade. It would take a significant amount of resources to level their planet, resources already allocated for the triumvirate. It would also widen the scope of the war to a degree he was uncomfortable with, and that was what stayed his hand. Though if the situation changed, it might become necessary after all. The Ophipteran world. Zarunk grew larger on their monitors, and as they drew nearer, Jiaj searched for any signs of the humans, and found none. "Locate the shield generators before we launch the breakers," he ordered, and destroy them the instant the shield collapses. I do not wish a repeat of our previous attack." "Understood, Diaksh," his tactical officer acknowledged, already searching for orbiting satellites. "So another world falls to the faithful," Jiaj thought with a satisfied smile. "Soon they will all be reduced to cinders, and our work will be complete." Her communications officer looked up from her screen in alarm. "Admiral, priority distress signal." "Where?" Fujimoto demanded. "Zaronk, ma'am," the officer replied, as a wolfish grin appeared on her face. "Got you, by God!" she cried out, clenching her fists in triumph. "Fujimoto to all squadrons! Best speed to Zaronk!" Zaronk's shields fell like the others before it, and soon after the generators were located and destroyed. The bombardment was going well, and Jiaj watched the devastation on his monitors with an abiding sense of satisfaction. It was almost too simple, and despite the problems they had caused for the crusade, he owed the humans a debt. Without them, their victories would have felt hollow, for the triumvirate was not the dreaded enemy of old. They had grown soft and weak over the millennia, and without the intervention of the humans, it was clear they would have fallen without landing a single blow. There was little honor to be found in defeating an opponent unable to fight back, but in this instance there was a blood debt yet to be paid. The humans, however, were an honorable enemy, worthy of their blades. Granted, they did not fight as well as the Konhim, but they were clever and resilient. They at least offered a challenge, whereas the triumvirate did not. In fact, "Sensor alert!" his tactical officer suddenly called out. Multiple ships entering the system on a least time course for the planet. He paused for a moment as he double-checked his readings and nodded in confirmation. "It is the triumvirate fleet, Diaksh." Jiaj fingered his blade thoughtfully. This was certainly unexpected. How had the humans tracked them to this planet? They had not been followed, for any ship trailing them would have been quickly discovered. Had they left some sort of trail? He could not imagine what kind of spoor the enemy would be able to track in the coldness of space, but perhaps they had discovered something new. If so, that would force them to radically change their plans, though somehow he did not think that was the case here. Had they predicted this attack by some means? Possible, but yet again the question would be how. Questions for another time, Jiaj thought grimly. "Prepare for action," he ordered, a cold smile appearing on his face. "We have faced them before, and emerged victorious each time, and we will do so again." His crew grinned at each other, eager to prove themselves once more as their great ships wheeled to face the enemy. The human ships began disgorging the small fighter craft as expected, forming themselves into the familiar attack patterns they had seen before. "Advance the fleet and engage the enemy," Jiaj ordered as his ships moved forward, eager for battle. But even as they advanced, the enemy began to pull back, keeping the distance between them open as they stayed just out of weapons range. Jiaj's brow furrowed in confusion. Why would the humans scramble to bring their fleet against him, only to avoid action once they arrived? It made no sense, and when something made no sense in battle, he was instantly suspicious. Still, they were a known quantity, and if he pressed hard enough he was certain he could crush them, or at least send them packing. "Increase to flank speed," he ordered, "and fire the instant the enemy is within range." That proved easier said than done. Every move he made to close the gap, the humans would slither out of his grasp. They were toying with him, and that was a very dangerous game to play. It also made him increasingly wary. Why? What was their plan? They most certainly had one, but how did this ridiculous dance serve that? Did they think they could somehow draw him away from the planet by offering themselves up as a target instead? If so, it was a fool's game, for they could not evade him forever. Oh, they were being quite clever about it, using the other bodies in the system to their advantage, but each turn they made brought him just a bit closer, and soon— "New contact!" his tactical officer suddenly cried out. "Multiple vessels entering the system, on a converging course." "What?" he said in shock, whirling around to view the monitors, as new icons appeared, one after the other. Admiral Fujimoto's eyes gleamed in cold satisfaction as the rest of the fleet emerged in the system. "Surprise, motherfucker!" she growled hungrily. So you're certain this isn't something I need to be concerned with? Marshal Antuma asked the minister. Leandra chuckled. I think you can safely say we have an understanding, she smirked. Whatever the other ministers might have been planning, I can assure you they aren't planning it now. Antuma laughed along with her as a Sortor aide entered the room and handed him a tablet. He stopped laughing immediately. God damn it, he grimaced. What is it? She asked quietly. Obviously nothing good. He slid the tablet over to her. It seems Helene has kicked off Sucker Punch a little earlier than planned, he said frostily, before punching an icon on his console. This is Antuma, he spoke in crisp, professional tones. Issue movement orders immediately for our ground forces on Uzanks. Tell them. He paused for a moment as he shared a look with Minister Singh. Tell them. They are to expedite transport for Zaronk. The early engagements against the Konhim had shown that the Comet fighters, while certainly agile and deadly at close range, simply didn't have the ability to stand toe-to-toe against the massive enemy ships. The humans had plans for several classes of ships on the drawing boards, all ready to put into production, but even the smallest class would take over a year to complete. It had become readily apparent that the triumvirate did not have a year, so the engineers went back to work, looking at what they could build right now, and came up with what had to be the ugliest, ungainliest, most brute force application of a warship ever designed. In essence, they took a Ronin tank, stripped off the treads, and slapped on a pair of massively overpowered engines, swapped out the single-barrel railgun for a pair of tri-barrel antimatter turrets, grafted on enough armor to make a battleship swoon, and pronounced it good. Some wag had dubbed it the HK, after an obscure 20th century cinematic entertainment series, and the name stuck. The shipyards had been hard at work cranking them out, and now that the first 2 squadrons had been activated, Admiral Fujimoto had decided to take a chance. They were not agile, but then they had never been intended to be. If the Comet was a dagger, then the HK was a battle axe. Helene Fujimoto had realized, while looking at the star map, that there was no single place she could plant her flag and hope to catch the Konhim fleet, so she took a gamble and did the one thing all military leaders have pounded into their heads to never do: split their forces. Dividing your units into smaller groups simply hands your enemy an engraved invitation to what is known as defeat in detail, an innocuous-sounding euphemism that sends any experienced officer straight to their whiskey bottle. It allows the enemy to bring their entire force to bear on each smaller unit in turn, gobbling them up one at a time like so much candy. Admiral Fujimoto had understood that risk all too well, and did it anyway. There had simply been no other way to cover enough of the sector, so each task force had been given strict instructions. Whichever was the closest was to arrive on site and then avoid action at all costs, until the other group emerged in system. It was risky as hell, for if they were unable to avoid action. But now both task forces were in sight of Zayaronk, and the Comet squadrons had abandoned their dance with the Konhim, making a beeline to link up with their HK brothers. Dyaksh Jiaj Guyaz recognized their intended plan in an instant, and the one thing he could not do was let the 2 enemy forces unite. Unfortunately, he was badly out of position, and even if he risked burning out his engines to prevent it, he could only manage extreme weapons range before the 2 units merged. He'd get some hits, but not enough. It seems the humans have chosen their killing ground, he thought grimly. So be it. He still had the advantage in ship weight, but this new fleet consisted of vessel types unknown to him. Who knew what they might be capable of, though it seemed he was about to find out. What happened next would not be the one-sided slaughter he had enjoyed so far, but a brutal slugging match with no guarantees as to the victor. So what advantage did he still possess? His eyes turned to the monitor and the planet below. If this was to be the final battle, then let it be one for the ages. Pass the word to all ships, he ordered. All assault craft are to head for the planet and take the population centers still intact. A thin smile appeared on his face as the order was acknowledged. The enemy could link forces, or they could prevent his assault on the planet. They could not do both. Admiral Fujimoto had breathed a heavy sigh of relief as the HK squadrons entered the system. She'd known roughly how long it would take for the other task force to arrive, and on what vector, and as she maneuvered the fleet to avoid the Konheim, she'd managed to position herself between them. Armchair amateurs might wax poetic about attacking with converging forces to smash the enemy, but actually pulling it off required split-second timing, with units who had trained endlessly together. Since that had been a luxury they were unable to afford, she'd opted instead to join forces first, and then take entire armada into battle against the Konheim fleet. It was the safe move, the smart move, and the one that left her badly out of position when the enemy ships started disgorging assault craft. Helene pounded her armrest in frustration. She yearned to turn back and blow those craft out of the sky, but she knew that was exactly what Giage wanted her to do. Oh yes, make a mad dash in with half her forces, only to get chewed to bits while the rest of the fleet looked on helplessly. She was between Scylla and Charybdis, and there wasn't a damn thing she could do about it, except to ensure the Konheim paid dearly when she brought the entire fleet down on them like the wrath of God. "Admiral, incoming message from command," her communications officer announced. "Routing it to your terminal now." She managed not to wince as she reviewed the communique. Kwasi was pissed, and she couldn't blame him one bit. Helene had known full well she was overstepping her authority when she authorized Sucker Punch ahead of schedule. But she simply couldn't stand by and watch another half-dozen worlds razed while they waited to build up their forces. The plan had been to throw 5 HK squadrons at the Konheim, not the paltry 2 she actually possessed, but she'd crunched the numbers and run the sims, and Helene was certain she could pull it off with what she had. Well, reasonably certain. That was the difference between the two of them. Antima was the one who calculated the odds, always making the smart play, and almost never bluffing when he didn't have the cards. She, on the other hand, was the one who operated on instinct, going with her gut as she psyched out her opponent. Helene had known how Kwasi would react had she asked permission, so she didn't. Instead, she'd handed him a fait accompli, and nodded in satisfaction at the notice he was sending her the ground forces from Uzonks. God knows they were going to need them. Assuming, of course, she could hold the fleet together until they arrived. Nassat gestured to the last few stragglers of Bravo Company, straining to bring their gear aboard the waiting transport. "We must hurry," he informed them as they worked to secure their equipment. The orders to leave Uzonk had arrived unexpectedly, and now the entire army was scrambling to comply. He and Raykret had already said their goodbyes, as she and the other healers had evacuated with the first wave along with the wounded. He was uncertain what he and her were to each other. He knew she cared for him as he did for her, but was it simply because of what they had gone through together? Was their relationship based on nothing more than shared hardship, reinforced with need to cling to someone during their darkest hours? And if it were, could they endure? It was a question for which he had no answers. It seemed there were many such questions, especially now that he commanded Bravo Company, albeit temporarily. They had just received a new batch of recruits fresh from basic, and he shuddered at how incredibly wide-eyed and callow they were. It was difficult to believe he had once been just like them, not so long ago, and he constantly reminded himself of that fact as he put them through their paces, preparing them as best he could for what was to come, and tried desperately not to think how many of those eager young faces would not live to see the war's end. There had been one other person he had needed to speak to besides Raykret before their departure, and he had managed it only minutes before the first wave lifted. Sergeant Lin's condition had improved considerably since their arduous trek, but he was still a long way from full recovery. There were so many questions he needed to ask him, so many concerns churning inside him as he once again questioned the Army's wisdom in making him Bravo's commander. Did they see something within him he could not? Or were they simply that desperate? The brief conversation had not gone as he expected. He had gone to him as he once had as a young acolyte to the venerable Ishre, when that ancient monk had still held his respect. But Lin would have none of it. "Call me Jehil," he'd chuckled. "We're the same rank now, and I'd say you've earned the right." His tongue had absolutely balked at such familiarity. "I must know what I am supposed to do," he'd asked softly, feeling the weight upon his shoulders. "I am not ready for what is to come. Lin had simply smiled. You're ready, Nasat, but if it's wisdom you're looking for, there's just one thing you need to know. Nasat held his breath, waiting in awe as the human who had taught him so much prepared to impart the sagacity of the ages to him. But Lin surprised him yet again. Do what you gotta do, he said quietly. Everything else is bullshit. He was still pondering the meaning of those words as the ramp doors closed and the shuttle lifted for orbit. Barbarians, chapters 27 and 28, the breaking point. Admiral. Fujimoto's eyes glittered in satisfaction as the two task forces finally merged, with the HKs in the center and the comets covering the flanks. The two fleets eyed each other warily, circling in opposition around the planet as they sized each other up. Part of her desperately wished to simply make a hard run-in, using the HKs to smash her way through and settle this once and for all, but she stayed her hand. Every engagement against the Konheim fleet had ended badly for the Triumvirate, and she didn't dare squander the chance she now had. So, if she wasn't content to merely hang there in the system, and a full-out assault wasn't in the cards just yet, what did that leave? A probing attack, perhaps? Tempting, but given the disposition of the enemy, any advance forces sent in would likely be hammered to pieces. That left a passing engagement, assuming the Konheim didn't strike first. If she ordered her fleet to sweep past the enemy, engaging each other like two ancient galleons firing broadsides, it still gave her the ability to break off if necessary. She could evaluate the new ships in action, and more importantly, give the Konheim a taste of what was to come. Diaksh, the enemy fleet has changed course, his tactical officer announced suddenly. Giage stared intently at the plot, nodding slowly as the Triumvirate fleet began their run. It seemed they wished to test their mettle before committing to a full engagement. That suited him completely, for these new ships were an unknown quality, and until he had a better sense of what they could do, he too was leery of pressing an attack home. Bring the fleet about, he ordered. We will indulge the enemy. If they wish to touch blades, it would be dishonorable to refuse the challenge, he said, with a thin smile. Helene had wondered how the Konheim would respond to her challenge, and it seemed they were just as curious about her as she was about them. They could have broken off or moved to intercept, but instead they were mirroring her movements as they closed the distance. They were like two ancient knights on horseback, their lances leveled as they charged one another in a jousting tournament. It was almost as formal as a duel, but 1,000 times bloodier. The HKs swung their turrets starboard, tracking the Konheim fleet as they closed the distance, while the comets stood ready to intercept the inbound missiles. It was exactly this type of engagement that was all but impossible to forecast, for each ship class had its pluses and minuses. The Konheim ships were massive, far more able to soak up damage while spewing out wave after wave of missiles in return. But they were also filled with thousands of living, breathing beings. A punctured hull meant death to anyone nearby if they were not suited up, but even that was no guarantee. It was as if their enormous size brought with it a vulnerability of its own. The HKs, on the other hand, held exactly one crewman, and since the Ronin did not require atmosphere to breathe, a hull breach did not mean an automatic fatality. But they were also much smaller craft, and if the enemy maged a good solid hit that penetrated their armor, there was a strong chance the ship would be completely destroyed. Even as they neared weapons range, both fleets still had the ability to break off the engagement if they so chose, but neither side showed any intention of doing so. Unless something drastically unexpected took place, they were committed to following through. Minute by agonizing minute they closed the distance, entering extreme weapons range, but Admiral Fujimoto held back. She wanted to make each shot count, and the closer they got, the better the odds. Unfortunately, the same was also true for the enemy. They passed through long range with neither fleet firing, each side boring in steadily as they both held their fire, conserving their ammunition. Entering medium range, Helene was tempted to give the order, but still she held back, waiting to see if the Konheim would be the first to blink. It was a game of chicken now, as they raced towards one another, but as their vectors began to converge, she could wait no longer. "Fire!" she ordered, as both fleets unleashed hell. Jiaj had to admire the humans' intrepidness. It was tempting for any commander to open fire the instant they had the range, but doing so would merely deplete one's magazine chasing low-probability hits. As they screamed towards one another, it became a source of fascination for him, wondering just how close the humans planned on getting before bringing their weapons into action. Would they wait until they reached point-blank range? He found it unlikely, for he certainly had no intentions of waiting that long, robbing himself of opportunities to inflict real harm on the enemy fleet. There was a perfect moment to fire. He did not know what it was just yet, but he would know when the time was right. Of that he was certain, and then it did come. His first missiles were just clearing the fleet, when the enemy returned fire. Or perhaps they fired first. It was hard to say. Hundreds of guided projectiles arced away, seeking out the enemy ships, bobbing and jinking to avoid destruction as they bored in. Jiaj watched with satisfaction as the triumvirate craft began to die, but for every missile that struck home, half a dozen others found nothing but space. It was a game of numbers. How many of them could one kill before they did the same to you? But then, it was their turn, and with quiet despair, Jiaj watched the enemy's deadly antimatter rounds blast through his ships, tearing into their hulls and exposing whole sections to space. His own flagship Oathkeeper shuddered as half a dozen rounds ripped into her flesh, seeking the soft meat within. Whole sections of his display turned bright orange, signifying damaged systems and blasted compartments. Alarms blared loudly on all decks as his engineers raced to repair the damage, while others carried their wounded cohorts away from the shattered sections to safety. Requite and Vindication disappeared in balls of flame, and a dozen more staggered out of formation with heavy damage, including Oathkeeper. Admiral Fujimoto gripped her armrests tightly as the comets and HKs began to disappear. The weapons were flying too fast and furious for anything other than a computer to keep track, but keep it track it did, updating her constantly as the two fleets tore at each other. The HKs were performing even better than she'd hoped. As small as they were in comparison to the Konheim ships, they were hard to lock onto. And as heavily armored as they were equally difficult to kill. Despite all that, they weren't invulnerable. The HKs might die hard, but they still died. But even as her own ships perished, the enemy was getting hammered hard. It was far too early in the engagement to declare a victory, but as they continued to sweep past the Konheim fleet, Helene began to feel a sense of cautious optimism. They were holding their own, which, considering their previous battles, was cause for celebration. And as the two fleets broke apart and peeled off in opposite directions, she was finally able to let go of the breath she hadn't realized she had been holding. Death and destruction lie in their wake, but the bulk of her fleet was still intact, still able to fight. And as she ordered the flotilla to regroup and assess their losses, she was already planning their next engagement. This first battle had been a test, as both her and her counterpart gauged each other's strengths and weaknesses. Their next encounter, however, would be a bloodbath. Klaxon screamed on Oathkeeper's bridge as the ship shuddered yet again. One of the enemy's rounds had burrowed its way into engineering, tearing into the power plant that was the ship's heart. Jiaj gripped his console tightly as she began to buck and shake as his harried and frantic engineer gave his report. "It is no use, Diaksh," he informed him. "We have suffered too much damage to save the ship. We must abandon before we lose her crew as well." It was the last thing in the universe Jiaj wished to hear. Oathkeeper was not just any ship, nor even from where he led the crusade, but something far more important and powerful. Her very name carried their promise to their forebears, and losing her felt as if they were betraying the cause itself. But flesh and metal had their limits, and it appeared that no matter how mighty Oathkeeper once had been, she was no more. "Very well," he said reluctantly. "I will shift my command to Wrath while we—" A massive explosion knocked them off their feet as Oathkeeper broke her back. Her hull buckled and screamed in agony as her death throes threatened to take the rest of her crew with her to the grave, as Jiaj clawed his way back to his console. "Abandon ship!" he gasped, as the sound of tearing metal filled their ears. "All hands, make for the life pods!" Reports were still coming in from the fleet, and Admiral Fujimoto grimaced as she read the butcher's bill. It wasn't as bad as she'd feared, but it had been bad enough, though by the looks of the enemy they had taken the bigger blow. Even as she watched, yet another Konhim vessel bled out, shedding escape pods as it began to disintegrate. And then something odd happened. The rest of the enemy ships began to move, altering their formation, forming what appeared to be a protective shell around the dying craft. Helene's eyes narrowed as she watched them take their positions. But what was the point? That ship was dead. It was as obvious to her as it had to be to them, so why on earth would they— A sharp gasp of air betrayed her realization. There was only one reason she could think of, and if she was right, Helene thought furiously. If they somehow had managed to take out the Konhim flagship, then they had a golden opportunity before them. Command would be confused, disjointed, but it would not last long. If she was going to do this, then she dare not hesitate even for an instant. But was the risk worth taking? Her jaw hardened as she made her decision. Admiral Fujimoto stabbed the comm button on her console and snarled into the mic. "All ships, come about! Back at them, boys, straight into their teeth." Admiral Fujimoto watched the Konhim like a hawk as she brought the fleet back around for a second pass. The enemy flagship was still shedding escape pods and spewing plasma as her ships raced to catch back up, and for the moment, they didn't seem to be reacting to her course change, but there was no way that would last. Despite the damage, it would only be a matter of minutes before they reorganized their formation, but then what? Would they yield the system or stand and fight? She'd hurt them, but Helene was convinced they wouldn't give up quite so easily. In fact, having the Konhim flee before her was the last thing she wanted, because if they managed to escape, there was no telling where they'd go. Even though the enemy fleet was still struggling to deal with the loss of their flagship, their speed hadn't dropped off all that much, which forced them to try and play catch-up. There was an old naval saying, "A stern chase is a long chase," and despite all the advantages she held this time around, it was going to take time for them to get within weapons range once more. Diaksh Jiaj Guyaz stumbled through the corridor of his dying flagship with the rest of his crew as they made for the life pods. Like any commander, he'd hoped they'd never be necessary, but like any good commander, he had also prepared for the worst. Another shuddering blast rocked Oathkeeper as he arrived at the emergency station, slapping the large orange button to open the hatch and revealing the 5-man pod on the ship's hull. He and his tactical officer, as well as 3 of the bridge crew, piled in and sealed the hatch, hastily strapping in as the life pod began its brief countdown sequence. With any luck, they'd be quickly picked up by one of the other ships, but even as the pod blasted away from the ship, Jiaj hungered to know what was happening with the enemy fleet. He had to get to another ship and take control of the battle once more, for this time the humans had planned their attack with care. And unless he could see with his own eyes what they were doing, there was an all-too-real chance they might carry the day. His tactical officer was already plugged into the pod's communicator, trying to hail one of the other ships in the fleet. But with all the other life pods clamoring for attention, their message was simply lost in the noise. The engines fired suddenly, catching him off guard, and as he stared out the porthole in alarm, Jiaj realized the pod's emergency systems had decided that instead of waiting in space for retrieval, it was far safer to deliver its occupants onto the planet's surface below. It made perfect sense from an emergency standpoint. On Zaronk, there was atmosphere, food, and water, all the resources necessary for long-term survival. From a tactical standpoint, however, it was a disaster. "Override the engines!" he shouted to his tactical officer, as he grabbed the rudimentary controls and struggled to fly the pod back towards the fleet. His officer was frantically trying to nullify the pod's predetermined flight path, but the simple machine was having none of it. It had been designed with one purpose in mind, to keep its passengers alive, and its builders had understood there was a very real possibility that its occupants might try and do something stupid out of panic. Something stupid like trying to blast away from the safety of a planet surface and towards a battle zone in space. "I can't!" his officer screeched in reply as the pod's engines drove them towards Zaronk. The triumvirate fleet streaked towards the enemy as Admiral Fujimoto watched in chagrin, as the Konheim finally reacted to her attack run. There had never been any real chance she would have been able to fly all the way in without being noticed, despite the loss of the flagship. But she'd hoped and prayed nonetheless. Unfortunately, the gods of war didn't seem to be listening. Their response was ragged and poorly coordinated, just as she'd counted on. But would it be enough? There was still time to abort her attack if she had to. Only it was highly unlikely she'd get another opportunity like this. If she'd learned anything about combat, the real thing, not the simulations she'd spent her life mastering, it was that victory did not go to the best. No, victory went to the one who screwed up the least. There would be no finesse this time, no clever last-minute maneuver, no surprise reinforcements coming to save their bacon. What she had was all she had, and the math was as brutal as it was simple. The Konheim were turning to meet her, making the same decision she had, and as the two fleets raced headlong into each other's embrace, she knew this time it was going to be a goddamned massacre. Helene did her best to give the impression of serenity to her crew, but they could read the displays just as well as she could. Their expressions hovered somewhere between grim determination and morbid fascination, each of them wondering if they would still be alive when the two fleets met. For many of them, the answer would be no. Nasat looked at the faces of those under his command and did his best to appear confident. Sergeant Lin always had, and as a frightened recruit, he had drawn strength from that. Had he felt as I do? He wondered. If so, the human was far better at concealing it, in his opinion, though as he gazed into the eyes of his soldiers, what he saw reflected in them humbled him beyond words. They trusted him to get them through the coming battles safely, trusted him to not waver or falter when they faced the enemy, trusted him to stand at their side, no matter what. Dear Creator, let me be worthy of that trust, he prayed silently as he rose to his feet. When we reach Zaronk, remember your training, he informed them. Put as much distance as you can from the shuttles when we land, and remember to disperse. Clumping together may feel safe to you, the familiarity of the herd, but I can assure you that it is not. The enemy will see that as a target of opportunity, so remember the human creed of combat. One of the new recruits raised his hand. Sergeant, what creed is that? Somehow a wry smile appeared on his face. Try to look unimportant. They may be low on ammo. A nervous titter of laughter filled the shuttle's hold as their ship headed for battle. Helene watched the two fleets racing to annihilate each other, with the inevitability of an onrushing avalanche. It was up to them now, the individual pilots, and as they closed to weapons range, she keyed her mic. This is Admiral Fujimoto to all ships. The Konheim flagship is out of action thanks to you, so this is our chance. A fierce grin was plastered on her face as the clock slowly counted down. Today we make the enemy pay for all they've done, and every single one of the victims lost to the invaders rides with us. Their blood cries out for vengeance, and it will not be denied. We will not be denied! Her visage grew dark and unflinching as she gazed at them all, as ancient words came to her in her hour of need. I hope you all had a hearty meal, for tonight we dine in hell. All ships, fire! The triumvirate fleet exploded with weapons fire as antimatter rounds snarled towards the enemy. Moments later, an answering storm cloud of missiles arced away from the Konheim fleet, blotting out Zaronk's sun as both formations dissolved in chaos. Long ago, combat pilots had dubbed the anarchy of mass aerial combat as the furball, a swirling, writhing orb of death and destruction. The triumvirate pilots knew what was at stake, and for races who had spent millennia espousing pacifism, they had somehow managed to discover their primal selves in the heat of battle. Missiles and antimatter chased craft with reckless abandon, the explosions marking the deaths of friend and enemy alike. There was no time for strategy. Just find a target, aim and fire, check your six, race for safety, re-engage a target of opportunity, dodge an incoming missile, fire at your enemy, find another target, and try to stay alive. While all the while, your enemy was doing the exact same thing to you. Not even the computers could keep up with the insanity as the two fleets ripped each other apart, clawing and tearing and rending each other to bits. Ships slammed into each other and detonated with frightfully common frequency, and it was just as likely to be Allied craft dying in accidental fratricide as it was enemy vessels dragging each other into extinction. Crippled ships pinwheeled out of sight, only to explode as some hapless pilot discovered the debris by accident. They killed and fought and died by the hundreds, with no end in sight. Guyaz tore open the life pod's hatch and stumbled out on the surface, his eyes immediately searching the sky above him. The soundless flashes of light showed him exactly what he'd feared. His carefully crafted battle plan was falling apart, and unless he could take back control, the fleet teetered on the brink of extinction. "I must get back up there!" he howled in frustration as he turned to his tactical officer. "There has to be one of our shuttles somewhere near here. Something we can commandeer?" Thankfully, the sensors aboard the life pod were functioning perfectly, even if he had strongly disagreed with its programming. "There appear to be a few assault craft bearing 218, his officer informed him after a moment. "I will attempt to radio them now and request extraction." "Quickly," Giage urged, "before there is nothing left." The voice on the loudspeaker was Ophipteran, as most pilots were. Nasat and his company lifted their heads as the announcement filled the compartment. "All hands ETA to the Zaronk system is 10 minutes. Shuttle pilots, stand by. LZ is hot. Repeat, LZ is hot." Nasat drew a deep breath. "May the Creator be with you all," he told his company as the shuttle's engines began to whine. Barbarians, chapters 29 and 30, Between Ruin and Resolve. There are several ways a battle can end. A combatant may realize they are losing badly and flee for safety. One side may annihilate another or force its surrender. A ceasefire could be ordered, though that usually occurs after a battle. Or, like two exhausted boxers at the end of 12 brutal rounds, the adversaries might stagger back to their corners to lick their wounds while awaiting the judge's decision. The Battle of Zaronk didn't so much end as fall apart, the ragged remnants of both fleets coalescing on opposite sides of the slowly expanding debris field, as all involved struggled to catch their breath and marvel at the fact they were still alive. On the Bellerophon, Admiral Fujimoto was toiling desperately to regroup her shattered forces, wondering if the triumvirate fleet had a third assault still in them. Even her own ship had suffered during the skirmish. Despite the fact she'd tried to keep the carriers out of harm's way, enemy missiles had still found their way in. Smoke hung heavy on the bridge as she turned to face her officers. "Tactical status report," she ordered wearily. "The fleet got hit hard, Admiral," her officer replied. "We lost the carriers Perseus and Heracles, along with roughly 75% of the comets. The HKs fared slightly better, 0.60% destroyed outright." His bone-weary expression matched her own. "Ma'am, we must stand down. Preliminary reports show over half of the enemy fleet annihilated, with the remainder suffering varying degrees of damage. It's unlikely they'll be able to engage us again without significant repairs." "We can't stand down," Helene answered, her mind and body racked with fatigue. "The ground forces are inbound as we speak, and we have to keep them covered until they're planetside." Her officer closed his eyes and nodded in resignation. "Understood, ma'am. I'm just not sure how much fight our pilots have left." "Enough for one more round, I hope," she said quietly. "After that, I doubt it will matter." Guyaz had fought his way to the top, securing his position by being the strongest, the smartest, the most dangerous in battle. His position as supreme commander of the fleet was absolute, and while there was a method by which that rank could be challenged, all such contests were in abeyance until the Great Crusade was completed. Facing one trial after another was a distraction they could not afford, not while the promise to their forebears was being honored at last. Unfortunately, there was no procedure to choose a successor, even a temporary one, without starting the whole process all over again. The Konim fleet was in pandemonium with the loss of Oathkeeper. Many pods had been recovered and brought on board, but sadly none contained the Diaksh. Most of the great ships had been damaged, and communications were spotty at best, which meant at the crucial moment no one was in command of the fleet. The transports ferrying the ground troops arrived in the Zaronk system to find the remnants of two shattered fleets, eyeing each other warily, but making no move to advance on their opponent. The triumvirate forces moved to cover the massive vessels as they began disgorging their shuttles, each of them racing down to the relative safety of the planet's surface to unload their passengers. It was the most vulnerable stage of the operation by far, but because their commander was incommunicado, none of the Konim ships moved to intercept. It was a lapse that would cost them dearly. Nasat clung to a handy stanchion as the shuttle screamed through the atmosphere, diving like a bat out of hell to avoid ground fire. It was only his second planetary assault, but in the fledgling triumvirate army that made him the grizzled veteran, instead of the rank neophyte he would have been in any traditional military. He was all too aware of his shortcomings, but before the war began, there wasn't a single veteran anywhere, not even on Earth itself. Certainly they had adapted more easily and quickly than the other races, for war was still very much in their nature, but even the humans were having a hard time relearning old habits. Nasat would have loved nothing more than to hand his company over to someone with more training and experience, but the sad fact was, there was no one else. "Do what you gotta do," he heard Lin whisper in his head, and as he watched the surface racing to meet them, he grasped the wisdom of those words. The humans were masters of adaptability, and that same strength colored their martial traditions. There were tried-and-true tactics and strategies to draw on, of course, the distilled knowledge of an entire species' history of war. But every law of combat seemed to spawn 100 exceptions. Every battle, every skirmish, every campaign was different. And no matter how desperately he wished for a simple playbook to follow, at the end of the day it was just him, struggling to do the best he could. He could plan and project all he wanted, but the moment they met the enemy in combat, those very same plans would go straight out the window, which meant if he could not adapt, his soldiers would pay the price. The shuttle slammed into the dirt with a heavy thump as Nasat shouted to his troops, "On your feet! Lock and load! And may the Creator protect us all!" The ramp dropped to the ground as the Sortors of Bravo Company surged forward, charging into the face of the enemy, who immediately began picking them off with deadly precision. "Dayaksh! No one is responding!" his tactical officer wailed in frustration. Giage swore an ancient curse as he grabbed his weapon and waved the others forward. "Then we must go to them!" he shouted, even as he watched the stream of enemy shuttles dashing down to the surface. All that he and the others had worked so hard for now teetered on the brink of the abyss, and if he did not regain control of the situation soon, then any hope for the Great Crusade would be lost forever. Several of the life pods had landed in close proximity to one another, and all told he had roughly a platoon's worth of fighters at his side. It would be enough to get him to one of their assault craft, or so he hoped. Returning to the fleet would be a journey fraught with danger, but there was simply no other choice. They would win here or they would die here. There was no third option. They began to run towards the last known position of the assault craft, which lay in roughly the same direction as the enemy position. They could not be allowed a foothold here, for once they dug in and reinforced, expelling them from the planet became 1,000 times more difficult. He still did not know how much of his fleet had survived, but based solely on what they had witnessed from the planet, it did not look good at all. Giage could only hope the enemy had suffered just as badly, but he did not know. That lack of certainty disturbed him greatly, and while he hoped someone had stepped into his shoes to command the fleet, in the depths of his soul he feared he knew the truth. The Konhim were a race of tradition above all else, and usurping his authority even with the best of intentions was a step none would be willing to make, not even to save the fleet. "Faster!" he shouted, as he watched everything they had worked so hard for start to fall apart. Admiral Fujimoto stared at her display in disbelief. The Konhim fleet was just sitting there doing nothing. They weren't even trying to prevent the triumvirate forces from landing on the surface, and that made no sense at all. Unless the destruction of their flagship had taken their commander with it. But even if that were the case, then someone should have stepped up and assumed command. If she were to fall, Her executive officer would take over with nary a hiccup and carry on. Any military force that didn't have a clearly delineated chain of command risked total disruption at the worst possible moment. And as good as the Konhim were, they had to realize that. Even if several of the senior officer had died during the battle, they'd had more than enough time to sort out who was left and go on from there. A rogue memory tugged at her as she struggled to make sense of the enemy's inaction. Hadn't there been an ancient empire that had collapsed at the death of its leader? Because according to custom, all the warlords across the land were recalled to choose his successor? Had it been the Huns? The Mongols? She shook her head, trying to recall the details, but came up empty-handed. It didn't make sense that a spacefaring race would have such a primitive form of government. But then there were still many things about the Konhim they didn't fully understand. It didn't matter. If that was what was happening here, or at least some rough analog, then the Konhim fleet was ripe for the plucking. She could finish this, and end the damn war once and for all. Except her fleet had been badly mauled, and even an enemy with no cohesive leadership would still defend itself if attacked. If she made the attempt and failed, that was it. There would be no navy, and even the ragged remnants of the Konhim fleet would be enough to ravage the rest of the triumvirate while they struggled to rebuild. Again. "God damn it!" she snarled, slamming her fist onto her console, loud enough to startle the others on the bridge. The enemy was right there for the taking, and she couldn't risk the few ships she still had left. Unless they tried to escape, of course. Then she'd go after them with everything she had, and to hell with the consequences. Nasat slammed into the dirt as a burst from the enemy killed the Sortor beside him. A few centimeters to the left, and he would be the one staring lifelessly at the sky. He shoved that image aside as he returned fire. The heat of battle was not the time to be contemplating such existential thoughts. Shuttles were still coming in, bringing reinforcements, but the Konhim were well dug in and fighting back with everything they had. They didn't dare risk a frontal assault, as doing so would utterly decimate his company. No, they had to attempt their flank instead. It appeared as if there was a small gap in the enemy line, perhaps just wide enough to break through, though part of him balked at the opportunity. One of Sergeant Lin's pithy aphorisms said that when the enemy gives you an opening, it is almost always an ambush, except for the fact he had no choice. He could risk the gap, or Bravo Company could die right here. "First platoon forward!" he shouted, moving with the lead element. "Second and third covering fire!" He rose to his feet and charged ahead, firing as he went, as he sent a prayer up to the skies, only not to the Creator. "Forgive me, Reikret, but I cannot ask them to risk their lives without sharing their fate." He hoped she would understand, and feared she would not. Diaksh, Giaj, Guyaz, and the rest of the stragglers from Oathkeeper ran towards the nearest pocket of Konim fighters, as if the flaming star of legend was bearing down upon them once more. The lines of battle were holding firm for now, but still more enemy reinforcements were being landed, and there was a limit to what he could ask his warriors to face. Unless the equation shifted drastically in their favor, his troops would soon be forced to pull back, and the probability of reaching the assault shuttles in time would effectively be zero. Without that shuttle, he could not return to orbit and rally the fleet, and without the fleet, or what was now left of it, then he, his warriors, and the great cause were all doomed. The fighting was growing even more intense as they drew nearer, as an errant shot dropped one of the warriors with him. Giaj dove into the trenches as he worked his way forward, grabbing one of the ground officers who stared at him in shock. "Diaksh, what are you doing here?" he stammered in surprise. "There is no time to explain," Giaj said in a rush. "I must get to the shuttles. The fate of the crusade depends on it." The officer shook his head. "The enemy has cut off access to the shuttles, Diaksh. They are staged in a pocket not far from here, but even if we could fight our way clear, you would be shot out of the sky long before you rejoined the fleet." "We must try," Giaj ordered. "Otherwise, we might as well surrender now and bare our throats to the enemy's blade." "I understand, Diaksh," the officer nodded grimly. He quickly scanned the trench line, and then pointed towards the east. "There," he said firmly. "That is our best hope." "Then gather your warriors," Giaj commanded, as he checked his own weapon. Either we break through, or we die in the attempt. First platoon hurled themselves into the narrow breach in the enemy line, with Nasat in the lead. Some would say it was foolhardy for the commander to rush into battle like some mere private, and yet not so long ago that's exactly what he had been. But it was more than just practiced habit that placed him in harm's way, for he had learned his fellow soldiers would fight 10 times harder when they knew their leader shared the danger with them. Withering fire marched up and down their ranks, driving them into the ground as they desperately sought cover. Nasat had his own weapon up and firing as they inched their way forward, forcing the enemy to at least keep their heads down as they attempted to break through. It was times like these he wished he were human. Not only were they far more sanguine about combat, their thin bodies were much better suited for burrowing into the dirt. Second and third platoons were keeping a steady fusillade on the enemy positions, allowing them to creep ever closer to the trenches. Their approach was not without cost, as his soldiers died by ones and twos, but soon enough they were within grenade range. The Sortowers, still alive, armed their bombs and flung them against the enemy line, and were rewarded with a rippling succession of explosions that briefly paused the incoming fire. "Move!" Nasat shouted, as the survivors of First Platoon leapt to their feet and charged forward, diving into the enemy trenches, as they found suddenly themselves fighting for their lives. What had first appeared to be a calm within the storm soon became a whirlwind of enemy fire as the triumvirate forced their way through the same cramped defile. The Konhim warriors slammed into their adversaries like an ocean wave, pouring fire into the mass of soldiers moving forward, when suddenly a dozen or more objects were thrown into their faces. "Grenade!" Giaj screamed, diving for cover, as a line of explosions ripped his warriors to pieces. The concussive blasts disoriented the defenders, and as he staggered to his feet, a swarm of green-skinned quadrupeds thundered into the trenches. There was no time to rally his warriors, who they themselves were already fighting off their attackers. Giaj scrambled to retrieve his weapon and fired point-blank into the mass of bodies, dropping a handful of them at his feet before a hammer blow smashed into his chest and threw him back to the ground. "I'm hit," he realized in dull shock as bright orange blood streamed down his side. There was no time to assess the damage, as yet another of the enemy galloped toward him, eager to finish him off. His weapon knocked aside. Giaj clawed at the sidearm holstered at his waist, yanking it free and firing twice more as the Sartuar fell to the ground, its limbs kicking feebly. His weapon suddenly felt as heavy as a boulder as he labored to breath, pushing himself into a sitting position as he watched his wounded opponent fight to sit up as well. The fighting around them seemed to be carried away by some strange current, leaving only he and his wounded enemy surrounded by bodies. Placing a hand on his wound, he recognized the severity of his injury in a heartbeat, and resigned himself to his fate. "I am Diaksh Giaj Guyaz," he wheezed defiantly to his enemy, "and I refuse to beg for my life. Do what you must, and finish it." The Sortuar gazed intently into his eyes as he raised a sidearm of his own, aiming at his head with trembling hands. Nasat and the rest of First Platoon plunged headfirst into a throng of enemy warriors as a hail of weapons fire erupted on both sides. Blood and bodies were flung in all directions as the murderous fire decimated their ranks. He paused only for an instant to bring up the other platoons, when he spotted a wounded Konhim warrior drawing a bead on him. Time seemed to stand still as he fought to bring his own weapon to bear, but he was too slow by far. Too slow to dive for cover as twin bursts of pain slammed into him like a shuttle crash, knocking him off his feet. His body spasmed in agony as he struggled to pull himself up, gasping for air as he tried to crawl away, only to have his leg crumple beneath him. Blood poured from a wound in his forelimb hip joint, the complex mass of bone and tissue shattered and unable to support his weight. Somehow, despite the pain, he managed to sit up, taking the pressure from his mangled limb. The Konhim who had gunned him down watched him dispassionately as he managed to pull his own sidearm free, raising it up with shaking hands. They stared at one another, the two wounded soldiers, as if they were all alone on the battlefield, until he jutted his chin in defiance. "I am Diaksh Giaj Guyaz," the Konhim said calmly, and I refuse to beg for my life. Do what you must, and finish it. Nasat blinked in surprise. The leader of the enemy fleet here? His mind swirled at sheer improbability of finding himself in this situation, even as he stared down the barrel of his sidearm. The sight lined up between the Konhim's eyes as he prepared to honor his enemy's last request, when his weapon dropped back down to the ground. I have no wish to kill you, Nasat said quietly. Too many have died already, on both sides. The Konhim, Jiaj, watched him curiously as he spoke softly into his mic. This is Sergeant Nasat, Bravo Company. We require healers at this location immediately. He paused for a moment before making his decision. And I have a wounded prisoner as well, Nasat said at last. Another batch of wounded were brought into the medical tent, as Rykret stripped off her blood-stained smock and pulled on a fresh one. She'd lost track of how many broken and mutilated bodies she'd labored over since the battle began, and there was no end in sight. Had it been dozens she had tried to save? More? She could barely recall the last patient she'd operated on, even as they carried him away, though everyone she lost was burned into her memory. How much longer could this go on? How much longer could she go on, before the sheer numbing horror of it all destroyed what remained of her sanity forever? She shook it off as her next patient was lowered onto the table, her professional mask slipping over her face as she began her initial assessment. Male Sartour, 2 entrance wounds, comminuted fracture of the sinister forelimb acetabulo-femoral joint, with possible pneumothorax involvement. Reichret. The sound of her name yanked Rykret out of her litany as surely as if she'd been slapped. Her eyes widened in shock as she realized who was lying on her table, crouching down beside him as she fought back sudden tears. Nasat, she whispered, as the words strangled in her throat. She could see the pain in his eyes as he reached out to her. Rykret, do not concern yourself with me, he wheezed, confirming her worst fears. You must save him. His gaze traveled to a neighboring table where another patient was being brought in and prepped. A Konhim patient. He can wait, she snapped. I am going to give you a sedative and prep you for surgery, she began, only to be interrupted once more. You must save him, Nasat repeated, this time with urgency. He is the Diaksh, the commander of the Konhim fleet, and... But Rykret had stopped listening as she stared at the enemy commander, the one responsible for the deaths of her family, and now he was within her grasp. She had all but forgotten her own sidearm during the endless hours of surgery, but at that very moment she felt its reassuring weight. Her hand seemed to have a will of its own as she drew her weapon and charged it, her eyes smoldering in cold fury as she began to squeeze the trigger, only to have Nasat reach out and grab her arm, pulling it from the target. Rykret, do you not understand? He pleaded with her. He can end the war. Part of her refused to listen, wanting only to scream, I don't care. Her murdered family cried out to her, and she heard their siren call, even as Nasat fought to drag her back from the abyss. You are a healer, he whispered. Do not do this! Please, Rykret, I beg you! Somehow, and even after many years, she was never quite sure by what means it happened. Her sidearm slowly slid back into its holster. Fine, she said through gritted teeth. But someone else can operate on him. I am saving you. A fragile smile appeared on his face. My fierce healer, he whispered, as the sedative took him under. What? Admiral Fujimoto stared at her communications officer in shock. Who did you say was down there? He was just as flabbergasted as she was. Ma'am, they swear they've captured the fleet commander. He's being operated on as we speak. She fell back into her chair, overwhelmed by the unexpected news. Get Marshal Antema on the horn. She managed to get out. He has to hear about this. Barbarians, Chapters 31 and Epilogue. The Price of Peace. Diaksh Jiaj. Guyaz slowly opened his eyes, gazing cautiously at his surroundings. He was lying on a narrow cot in a small room, while a human female in a white uniform was seated across from him, regarding him carefully. I see you're awake, Diaksh, she informed him as he struggled to sit up. How are you feeling? Better than I expected, he admitted. Who are you? Admiral Helene Fujimoto, she replied, inclining her head. Your counterpart. One of them, at least. He nodded slowly. You commanded the fleet. A statement, not a question. You learned quickly. Relearned, actually, she said with a ghost of a smile. I'm afraid we were a little out of practice. Giage spent a few moments taking that in. You took a great risk, splitting your forces. You didn't leave me much choice, she replied. No, I suppose not, he agreed. He folded his arms across his chest. So what happens now? Helene rose to her feet as any trace of humor disappeared from her face. I convince you to stand down your forces, Diaksh. Without you, they are in disarray, so it would be in the best interests of everyone involved for you to give the order. He considered that for a moment. And if I refuse? She stared down at him without a hint of mercy. Then I destroy them. Giage's lip curled into a sneer. Easier said than done. I'm willing to risk it, Helene answered. You're far from home, Diaksh, and your fleet, what's left of it, was the bulk of your forces. Your ships can run, rebuild, and rally your people for another attack, of course. But I can assure you that when they return, we'll be waiting for them. This time it was her turn to smirk. Our team pulled a great deal of information from your computers before they escaped. So I suspected, he replied as he considered her demand. That she was serious he had no doubt, though whether she could manage it was another question. She was unfortunately quite correct about the question of leadership, but he was loath to simply surrender to her despite the truth of her words. His people had waited 10 millennia for this day, and to see it fail now was a far greater pain than the wound in his side. What of my warriors? He asked quietly. What will become of them? Above my pay grade, I'm afraid. Though if you order them to stand down, I'm certain we can work something out. Eventually. Not much of a promise, Giage said darkly. It's no promise at all, in fact, Helene replied. I won't lie to you. There's plenty of people who would like nothing better than for me to pull the trigger and kill every last one of you. Her voice turned cold as ice. You murdered billions of triumvirate citizens and thousands of humans. I doubt you'll find many advocates here. He leaned back against his pillow. You wish my surrender? I am willing to discuss it, but not with you. Helene cocked her head. Who then? Giage's smile was as enigmatic as the Sphinx as he told her. Nassat winced slightly as he was wheeled into the prisoner's hospital ward. Despite all the work Reichret had put into rebuilding his hip joint, it still throbbed with a deep ache the painkillers couldn't quite eradicate. She held his hand as they entered the small room, hovering protectively over him as he gazed curiously at the human admiral and the Konhim Diaksh. You wanted to see me, ma'am? Nassat asked apprehensively. Not me, she chuckled. Him. His bewilderment was growing by leaps and bounds as he turned to face the enemy commander. Sergeant Nassat, Giage said politely. We meet again? Indeed so, Diaksh, he replied courteously. You asked to speak to me? For the life of him, he couldn't imagine why. I did, Giage replied, his gaze traveling briefly up to Reichret's face, who in turn was staring daggers back at him. There is something I wish to ask you, if you are willing. Of course, Nassat answered, though if it is of a military or technical nature, I may not be allowed to respond. Giage shook his head. Nothing like that. I simply wanted to know one thing, Sergeant. Why? Why did you not kill me when you had the chance? Nassat blinked in surprise. Because I did not wish to, he answered simply. He winced again, though this time it was due to the grip Reichret had on his hand. He looked up at her, making a small noise in his throat to draw her attention away from the prisoner. She flushed slightly as she bowed her head, loosening her handhold on him. An exchange that did not pass unnoticed by Giage. I ask for a reason, Sergeant, Giage said carefully. We came here to right an ancient wrong, and I know that had our situations been reversed, I would not have hesitated to finish you. Reichret's death glare returned with a vengeance, and he nodded in understanding. I doubt your companion would have spared me, so why did you? Nasat wondered if anyone else knew about the incident in surgery. If not, he had no intention of bringing it up now, not in front of witnesses. No, she would not have spared you, he admitted, though there was no hint of condemnation in his voice. She lost her family to your warriors. Can you blame her for her anger? No, in fact, I understand her hatred of my kind, perhaps better than you realize. Giage acknowledged Rykret with a brief bow, and while it failed to mollify her animosity towards him, she did at least dial it back somewhat. But you have yet to answer my question, Sergeant. I am uncertain how to put it into words, Diaksh, but I will try, Nasat said uncomfortably. I was not raised to be soldier. In fact, I had chosen a life of contemplation, as an acolyte. Giage regarded his response with some surprise, while he continued. Our people have only known peace for as long as we can remember, and when you brought death and destruction to us, many surrendered to despair. It was the humans who showed us how to fight, he informed him, indicating Helene. And while their efforts saved our people from certain annihilation, we are not them. I fought because I had to, because I was given no choice, and because it was necessary. But when this war is over, no one will be more thankful than I. Nasat shrugged helplessly. I do not hate you, Diaksh. Others do, and perhaps I should as well, but I do not. I hate what you have done, but that is not the same thing. And if I can stay my hand without putting others at risk, then I will always choose life over death. Giage was silent for some time as he digested Nasat's words. Finally, he turned back to Admiral Fujimoto, who had remained silent during their exchange. What do you ask of me? He said at last. A ceasefire to start, she said at once. An immediate cessation of hostilities as both sides fall back to their initial lines. When that has been confirmed, your forces begin withdrawing from the surface, under observation, of course. And once we surrender the planet? Giage pressed her. My ships are still in orbit overhead, and they are still armed. Helene grimaced. That's where it gets complicated, I'm afraid. I imagine that my superiors have some pretty definite ideas on what they'll want to see happen, but I cannot allow you to retain your ship's weapons. That, Diaksh, is non-negotiable. Giage's nostrils flared in sudden defiance. And what do you offer us in return, Admiral? You ask my warriors to bare their throats to your blade, but what assurances do you give us that you will allow us to depart in peace? The temperature of the room suddenly dropped to somewhere just shy of absolute zero. I never said a thing about allowing you to leave, Diaksh, she said without a hint of compassion in her voice. As long as your fleet is intact, it is a threat. I'm afraid you're not going anywhere without my approval, and if we do decide on a location, you will be escorted under the guns of my fleet. His sneer returned. So you can march us off somewhere out of sight of your citizens to be executed like so much livestock? My warriors and I would rather die with our blades in our hands than suffer that ignominy. You may kill us, but I will not allow you to dishonor us with an animal's death. It is all you deserve, Rykret suddenly spat out, her every word dripping with venom, while Nasat watched in horror as the fragile peace they'd started began to fall apart at the seams. Diaksh, he said desperately, no one wishes to see you slaughtered. Not now, at least. You said you understood why those like Rykret hated you, so surely you must understand why we are cautious to grant you any sort of parole. There must be some sort of middle ground we can find, that both sides can accept, he asked hopefully. Sergeant, Helene said curtly, you are here as a courtesy. I suggest you remember that. No, let him speak, Giage interjected. You say you wish to end hostilities, and sadly you are in a position to enforce your will for the moment. But there is a limit how far I am willing to be pushed. Either we find this middle ground he spoke of, or we fight this battle until the bitter end. The human and the Konhim glared at one another, as Nasat cleared his throat. Admiral, he did agree to the ceasefire. Perhaps we could start there? It will take time for those like Minister Singh to arrive here from the capital, but if we can stop the dying, would that not be a valuable beginning? Helene's expression was like chewing on broken glass. If your ships agree to stand down and move out of range of the planet, with my fleet as an escort. Only as far as the L5 Lagrange point, he countered. I will not leave my warriors without means to return home. She still had a decidedly sour look, but finally gave a curt nod. Agreed, pending verification. Agreed, Giage acknowledged. I also have one additional request. The Admiral looked as if she was prepared to balk, before Giage pointed to Nasat. I wish the sergeant to be present during negotiations as a neutral party. Fujimoto snorted. Neutral? He's one of ours. Perhaps, but there is wisdom in his words. He turned to look at Nasat, who stared back in astonishment. I believe he truly does wish to find peace, and he has the courage to stand his ground. Helene turned to give Nasat an appraising look. Agreed, she said finally, as a wry smile appeared on her face. Nasat's head whipped back and forth as the others discussed his fate, before finally looking helplessly at Rykret. Why does this keep happening to me? He asked plaintively. Maybe next time you'll shoot him, she snorted, as the other two broke out into laughter. Nasat, will you please stop fidgeting? Rykret said, exasperated, as she readjusted the starburst metal hanging around his neck. You look splendid in your new uniform if you'd just leave it alone. Nasat sighed in resignation as Minister Singh and Marshal Antuma shared a chuckle at his plight. I don't understand what the issue is, Captain, Leandra said with a grin. You were absolutely perfect at the ceremony. You should be proud. She smiled at Rykret as well. And having your betrothed present the award was the piece de resistance. TNN's numbers are going to be huge this cycle. Minister, while I appreciate the Tetrarchy's recognition, I would have much preferred to stay an inconspicuous sergeant, Nasat said unhappily. I do not deserve this promotion, nor do I deserve this medal. Captain Nasat, what you think you do or don't deserve is immaterial, I'm afraid, Antuma chimed in. First off, I don't think you're seeing your accomplishments objectively. And secondly, we need you to be a hero. The newly promoted and decorated Sortor winced at the word hero. I only did my duty, sir, Nasat said awkwardly, and I was very lucky. Leandra shook her head sadly and leaned forward. Nasat, for better or worse, you've been thrust onto a much bigger stage. I'd apologize for that, if it weren't for the fact it was my insistence, and Marshal Antuma's, that put you there. Even though the ceasefire is holding for now, in many ways we are in a much more dangerous position than we ever were, and that is where you come in. I do not understand, Nasat replied miserably. I am merely a soldier. There are thousands of others who are just as deserving of these honors, perhaps even more so. Could we not give it to one of them? Antuma burst out laughing. Certainly. If you can find me another soldier who single-handedly captured the Konhim commander, thereby helping to end the war. Consider yourself fortunate we didn't make you a general. Nasat blanched in horror. You wouldn't, sir, would you? In a heartbeat, Captain, Antuma said emphatically, as all traces of humor left his face. The minister is quite correct. The current situation is more perilous now than it ever was, even though the fighting has stopped. And you, my friend, are our secret weapon. Me! Nasat squeaked. Yes, you, Leandra informed him. We humans are all too familiar with this kind of situation, thanks to our rather colorful past. She leaned back in her chair and regarded him thoughtfully. Tell me, Captain, now that the Konhim have ceased their attacks and are negotiating with us to end the war, what do you think happens next? I had assumed they would return to their homeworld, Nasat stammered. We would focus on rebuilding what we lost and begin disbanding our military since it is no longer needed. He paused for a moment as he considered that. Perhaps we would retain a token force just in case. Oh boy, Minister Singh sighed, rolling her eyes. Have you got a lot to learn about how things work in the real world? She waved her hand as Nasat began to object. I don't mean that the way it sounds, but I stand by it. Let's say you're correct, that the Konhim return to their home planet, assuming we allow them that, of course. What do you think will happen then? Nasat blinked rapidly. I do not know, he admitted. I would hope they would see the error of their ways and chart a new course for their society. Leandra snorted. Hope all you want, but I can tell you right now that's not going to happen. Nasat! 10,000 years ago they were all but exterminated, and they've been nursing a grudge ever since. All this is a setback. If we allow them to return home, They'll begin rebuilding and rearming all over again, and next time we see them, they'll be 100 times nastier than they are now. He suddenly felt physically ill. Are you saying our only course is to finish what my ancestors started? Nasat looked to Raikret for support, but unsurprisingly she showed no consternation at this possibility. Not necessarily, but I won't lie to you, Captain, it could very well happen, Antima said quietly. At the very least, we'll need to keep a close eye on them, which means building up our forces to even greater levels, with even more powerful ships and deadlier weapons, and keep it there for generations to come. And that, my dear, Leandra said as she turned to Raikret, is where you come in. Me? She squawked, echoing Nasat's own earlier reaction. Singh nodded. You were the very first triumvirate citizen to volunteer for military duty, she said smoothly. We looked into your background rather closely, and we'll be relying on you to encourage others to enlist, to help foster a new tradition, one of service to the Tetrarchy. She and Nasat stared at each other in shock as they felt the walls begin to close in. And if we refuse? Nasat asked quietly. That would be unfortunate, Leandra said coolly, but I think we can help you both to see reason. Honestly, what did you think your future held? After all the publicity, and believe me, we're just getting started with that. Did you think you could retreat back into the woodwork? Retire to a farm? Raise a family in quiet anonymity? A wry smirk appeared on her face. Or perhaps return to your old order and take up the robes again? I happen to know the venerable Ishre came to see you, hoping you'd do just that. Nasat looked like he had tasted something sour. No, not that, he said in disgust. I told him that was no longer an option. Leandra chuckled. In fact, I believe you used some rather colorful language to send him packing, she grinned. I can only assume you learned those phrases from us humans. Certainly no Sartuar ever told someone to stick your offer where the sun doesn't shine. Nasat flushed with embarrassment as she shrugged. As much as you might wish to find some secluded corner of the galaxy to live out your lives, it's not in the cards, I'm sorry to say. You cannot simply order us to play these roles, Nasat said with a hint of anger, holding Raikret's hand. In fact, we can, Antima replied. You're both still in uniform after all, and if you check the fine print of your enlistment papers, you'll see they read for the duration. To be perfectly blunt, the war is over when we say it's over. Look, we're not the bad guys here, Leandra said swiftly, before Nasat could work up a hot retort. I know how all this must sound to you, and if you're seeing this as some sort of prison sentence, I'm sorry to say there's some truth to that. But we're not here to threaten you or force you to bend to our will, though in the end you may wish we had. She graced them both with a melancholy expression. No, the chains I'm ensnaring you with are far more insidious, I'm afraid. The minister rose to her feet and went to the Sartuar pair. Nasat, Raikret, we need you. The Tetrarchy needs you. Your people need you, even more now than they did before the war. I can find anyone to carry a rifle, or treat the wounded, but there is literally no one else at the moment who can offer us what you can, in terms of publicity and morale. Like it or not, it's your duty. Both of you? Nasat had been moments away from taking Raikret's hand and storming out, but the word duty brought him to a crashing halt. His heart sank as he finally recognized the trap before him, and realized there was no way they could avoid it. This is to be our life, then? He asked dispiritedly. Forced to forever be pulled by your strings? A mere performer for your publicity campaign? It won't all be bad, she assured him. For one thing, I can guarantee you two will have the biggest wedding the Triumvirate has ever seen. You'll lead parades. Your faces will be everywhere, and there won't be a single citizen that won't fawn over your every word and wish they were you. And in time, with any luck and barring a catastrophe, someday you'll have my job. Raikret shivered, and not from the cold. Nasat held her close as he glared back at the minister. And you are that certain you will be able to maintain your grip on us even then? When we could simply walk away with no one to stop us? No, Leandra said quietly, because by then you will understand the necessity of it, just as I do. A foreboding silence filled the room as they dwelled on that, until Antima spoke up. There's another reason we need you, Nasat. Two, in fact. Tell me, how would you describe the Konhim? Being completely honest, I mean. The sudden change in topic gave him pause, as he considered his answer. Warlike, all too comfortable with bloodshed, even barbaric, he said at last. The marshal nodded in agreement. Remind you of anyone? He probed. Nasat flushed. Sir, I did not mean to imply, he began as Antuma waved his apology aside. It's all right. We humans have always acknowledged our own shortcomings, he said easily. Well, mostly, Antuma added, almost as an afterthought. The thing is, we have a lot in common with the Khanhim. Too much, in fact. Now that we are creating a military again, after all these years, there will be those who will want to use it. And what better enemy to test our mettle against than them? It wouldn't take much to set us off either. And if that happens, all bets are off. We could end up destroying everything we've worked so hard to achieve, unless there is someone who belongs to neither camp who can act as mediator. A dry chuckle passed his lips. Someone civilized to keep the two barbarian tribes from slaughtering each other. But it sounded as if I was to be nothing more than a figurehead, Nasat stammered. At first, perhaps, but that won't last, Antuma explained. It can't, not if there's going to be anything resembling long-term stability, which brings us to the second reason. He nodded at Leandra, who picked up the thread. Just a few months ago, humans were treated like unruly children in the triumvirate, she said caustically. Fear of the Khanhim changed the equation, and we shamelessly took full advantage of it. We earned our new position, and we are not giving it up, not without a fight. Nasat barely managed to repress a shudder. So, we have simply exchanged one threat for another? He said in despair. I hope not, Nasat, but like Kwasi, I too know my people. Once we get our hands on power, we don't give it up, unless there is someone there to speak for the other races, someone they trust. Someone who's proven themselves strong enough to stand against even the most formidable of enemies. And for better or worse, that's you. How can you place all of this on my shoulders? Nasat demanded. I am only one being, and even with Raikred at my side, I cannot do all that you demand of me. You ask too much. You'll need to gather people you trust, of course, Antuma nodded. Build up your own power base, one separate from ours. In fact, I believe I can help with that. He smirked, before pressing a hidden button. Show him in, please, he spoke into the intercom. The doors slid open as a human in uniform marched in, coming to a halt in front of the incredulous pair of Sortuars. Sergeant Jehiel Lin reporting for duty, sir. Nasat stared in shock. You? But you're human. Think of me as being on indefinite loan, Lin said with a smile. Besides, you'll need someone to teach you all the dirty tricks they'll throw at you, he said, jerking his head towards the other humans. Unless, of course, you'd rather not have me on your staff. Nasat slowly rose to his feet. Nothing would honor me more than to have you at my side, he said hoarsely, suddenly overcome with emotion. He held out his hand in the human way as Lin grasped it firmly. I will find it difficult to have you calling me sir, however, he admitted. You'll get used to it, sir, Lin smirked. After all the hammer blows they'd been hit with, Reichrit could no longer contain herself. But we won the war, she blurted out. How can it end like this? Marshal Antuma sighed. No, we won the battle, he said quietly. The war, I'm afraid, is just beginning. The end.